Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hey, did you see this one?
In a world where society tells you to doubt your strength, question your intelligence, and dim your light, we search for voices to tell our stories. Voices to empower us,
uplift us, and keep us heard by the masses. These are the voices of powerful, resilient, and talented women who aren't afraid to speak up and speak loudly. Women who teach us to be brave, to be vulnerable, and to believe in ourselves. So, Hey, Did You See This One invites you to Feminist Masterpiece Theater.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hey, did you see this one? The weekly review, reaction, roundtable discussion podcast where you just have to ask the question, or we have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a film and completely pull it apart, leaving no stone unturned. We're your co-hosts. I am, of course, promising young Jason R. Phillips, and I'm joined, as I am every single week, by Steve Boba Blackfly himself, Waters. Thank you for coming to this show with me again for the 193rd time, season 3, episode 43 44. You're playing at home. It is the end of Feminist
That's me. Sorry, go ahead.
It is the end of Feminist Masterpiece Theater Month. We had a great run, and that's our show for this week. So we'll see you next time. But
Bye.
We started off with various movies. Last week we did G.I. Jane. The week before, Gold Diggers and Megan 2.0 before that. But we were finishing off with Promising Young Woman, which is there's a lot to talk about. I don't know if we should get as funny as we normally do because it has a lot of serious stuff. We'll try to make it entertaining for you the best we can.
It's pretty funny though too.
We can be funny. Tragedy is funny, right?
Right.
Bones of comedy.
I mean, how many times did I go yes when we were watching the movie? Yes.
Yeah.
That was funny.
It was good.
Also, just before we move on, I just wanted to put this up very quickly. Ozzy Osbourne meant a lot to me. We don't have to dwell on it, but just Ozzy Osbourne passed away this week, and I just wanted to shout out to that as well. Let's see. So joining us this week, returning to the show, joining the 15 Times Club. The 15 Times Club. Your smoking jacket and fez are in the mail. But Noel K, back to the show, back on the show here, back the unpromising young loser themselves.
That's me.
Steve, can we get a little bit of?
That was my nickname in college.
Yeah.
I can't
Jesus Christ, girls.
Noel K, everybody.
Yay! In the meantime, we gave you like 3 rounds of applause.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really honored. I'm so honored.
And also returning to the show for, I think, like, it's got to be over 10 at this point.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Cassandra Hodgins, everybody. Cassandra Hodgins is back.
And her name was Cassandra.
Thank you.
And we're,
Tough
and
talk.
we're, talk- and we're talking Promising Young Woman. This was Cass's choice, much like Gold Diggers and G.I. Jane. I gave a list to all three of these people, and they chose a movie. They gave me back a series of movies they'd like to talk about, and then in the 11th hour, just out of nowhere, was like, actually, I would like to do this. And here we are. We're going to talk about Promising Young Woman. It's a great film. But
Next year, can we do like a League of Their Own, like the soccer one? She's the Man. Just like 4 comedies and like really like bright, uplifting things.
we'll do
I
White
want
Chick
Easy A in
4
there.
times. Yeah.
Easy A, yeah. And then just for me, can we do like Force Awakens so I can be happy about something in my life?
Yes.
Riri.
Are you okay?
I've yeah. I'll be okay. Yeah.
Sick.
You know what? Yeah, I'll be okay. Yeah. I'm fine.
All right, great.
What could go wrong?
Well, I think the first thing we have to get out of the way that we always have to get out is a little thing that we like to call. Well, let's see if Zardos is around to ask us what he needs. Nope.
Zardoz speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
And I shall.
Maybe we don't have the man asking for what he wants, but he's
Zardoz is no man.
he's a flying stone head
Like
that
that
shoots
Baba
guns
Dick.
out of its mouth.
Yeah.
But Noel, I believe that you came up with something. Did you end up coming up with a synopsis for us?
Yeah.
Zardos demands it.
Okay, well, so long as Zardoz demands it. So Cassie Thomas is focusing her life on punking guys who try to sexually assault her when they think that she's drunk until she runs into an old med school classmate named Brian. She reconnects with the people who were involved in her friend Nina Fisher's sexual assault and tortures them for their part in it. She and Ryan get close until she realizes he was there when Nina was assaulted. She gently blackmails him into giving her the address of the asshole who raped Nina's bachelor party. He murders her. Him and his friend burn her body, but she knew that shit might go south, so she was like, Mr. Policeman, I gave you all the clues, and rape guy is arrested for her murder. And yes, I intentionally didn't say his name.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You said rape a lot of times in that, and on one of them, I literally saw lightning go across.
I
the
did
sky.
too.
Did you
I
see
also
that?
will say
No.
I have a bit of a history on being on the podcast when there's a thunderstorm, and I think I'm calling it.
Thunderstorm?
Yeah.
No wonder I had a headache today.
It was
Oh,
Zardoz.
yeah.
Guys, you know that Zardoz brings lightning every time. Don't
True.
you know?
It's
Don't
true.
you know? Don't you know?
Well,
But yes,
that
that was
was-
a good synopsis of the movie.
It's
And
beautiful.
Pretty sort of like, yeah.
Can I
It's
add
just
one
like-
more note to it as well? Just like
Sure.
a final book. I just wrote that it's a candy-colored revenge fable where the system doesn't just fail women; it was never built for them in the first place.
Oh.
We live in a society, in case anyone was wondering.
I am so aware.
Such a great place.
Yeah. So good.
So
I
good.
tried to make my summary a little, use words and lines from movies that are ridiculous. Have you guys done The Snowman,
No.
no.
Mr. Policeman? I gave you all the clues.
It's the policeman. I haven't seen that movie, so
And it's a
wouldn't be able to
2-ball
know.
snowman, which is even better because, if it was a 3-ball snowman, it would be more like snowman, but a 2-ball snowman just shows like a level of disregard for the art of
Yeah.
snowmanery.
I drew that snowman from that movie for my friend Cam, who's been on the show many times, because he went as that character for Halloween once, and he's like, "Can anyone draw me this snowman?" And I was like, "This really shitty drawing? Okay, I'll try." And I did it. I wonder if
Can
he's gonna.
you draw me the Mr. Policeman snowman in the romance bath?
I don't know what that means. I haven't seen the movie.
No, just the snowman in the romance bath from G.I. Jane.
Oh, from G.I. Jane. Okay, you have to be specific, or
Sorry.
I won't know what you
Crossover.
mean. Yes, but
What
he
is
would
this,
melt.
a crossover episode?
So you make it frozen. Anyway, where are we now? Brief histories. Why don't we talk about the brief histories of this movie for those out there?
A brief history.
We'll have Cass go last because she brought the movie to us and has probably the most to say. But
Okay.
how about Noel go first and let us know if you've seen this and what your history with it is.
So I tried to watch this previously and was like, no, can't. And then I read the synopsis and then I listened to several podcasts and was like, no, I don't think I can watch this. I don't think I want to watch this. So when I put it on the main list because it's definitely a movie that I knew that we needed to talk about at some point, if not this year sometime. But I think you didn't get the list that I had with that one on it, which is great. So it all worked out. For some reason in my brain, I kept getting this confused with Single White Female, which is a very different movie.
Very different.
Very different movie.
It has a similar rhythm in the way you say the title.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when I'm going into a fugue state or dissociating or whatever, like I'm like, a Single White Female. This is a promising young woman. It's the same movie.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that this was going to be a tough watch. So I watched it in the toys section of a Walmart on my phone.
Safety.
So as to be in a public place and walking around and looking at Fast and Furious cars while I was watching it. And then that's my history with it. I was like, must be in a public place. So I just went to the mall, walked around, and almost walked into traffic on my way out. But that's also how I watched the Jason movie that you guys made me watch, and almost walked into traffic then as well. So.
Wild that we keep making you watch these horrifying movies and you almost have a horrifying end at the end of each one.
I've lived a good life. Where's the door to the roof?
Oh my god. I mean, you've been on the show 15 times now, and I guess it stands to reason that eventually we'll show you something so horrible that you're just gonna be like, I can't come on the show anymore because I've walked into traffic accidentally. I hope it was accidentally.
Can you have me on the triangle of sadness?
Oh my god.
I don't know if I can watch that again. I like it. It's a good movie, but I don't know if I can watch it again.
Even the tame stuff in that movie is like, when you think about it for a long time, it fucks with you. And then the actual gross stuff fucks with you. So, yeah.
Weren't they giving out at one of the screenings like vomit bags? Like
Probably.
neon,
Probably.
screening, they had these like little like branded vomit bags.
There's
marketing team was on that.
Yeah. There is definitely a scenario in which I watch that movie and maybe throw up for real. Because like if I'm already feeling a little queasy, that movie will push it over the edge.
Yeah. So that my history with this movie is that I knew it was going to be a tough watch. We'll get into how that worked out as we get to the movie, but now I'm really uncertain. Like the main takeaway that I had from this is I don't know if I'm gonna dress up as dead stripper her, or if I'm gonna dress up as Supergirl with Crypto.
Oh,
you know,
God.
it's like.
I mean, they're on the same level. I'm interested to hear what your thoughts are at the end because I didn't really know what to expect going into this. I'm just going to go into my mind now, if that's okay. I have had this on my sort of radar for a long time, but I think I just couldn't really, it never popped up on a streaming service. Like I didn't hunt for it, but it's been something that I've always been like partially curious in, and it looked interesting. And I sort of knew the premise, but it wasn't something that, because anybody that I've talked to being like, have you seen it? I'm like, no, they almost like put up a wall where they're like, well, I don't want to tell you anything about it because you should just watch it. I'm like, okay, that's fair. If it's that kind of movie, then sure. And so the first time I watched it was on Tuesday when Jason and Cass came over to my place and we popped it on. We cracked some brewskis and we watched Promising Young Woman. And I got to tell you, my commentary was probably interesting. I don't really remember what I said, but I was sitting right between you guys, and I would sometimes whisper something to one or the other at a volume that both of you could hear.
Yeah.
Did you say
There's a very quiet lot.
the bad guy?
Yeah,
Did you whisper?
I did say that a lot.
When we watched Batman Returns specifically, like a couple of years ago, we talked through the whole thing and cracked wise. And as soon as the movie was over, we put other movies on and cracked wise. But we sat like pretty much silently and watched it, and then we would make a little bit of a joke and kind of look at each other like, "Is it okay?"
It's a
Yeah.
movie that demands you pay attention, and I didn't want to talk at all because I was like, I think even at points where you two started talking sort of through me in the middle, I would lean ahead and
Be like, no.
I think at one point I went, shh. I was like, shut up. I need to pay attention to what they're saying. So I apologize for that, but at the same time, no, I don't. But yeah, I really enjoyed it and I'm excited to talk about it. But yeah, that was the first time I watched it, and it did live up to sort of every expectation that I had based on this sort of interesting and not necessarily glowing, but you must see it nature of this movie. You have to watch this kind of thing. And I'm glad it did, because a lot of the time
Especially now.
Yeah. A lot of the time when you have people saying that kind of stuff about movies, it hypes it up a little bit too much in my brain, and then I end up being like, meh, whatever. But like it does feel like an important movie more so than a good movie. It is a good movie, but it's also an important movie. Yeah, and that's sort of my opening feelings about it. But Jason, why don't you go next?
Yeah, I watched it back in 2020. I kind of I remember. Actually, I watched it in 2023, as it turns out. I'm realizing, because it was long into my like movie reviewing thing post 2020, which is when I started like watching like every movie that I could, like spending a lot of time really focusing in on reviewing them for Instagram and that. And kind of around the time that this show started, I would have heard about it. And there was a time on this show where we would watch trailers and prepare. And I think this trailer, I think we watched it on one of our trailer watch shows we used to do. And I do have a review that I wrote that I'm probably going to read as part of my final thoughts and sort of critique that, and then like say how I feel about it now.
I'm interested in 2023 Jason's thoughts on Promising Young Women.
Versus now. This is Tuesday.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's pretty like broad. It's short, and I think I was too afraid to really say much, because I didn't want to spoil it, but also I don't think that I am equipped to really dissect something like this in 1 to 2 paragraphs. I think it's going to require us kind of breaking it down more thoughtfully, like we're about to. But I love this film. I spoiler, I give it a 4 out of 5, but this is a 5 out of 5 movie for me, hands down. And it stuck with me for the last 2.5 years. Like I think about it all the time, and when we sat down to watch it, I had kind of blocked it out. Like I forgot what the big like ending was, and we got about 25 minutes in, and I was like, oh yeah, oh fuck. And then I think that's why I clammed up, because I was like, I don't want to say anything that's gonna like lead Steve to like do that thing that Steven does where he tries to figure everything out. I just wanted him to.
I was doing that already anyway.
No, I know, but I was
mostly correct, I might add.
Yeah, we're mostly correct.
Well, me and Jason were beside you being like, we are not saying anything. This movie will tell you. You'll be fine.
Exactly. So
I have to go put on my Uggs. I'll be right back.
Okay. Safety Uggs.
Extra comfort. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So Cass, how about you? Why was this the one? Why was this the one for this year for you?
Well, I mean, when I think about like feminist masterpiece theater, this is just one of those movies that like immediately kind of came to mind because of the way that the script is written and the way the story is told, the way it's filmed, and everything about it is very feminist masterpiece to me. But the first time I watched it, similar to you, Stephen, it was on my watch list for a while, and I just never really had the opportunity to watch it, but I knew that it was going to be something that I needed to watch. And so one night, I guess a couple years ago now, my partner was out, ironically, having a game night with the boys, and I had the place to myself, so I set up my projector. Who is that? that me?
No, it's me.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's
I'm
okay,
muted.
Noel.
I muted Noel.
Okay. Sorry, Noel. But yeah, so I set up my projector and it was me and Luna, my cat. So it was like full girls' night. And I started the movie. And within the first 15 minutes, I was just glued. Like I could not move. And ironically, Chad came home, my partner, within the last 20 minutes of this being fully projected on the wall. And as we know, the last 20 minutes or so, it gets pretty intense. And he was like, whoa, what are you watching? And I was like, I love you so much. I'm going to really need you to just go away. And we will discuss this later. And he said, yes, ma'am. And he left. And I did. I immediately, like, Kool-Aid Man kicked down the door after and told him kind of my thoughts without trying to spoil it too much. We watched it again about a year later. And it renewed my faith of why men can also be the best and full allies, because within the first 15 minutes for him, he was looking at me being like, please tell me she killed this man. Please tell me she killed this man. Just like full rage, full like tears throughout. And I was like solidified. But yeah, I think this is a movie that is important for everybody to witness. And I'm very, very happy that we're talking about it. And also, like, we can have fun and be funny and also talk about the realities that this incredible movie is in the real world.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We're a fun podcast. This is a movie that, in a lot of ways, there is fun to be had in the movie as well. It's
sure.
extremely heavy in terms of content and narrative, but the movie is going out of its way to sort of like satirize certain aspects of masculinity, while at the same time showing what, if you were to look at this as a judge in a court, you would say this woman is unhinged, but as the viewer, you're like, no, she's completely hinged. If anything,
if
she's
I
a
was the
very
judge,
well-oiled
She's,
hinge. Yeah.
she's the
You're
most
good.
hinged person.
Yeah.
So, just I know we're about to go into the production talk, so this might segue us there. But one of the things about this movie, like since we're talking about, oh, we can have fun and it's hard and heavy and whatnot, I think one of the reasons that I hate Darren Aronofsky and Ari Aster and although that brand of auteur director is that if they were to make this movie, it would just be one note. And with somebody with it, the hands of somebody like Emerald Fennell, like it is, it's so much more multifaceted, and it makes for like I prefer this type of story way better because it doesn't. It's not there to shock you. Like it feels like a movie, not like a torture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually really
And there's-
interesting. No,
think
because sorry, go ahead, Jason.
I was just gonna say quickly. This is the last thing I'll say for this segment. I changed my view of what I thought was happening with what she was doing before they go into the 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought she killed Freddie Mintz-Plasse and Adrian Brody like this whole time. I thought it was implied without showing like her actually.
You just
murdering.
filtered it.
But though, like when she's writing in the book, the like scrawling the numbers or scrawling the the checks.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I thought
guess
she
the
had killed all those people, but
Yeah.
that's not what this movie's about. And I for some reason in my head, I thought that.
But it leads you to believe that, and like
For a
we'll
little
get
while,
At least
into
on
the
the first
body
one.
of the body of the episode. But I mean, that's just what's so brilliant about the production of this. It's handled so meticulously. Like this was extremely well thought out, extremely beautifully shot. Everything from the music, it's like it really takes you on a ride. It's a stunningly
Do
built.
you want to take us
Yeah.
over to the production talk there, Stephen, please?
What are
There's a
you
brief-
asking me to do?
There's a really good segue.
Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of
Sound. Speed.
action! I'm writing a sequel to this movie, and it's called Horrible Old Man. Starring me.
Well, I mean, there won't be a sequel because of the way it ends, obviously. But the budget was only $10 million. This movie was heralded as actually
Jeez.
doing a lot.
Some movies, Jason, would never have a sequel, no matter how well they do.
I know
It would
it's
be
a
insane to make a sequel to this movie.
Yeah,
it's
we don't
it's
need
a
it.
gimmick I've been doing for. If you go back, you can hear me say sequel or no sequel when I do this part. But sorry, but it did make 18.9 million, which is pretty good. Like this was like a Sundance Film Festival movie. It also won an Oscar for best screenplay, if I'm
That is correct.
remembering correctly.
And it was
The
deserved.
Woman Award.
And I was gonna say Emerald Fennel, but I heard Noel say it like Emerald Fennel. Is that?
It's still Emerald.
It's
Now,
Emerald. So no.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's English, so you can. So we're pronouncing it with our dirty American,
right,
North American mouths. So.
She has an
Shut your
interesting.
filthy American mouth.
She has an interesting career because she transitioned from this into Saltburn, and the next movie she's working on is a adaptation of Wuthering Heights, which is interesting.
Which would
And
be amazing.
she acted in a bunch of stuff. I learned
Crown.
today.
She
Yeah.
sure did.
Yeah, she's from The Crown, but also she is Midge
Super
in
rich.
Barbie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this very film, she's the host of Blowjob Lips makeup tutorial, which
Yeah.
I learned today, which is amazing.
So
Glass.
Emerald Fennell comes from the seems to be tried and tested woman actor becomes director pipeline, usually blonde and usually like was in ingenue roles. So that's your Olivia Wilde brunette. You have Emerald Fennell. You have Greta Gerwig. You have Kristen Stewart. Like this is like the pipeline. That if you want to be a successful director in Hollywood, the best thing is to start as a young actress ingenue. I don't know
Well,
why.
young actress ingenues have a bunch of trauma and know the business weirdly in weird ways. So it makes sense that they can also write incredibly well and
Well, I
have a lot
think
of heart to their stuff.
They're established in,
Also
and
that.
they prove. And I think there's something with the shenaniganery of Hollywood that has created this pipeline and allowed those directors to stand out. But yeah, she was Camilla Parker or Camilla Shand in The Crown. And it's a wild performance. She's really super talented as an actress. And yeah, she was in Midge as kind of like a little like shout out. She was in Barbie as Midge for like 2 seconds. But yeah, she sure likes the really gross drinking stuff in her movies. Thinking of this and Saltburn.
I haven't seen Saltburn yet, and it's one of those ones that I'm kind of saving, but I know it's another pretty heavy watch.
She has a theme of that though.
Water, as we call it around here.
I know in her writing, it's actually one of the reasons I think why I like her writing so much is I'm also a person who likes the macabre and who likes to delve into dark, and actually me, I know, of all people, but I genuinely love that kind of storytelling and like exposing the gray within like just horrific things and also making it like weirdly palatable or enjoyable or at least like a fun watch. I think that just the way that she shapes stories is incredible, and it's like perfectly up my alley. So I'm here for it.
One of the things that I really liked that she did in this movie was not necessarily make it so that every single man is a boogeyman and every single man is evil. And, you know, like there are men in the movie that seem approachable, seem nice. And then, you know, there are parts that reveal that, oh, maybe those nice people are also bad. But she also takes characters that are women and show just how they enable the behaviors of these men and how they are just as much an issue as the men themselves, right? And there was a lot going into this where I'm like, what kind of movie is this going to be? I haven't seen it before, but you know, I've heard it's good. So I was expecting certain things where I'm like, is this going to be sort of like the movie Men, for example, where like the men are literal monsters in the movie, whereas at some points they are also sort of depicted as very weak and easily folded and scared, and a lot of their behaviors is enabled because of them believing themselves to be strong when, you know, in reality they're weaker than any person you've ever met. And like it reminds me of like a dog or something where, you know, like a dog can feel regret, and you can see a dog feeling regret, but the only person in this movie who she seems to truly connect with is when she finds a man who is actually experiencing remorse, and not just
Truly remorseful.
it's affected him in a way that is to his absolute core, and he legitimately wishes he could go back and change everything that he's done, whereas the rest of these men are just scared about their future and not necessarily worried in any way about the thing that they had done. They're just regretful of that thing that they got caught.
Well,
And-
self-preserving.
Himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a self-preserving kind of mentality, and the women do it too. And I think that's, again, like kind of why I wanted to bring this to feminist masterpiece theater, because to me, feminist isn't a hating men and thinking that all men are monsters. It's not. That's not the core of it. It's that the system is set up poorly, and women also impact that too. And to have Emerald discuss that on such a like realistic, maybe slightly like fantasy-esque way, it's real. Like those women are part of the system and are part of the problem, and so we all have to do better
Yeah.
to make it better.
Something that
But it's-
I love about this, that shot specifically with Alfred Molina is so different than the rest of it. Emerald uses a
Yeah.
lot of really bright colors. It doesn't look like it has a real horror vibe through the whole movie because of a lot of the framing of shots and stuff. But she uses so much like color and almost infantilizing Cassie with the way that she's dressed. Well, it's so dark. The underlying tone almost feels like an Ari Aster thing. I do know what you're saying, Noel, about how Ari Aster kind of gloms onto like one idea in his films, and if he were to make this movie, it might be a little bit too like she'd be killing people. I feel like almost. But
If it was Ari Aster, the whole movie would be like, "Did you know we live in a society?"
It would be too like on the nose of
Yeah.
I'm like preaching instead of inviting you to conversation.
That is what his movies were like.
Yeah.
Oh man.
unless it's Bo's Afraid, and I don't know what the fuck that was.
I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's his wife tombstone mug from the Bechtel cast, and it is based on the tombstone in The Rock that actually says his wife.
What?
In the beginning of the movie, Barbara Hummel, his wife.
Oh.
So his wife, the tombstone here. My feminist masterpiece.
Perfect.
Can I? Sorry, I just want to say one thing. I don't know if we're moving on to Body yet. I just want to say one thing about just the kind of production of this and bringing it back to Emerald being amazing. I understand why this won Best Original Screenplay. It makes total sense. If anybody can find a copy of the script and then I can purchase it so I can have it on my shelf and read it on a rainy day, that would be very much appreciated, because I genuinely want to sit down and read this like a book. Every actor that was in this movie and has done interviews talks about the first time they picked up the script and they were just hooked. And that doesn't happen a lot with scripts. They can be okay, and then the actors kind of make up for the missing pieces, but this from beginning to end story base that's an actor's dream.
I wish I knew history about the script.
And not to be like reductive in the screenplay, because I think it's amazing, but like in a lot of ways it reminds me of a Hitchcock structure in terms of just, like it feels like several genres Jenga together, where all the elements are working, and if you were to pull out any of them, the tower could fall down at any moment. Where it's not necessarily just a horror movie, even though, you know, when you think of Alfred Hitchcock, you think of horror movies. When you watch them, you're like, this isn't just a horror movie. There's so many other elements here that are working to the benefit of the movie. And I feel the same way about this. And like Cass, when we were watching the movie, you were like, I had heard that she had wrote it as a romantic comedy, but then also was like purposefully having these like hard horror scenes cut in between it. And then when it came to shooting the movie, those elements were really hard to do, but they were able to somehow kind of blend the two together. And as I was watching, I'm like, yeah, that's like there's ridiculous shit happening in this. When they're in the pharmacy and they're like feeding each other spam and stuff, it's like so goofy.
You have like
silly.
Paris Hilton, Stars Are Blind in the background. I'm like,
With a giant neon pink pharmacy sign that would never
music
exist.
video.
It's just like, yeah,
That
it's like a
was,
crazy music video.
It feels
That was
like a
both-
dream sequence. Like
does.
it's not. It's
It
so
is.
fantasy.
Yeah,
it is.
basically
It is.
Yeah, that was Bo Burnham's idea.
Bless.
Making the film, he wanted to sort of underline that she's opening herself up to him in this like really weird, like hyper.
That scene was his idea, or
Like
He threw a lot of ideas
using
at
Stars
the
Are
board,
Born,
but I
yeah.
don't know.
Right.
I think you're right though, Jason. I'm pretty sure I did hear that. Like using that specific song, like in like kind of doing that montage was a Bo
Oh,
pick.
the song was his idea. Okay.
The song was his idea.
I
yeah.
thought you meant that whole scene was. I was like, no, he doesn't have any writing credits or anything. How could that be his whole idea?
And that's how creative movie making is done when you don't have an auteur who's just yelling at everybody and you can only talk to
Collaborate.
him if you say awooga or something, and that's the only way that he'll pay attention to you.
Yeah.
You actually collaborate. Can I just read off some things here? So
Yeah.
Okay.
she has an Academy Award that we mentioned. She has 2 BAFTA awards, 3
Yeah.
Primetime Emmys, and 3 Golden Globes. And I know that awards, you know, they don't mean anything because like lots of people don't get awarded for stuff and the Oscars are a joke, etc., etc. It's not a meritocracy.
And also like
Tell us how you really
but, like,
feel about awards.
whatever.
Sarah.
Sorry. However, that's still like I can see that she's absolutely deserving. She's a very decorated person, and her dad is the king of bling, a very famous jewelry designer.
Oh, that's why he named her Emerald.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all of his children are named after precious gems.
Oh my god, I'm looking that up.
Just
My
like how
daughter
Cardi
Diamond,
B's.
my other daughter Sapphire, and my daughter Emerald.
And she has 2 children. That's crazy.
Crazy.
That's a lot of life to have going on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna look this up, but you guys carry on.
It also got nominated for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress for Carey Mulligan, and Best Editing. So, also, I have a note here that says that it sort of sparked discourse on nice guy culture. I'm trying to remember even if the nice guy trope was a thing before this.
It
but all
absolutely
kind of-
was.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was. The nice guy
Okay.
trope has been a thing
The-
since the 90s.
This was also like a big, like I'm thinking 2020, so it's kind of like the Me Too movement was also really in full throttle.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I mean, to be fair, I've heard of like nice guy syndrome since I was in high school. But maybe
Have you
that's
seen-
also my perspective of being a woman in high school. So I don't know.
But have you
Let
seen
me
The
tell
Mask?
you a little.
The whole plot of The Mask is based around Stanley Ipkiss having a news article called "Nice Guys Finish Last."
Right,
yeah,
yeah,
that was the original kind of idea. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, go ahead, Noel.
Let me tell you a little story called Sense and Sensibility by Jane Austen.
Yeah,
And another one about
When you
private
said Jane
prejudice.
Austen, I saw another lightning bolt.
I
Yeah.
also I'm seeing the exact same lightning at my window, and I'm
I'm
like,
glad we're all
what?
experiencing the lightning.
It's
Spoiler
beautiful.
alert. I can't see it, thank God. Spoiler alert. In those movies, the nice guy is actually the evil douchebag, and it's the other guy who's
Like Hans in Frozen.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think this is a tale as old as time, because I think that what did I say?
No, that's Beauty and the
at
Beast.
That's true. What did I say last
Classic
episode?
nice guy.
Goo brains.
Mm.
Whoops. I was watching that back and being like, did I just say all men have goo brains? Do I regret it?
I mean, I don't regret that you said it because I believe it to be true for the most part, like
Um,
98%.
I know, like, well, we will get to the body yada yada of this episode at some point. But on that note, Noel, I have kind of a discussion. We can do it now, or we can do it at any point. But especially with the nice guy trope, I find I have a few friends, women on the dating scene, and I am not, and I'm thankful for it. But kind of talking to different men that they're on dates with, and realizing how much is just scripting. And it's the one piece of advice I've ever given to my girlfriends is like, is somebody talking to you and saying something that they want you to hear, or do they have opinions on it? Do they have genuine thoughts? Do they want to have a discussion? Because I find a lot of what's happening kind of in the world of social media and manosphere and whatever you want to call it, a lot of it is the idea of what to say to get a relationship, or to get with a woman, or to get with whatever, and just say that thing and they'll love it. Read them poetry, do whatever. And I think this movie really, really highlights that aspect, and I hope that changes, because it's not fair also to the dudes out there that want genuine connection and relationship.
Yeah, well, I
It
mean,
doesn't
like,
work that way.
if you go back to the game, which was the playbook for how to nag women, it's based around the nice guy, right? Like, you have to
For
be
sure.
like, oh, you have something in your eye, and then they're like, oh, and then they're like, no, but I like it. Like, that's like the core of negging. So if I wasn't already married, like, I will never, I don't ever want to date or go out into the universe or anything ever again. And I'm over 30, so it's not like anyone will actually want me anyway, because we live in a society. And I also don't want children,
Cool.
so screw that. So
Jesus, I think that Noel's actually summoning this thunderstorm right now.
Yeah,
I honestly, I feel like the two of us
cloud.
together, the manifestation. I've got Florence and the Machine behind me on my vinyl record thing as well. I feel like the witches are alive today.
So I am going to take a moment to pray to my personal Lord and Savior, Vin Diesel, to see me through this episode.
Yeah. What about Vin Diesel? I mean, we put a Jesus hair on him. We give him a beard for a shirt.
You know what?
For a shirt.
The jewel of
In
Vin
a
Diesel.
romance path. Done.
Yeah.
But yes, to that point, like the dating, the tropes, etc. I mean, in 1900 to like 1950, you owned your wife.
Yeah, so like yesterday in history. Yeah.
So like you owned your wife. Like, if you wanted to put her in a mental institution, have her brain cut open, you could do that. If you if you wanted to like grape her all the time, you could do that, because that's not a thing, because
it was property and object, not human being. And honestly, unfortunately, I hate to see that making a comeback. Hate to see it.
That's legal, right? So there's legal ownership. So of course, not too many years later, like of course we still have this society where this is percolating, and like you don't have like, it hasn't been long enough from when men used to own their wives and fathers used to own their daughters, that like to think that we'll just be like snap equality and feminism has won and everything and like all that.
No, the fight continues every single day. That doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, exactly. And it just hasn't been that long.
No.
And that's not, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it is so freaking recent that, of course, like you look around and like, of course we live in a hellscape, like when it comes to stuff like that, because it's not properly reckoned with, as this movie goes into detail about how, like we are taught to reinforce.
And Cassie turning into Batman and being like, my own justice.
Yeah.
I think she turns into the Joker, to be honest.
A little bit. I like a little bit of a combo, like a femme combo of those two.
Batman and the Joker are two sides of the same coin. Like they're the same person.
That's
they're
true.
deeply in love with each other in this
Two
amazing.
That's my Two-Face impression. Two sides of the same coin.
I like it.
But truly. But yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, if this was the Joker, I mean, I like the Joker. I just don't like the Joker when he's dead. Yeah.
I'm the Joker, baby.
Just like that. I'll cast you.
The nice guy complex comes from like this idea that a way to blame the world around you for your own personal failures, but I'm a nice guy, right? And then and we dive deep into the incel world if we keep going down that path. But
the lack of self-reflection and self-preservation. That's exactly what this movie and what that pipeline is, of no accountability, no like emotional there because it's not taught. You need to have space to teach that, and if it's not taught, then what do you expect?
Exactly.
Do we want to jump into the body of the episode? Because
the body, yada yada.
Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
Wow.
Wow.
So
lightning again. Do you see it on my screen?
Whoa. It's the body of the lightning.
Speaking of bodies, this movie has one of the best openings to a film.
You guys hear that thunder?
Oh yeah.
You guys hear that
It's
thunder?
beautiful. I wish I could do this podcast on my balcony right now so I could just be out in the rain.
Why did I hear the lightning like 10 seconds later? There's airplanes landing.
Because
You
we're in
heard
different
the
places
lightning?
in the city.
Yep. The thunder.
Thunder
Sorry.
is technically the sound of the lightning. Not
Right.
wrong.
You're right. You're right.
I misspoke.
I've spoken.
Speaking of the body, though, this movie opens with quite possibly.
We only make fun of Jason around here when he actually says something crazy, not when he says something logical.
Thank you. Fuck. Finally, some recognition.
I have to defend my good friend Jason when he says something that makes sense.
You can
But
text
wait
And
for it.
shit on him when he doesn't.
But I just let me get this thought out and then we can discuss. But this opening sequence is great. I didn't consider this the first time I watched it, but Cass said an amazing thing. It opens up with a bunch of guys dancing with their dumb shirts, their dumb button-up shirts, and they're all clearly like at a bar after work, and they're like gyrating and thrusting, and it's just a bunch of guys basically dancing together.
But it
Like there's not
also-
even a lot of women on the floor.
There are women
And
there. but
Cass
they-
was just like the female gaze, and that's something you don't really think about.
yeah.
Yeah, so like it's a shot for shot of that section in a Fast and Furious movie where it's just close-ups of butts dancing and like this is a shot for shot of so many movies that have this scene with women.
I like
So,
though that
it's-
Emerald decided to do it in a way. It's like you usually see that shot, and it's like everybody is like thin and has abs and like perfect figure, and like it's just a bunch of dudes that are just like normal, like dad bod dudes, just vibing out. And that to me is like her brand of comedy. Like that, what a perfect way to just begin and set the tone of
I
this.
think-
I think it's beautiful.
I think that sorry, go ahead.
I think it's intentionally grotesque.
Oh yeah.
Like that's
That's what I was going to say too. Yeah. They do all of the shots like you said, no, like a cliched shot of a club, like something you'd see in like a Michael Bay movie or whatever.
Yeah,
But then
Bad Boys for sure.
it
not
goes-
The Rock.
but it's like, you know, sexy angles and lighting, and then the final shot of it cuts to this wide shot of all these people on this stage, and they're all like, like they're
And
groaning.
it
like
speeds up
zombies.
too. Like it's not like it was slow motion, and then you're like,
Yeah.
now you're in real life, and there's like, oh,
And the way
sweating.
the way the music is cut, it almost sounds like it's coming from a speaker like way back behind them, where you can barely hear the music, and you can hear they're sort of gyrating and moaning over everything. That
Yeah.
was my first like gut chuckle. I'm like, good. This movie is knows.
I
what
just
it's
looked at
doing.
it. No women. There's no women on that dance floor. They're literally
Wow.
all just like to each
It
other.
reminds me of that Flight of the Conchords song where it's like, too many dicks on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Too many dicks.
Too many
It's
dicks.
that. Oh, love Flight of the
Um,
Conchords.
Yeah, so that scene I was like, I get it. See what you're doing here.
Yeah, it's kind of it's pretty aggressively doing what it's doing. I don't
This
think
is
it's trying to be subtle.
Master point of the movie where it's like, you get it? You get it?
Yeah.
But-
Come
but
on
the thing
board
is,
right
like,
now or leave. Like that's your option.
I think that it's okay though. I think that sometimes the movie saying "Do you get it?" is a positive, because like it or not, 90% of the movie going audience is a bunch of fucking morons that don't get it. So sometimes the movie really has to hold your hand through certain aspects.
That's true. And especially with a topic like this and like setting up a tone for that, you need a bit of.
Especially when a lot of this movie is going to be stuff that goes over people's heads, it's okay
Mhm.
every once in a while to really just throw you in
Sorry.
the potato sack and shake you around and be like,
because it
Working?
it
Can you
immediately
guys hear
goes.
me?
I get
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
It immediately goes to three very recognizable actors. While Ray Nicholson is in this, he's not recognizable yet per se, but he's Jack Nicholson's son, so he's very like got a very prominent face. But it's Adam Brody.
All three of us were like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? We know this guy. It turns out, no, we don't. We just know his dad.
Yeah, well, we thought that he was the Han Solo guy because they look very similar.
I thought he was
Oh,
that
yeah.
for a second until his face went
Yeah.
to another angle, and I was like, that's a Jack
Nope.
Nicholson.
and
And then he
what's his name?
started talking like this, and I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely not.
and Sam Richardson from like comedy, and that's a big thing about this movie. That's excellent. We have a lot of comedians, not a lot of real serious actors in this playing major parts besides Carey Mulligan, doing very good acting in a serious way, even though they're known for comedic roles. Molly Shannon, Bo Burnham.
Yeah, this is also an old, not trick, but trope in Hollywood. Is like sometimes when you take something that is darkly comedic, but also requires some serious acting chops, you give those roles to the people that you are expecting to be hilarious when their face appears on screen. Your gut is holding in, waiting to laugh, but then the stuff that they're presenting to you is so deadly serious that it's almost more impactful, but at the same time you're reading a layer of satire that doesn't exist, but it exists solely for the fact that these people
Because
are the
we're
ones
in a
that are delivering this
society.
dialogue. Yeah.
And we know them.
What?
I
And the
think
movie's
that-
like, do you get it?
do you get it? I think this works like kind of like the two things working hand in hand incredibly well. Something I've always said is that comedy is tragedy or drama that's sped up. So casting comedic actors in a drama is actually the perfect formula to make sure that it connects. Not only that, we have casting of these nice guys. Like we have Adam Brody in this first scene, who is Hollywood, little, nice, cute. We love him. And having that jarring kind of switch on us as the audience, that is impactful because you don't expect it. You don't want that guy to be the bad guy. And when it does happen, it feels like you got punched in the stomach.
Yeah,
like it's
that's
a
very
personal
intentional.
betrayal.
With the
Exactly.
nice-
It's brilliant
with the nice
casting.
guys, with the nice guys being cast, because like you have Bo Burnham as well, who is like a Hollywood nice guy, and with Adam Brody, it's also target audience, right? So
For sure.
Emerald Canal is about a particular woman of a certain age, as are the people who would have grown up with Gilmore Girls and the OC. So he is the a formative nice guy.
Like the awkward
to
heartthrob
our generation.
nerd.
He was the
You
best
love him.
boyfriend on Gilmore Girls by like a country mile.
Yeah.
Jason. So
Exactly. And that's the thing, it like uses that endearment to prove the point that like you really can't know until you know a person. And that's the whole point of Cassie's thing as well. Like her consistently proving that point throughout this movie. I think it's the most brilliant casting I've ever seen in my entire life. And I love it.
Alison Brie, who also is like Hollywood sweetheart.
Sweet little
I
Like,
watched
if this movie was made
I watched Scream 4 today, and Alison Brie and Adam Brody are both in it, and I was like,
bless.
weird,
Oh, they got back together.
weird. And they play similar characters almost, which was interesting. Adam Brody was like a bumbling dumb cop, and Alison Brie was like a self-made, like upstanding kind of the new
The same
the new-
characters. It's a connected universe. Promising Young Women exists.
Oh
in the
no,
Scream
we
universe.
could not.
even though they both die 12 years before this came out.
We cannot open the pocket dimensions here. We cannot do it.
This whole opening sequence is crazy because these guys like are just like talking shit about women at the bar.
Immediately, the first lines of this movie are those men being like, "Wow, that girl, she sucks. Hate working with her." First line. Everything else just music. Brilliant.
It also sucks because, and by sucks I mean it's very good and accurate, is that these guys are not sort of like jockey guys, the ones that you would expect to be doing locker room talk. They're the ones that you would expect not to. And
I don't know, corporate world can be crazy.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that they're the guys that wish that they were a part of the locker room talk, but never were their entire lives. And now they have their own specific brand of locker room talk that is the after work, my tie is a little bit loose and I make a lot of money and we can just go pick up women at the bar. And I know people like this in real life, and I fucking hate them. But sorry, Noah, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
So I forgot what it was.
No.
If this movie was like 30 years ago, this would be the equivalent of having like Tom Hanks in the Adam Brody role and Meg Ryan in the Alison Brie role. How jarring that would be. But yes, go on. We live in a society.
I was gonna say it's like this movie is like easily comparable to something like American Psycho, just in terms of like tone and subject matter. But then I think about these guys at this bar, and they seem like the kind of guys who would really, really like American Psycho for the wrong reason. Like they would all identify with Patrick Bateman.
They all have their
the dumbest
fancy little
way.
business cards, and
Yeah,
they
I love
love
Fight
them.
Club also. They get
Yeah.
the wrong idea to Fight Club.
So
Sorry, go ahead. Mel.
mainly because people don't read. But this is my biggest the locker room talk thing got me to one of my biggest problems with romance novels right now. So like Icebreaker is one with a hockey player, and like anyway, it's like this whole genre that's like girls in college falling in love with jocks, right? Either she's a skater, or she's like a figure skater,
And he
or
was
she's
a boy, she was a girl. Can I make it any
Exactly.
more obvious?
And
Got it.
I cannot deal with this. I can't suspend my disbelief with these guys speaking in full sentences and like they care about people and like they've read books. Like I'm
like,
where's the locker talk? Like,
bro, have you ever heard of
just-
Jane Austen though, bro? Like, whoa, blew my mind.
it's
I would believe that's great.
crazy to me. I can't get over it. And like the only one that's written okay is a male on male one, and it's because the lady who wrote it is a hockey player, so they kind of get it. And so I'm like, okay, this is way more believable. And do you know what else I don't believe in those romance novels when it's male on male when they're out? And I'm like, no, they wouldn't be out. I can't suspend my disbelief that hard. Like
That's
they would
fair.
be in the closet, and they are in this book. Anyway, sorry.
And the rails. No, that's
Yeah.
honestly, if there's any of these books that are good, I love a good fun smut moment. So send it my way. I want to
I don't know
touch
how to
on.
read.
Sorry,
I have a real problem with it.
it's true.
Both my
I wanted
ADD
to touch
and also
on
I can't see words properly. That's not
the
true. but-
dyslexia. I get it.
I literally read
Dyslexia.
for a living every single day of my life.
Is that
Yeah.
true? Is
I
that
was making
true,
a joke.
Wayne?
Yeah.
I want to touch on though this opening scene with those guys having their locker room talk. I heard a really interesting take. I wish I could credit the person that I heard this from, and I can't because I was listening to a lot of things. But it was somebody talking about, and I noticed it the kind of third time I've watched it now, of these guys talking. Adam Brody's character seeming like very nice guy, very whatever. It seems weirdly on multiple watches even more malicious. Like the guys that are at the bar with him, even though he's not participating to like outward audiences, like I think that those guys, if I were to like kind of take a microscope to that relationship, those guys probably know that Adam Brody's character does this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is not
Yeah,
the
there was-
first time it's happened, and for them to just like kind of catcall him as he's like, I'm gonna go make sure she's okay, and they're like, okay,
Like, yeah,
get it,
good one,
wow.
bud. Yeah.
Like
there was
it's
not a single doubt in my mind that he was going to be up to no good.
gross.
But just the way he goes about it, he doesn't even try to help her look for her phone. He seems far more interested in giving her a ride home than he does in trying to help her find her. He even says like, "Did you maybe leave it in the bathroom or something?" And she's like, "No." And he
doesn't like
look
go
for
get a bouncer and be
cushions.
like, can you go make sure somebody checks the washroom and finds this girl her phone? Also,
And I
where
mean,
are your friends?
Yeah, I mean, we can pick apart the logic of it, but at the same time, I'm just like, the vibe is already like, it's
Not
off.
trusting.
Yep, it doesn't seem great. When when they're in the cab on the way back, and she's got her head out the window,
So
and then
good.
he's like, I just got I just got my cab cleaned, and then she pulls her head in, and he's like, no, she's all right, and then she's like, no. Like she
No.
says no, like she's about to say I'm about to barf, but then she's like,
No, I'm not gonna throw up.
good. I'm not gonna throw up.
I'm not gonna
But did
throw
you
up.
see? Was it me just like looking for good people in this movie? But I was like, the cabbie, he's like,
He
lady,
was
go,
a
go.
G, but
He's
he
like-
should have done more. He should have done more.
I think
And
that's
complicit.
think
No,
that's
it's
the
Steven
point.
even said like the cab driver's a piece of shit too. He was like kind
He
of
could've.
enabling the whole situation. is
That,
what
and
it
I think
seems
that's the
like.
point, that he sees this isn't right, but like all he's worried about is whether she'll hurl in the car.
Yeah.
And also get paid for the trip.
So he, again, like most of the men in this movie, is only concerned about himself and not
Yeah.
the woman in the
Yeah, I
cab.
mean, bystander or whatever effect is like people, we're not taught to step in.
He
When we do,
yeah.
we're taught we get stacked.
He was more interested in getting her out of the car than he was in
I
any way
can't
stepping
find my
into the
stand.
situation.
Yeah, there was like the way that was shot or acted or whatever. You like when he looks through the rear view mirror. I feel like that actor gave like the look of the eyes of I know this is wrong, but the fact that he didn't stop makes him part of the problem, makes him part of the system.
Agreed.
Maybe
I
in
love
30
that.
years, he'll have an Alfred Molina moment where he's sitting in his mansion being like, I should have saved all those women in my
All those
Uber."
women I saw in the back of my cab /
I'm
Uber.
sure,
yeah.
honestly, like many taxi drivers would be able to give horror stories on stuff like this too.
It's also disgusting that Peter, Adam Brody's character, says, "Do you want to come up for one beer?" And the next thing we see is him pour the weirdest orange liqueur and pours like a shot for himself and a full
Right.
glass for her. It's so fucking
Disgusting.
weird.
I don't even know
Yeah.
what that stuff
Gross.
was. Like, does anybody know what that
I
was?
think it was some kind of like watermelon liqueur or something.
Yeah,
I think it's
that's
like
what
a
it
popular
was.
thing in the States. I'm not sure.
Definitely some sort of watermelon liqueur, melon liqueur, some gross like orange licorice liqueur is what my head
It's like
kept
if-
saying.
If you were to
It's a
give
nasty
a
girl
person a full glass of sourpuss, you'd be
Yeah.
like, please do not give me that. I am okay.
But he's
Correct.
like, my roommate's away, so it seems like the bar that
Also
they have in their house
that.
just had whatever in it. So he's just pouring whatever liquor to get her even more drunk.
And
Or
also doing the classic boyfriend thing of like being like, oh, I'm just gonna move this hair out of your face.
Yeah.
Like thinking
That's
he's the nice
negging.
guy. And exactly. It's so it's so
And
gross.
kisses her before she can even be like no or yes. And then also when
Yeah.
he kisses her, she does that thing that the other robot from Megan does.
yeah.
Just like he flat faces him and he's just
Yeah,
like,
it's like,
grossly
"Oh,
kiss
it's like
it. Yeah.
touching your mouth."
This is the thing with Cassie as well as a character. Like in her vengeance plot, she just is kind of there and allows people to show their true colors. She never gives like any whatever you would say quote unquote reason. There's no flirting, there's no nothing, there's no signs of any kind of interaction. And even at that point, it still happens. And I think like that's kind of her point of being like, no, I'm gonna prove that you are the worst of the worst, and I'll call you out on it. And
That's really,
yeah.
really uncomfortable to watch. But yeah,
it's uncomfortable. Yeah.
I read it as he's giving her like a chick drink because he's not that kind of guy, right? Like it's not like pour me a real drink, you know?
Mm. Oh,
Like,
I
I'm
can see that.
the
I think it's
thing
also just like get her more messed up than she is.
Yeah, yeah, but
So
I mean,
the way I read this, which is maybe the grossest way to read it, is that he's covering himself. If anything comes about, he can be like, I don't know, she came over and she had one drink, and he makes the drink big and obvious so she can at least remember having a drink in her hand, and it's so full that she's having trouble. So when she's having memory recall after being drunk, she'll remember drinking that much liquor and being like, I did drink a lot. Yeah.
because
Yeah, manipulation.
The burden of proof lands on the victim.
This is like how dumb men are too, because what the point of view must have been like this drunk woman walks over and sits down, but the reality is like she walked into a bar stone cold sober, didn't buy any drinks at all, and then sits down and then just starts acting wasted, and they're like predator. You know what I mean?
Also,
So it's,
guaranteed the bartenders know her and are like, continue, girl, you're getting these men
Yeah.
out of our establishment.
I thought about that right now. Like what, like the perception is just like that shitty dude thing of being like just like a predator eyes, just honing in on.
It's called predator vision. It goes like
Yeah.
this,
Predator vision.
and it's like
Yeah.
a vision, like doom, 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 and it's like sweating, perspiration.
We're
'Cause they're
talking
like,
about two. Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
I'm just gonna say, back in the bar, the first thing that he sees is a girl that's like clear. She's not just sitting on
She's
the
passing out.
She's passing out and also showing her underwear. Like she's got like a skirt on, and that riles him up, right? And it's so fucking gross.
Predator and
why
prey.
Yeah, that's why he walks over and starts to talk to her. And then even in the after they have the drinks, they go to the bed, and she's like, "Stop! What are you doing? Please stop that!" And he's taking her underwear off, and then
Like, what are
she's
you
lying
doing?
there on the bed, and her eyes just go.
Mm-hmm.
And
What are
he's
you doing?
actually drunk, which is great.
Peter, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
The way
Do you know
that I
what
saw that man's stomach fall out of his ass, bless. Amazing.
Yeah, those are some of the best moments in the movie. Is when the look of realization on the actors' faces when they understand that they have been caught in their own predatory trap,
and immediately try to justify. I want to say one really quick thing, just because we were talking about this whole like kind of drink situation and what that could mean. You made a really good point, and it's one point that really stuck out to me in this entire film. We'll get to it at some point, but the quote that Dr. Green makes, our friendly neighborhood Doc Ock, where he is talking about like juries and the way that the criminal system works, and he says, "One drunk picture, you won't believe how hostile that makes a jury." And that is exactly this. And I wanted to throw it out there.
No,
yeah.
If you want a good read, no, you know what?
You message me. We'll talk about it.
Holy crap. Today was the day.
Yeah.
Do you know what that scene reminds me of when she opens her eyes? That scene in Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 2. When she's just become a vampire and it's
like full like
and she's
spoilers.
like
full like red and hungry.
Yeah. Sorry, this is how I'm gonna handle my feelings.
That's okay. This is comedy. We get through tragedy with comedy. It's okay. That's the point of it.
What it reminded me
of. It did actually remind me of that.
What it reminded me of for some reason is, in Kill Bill when she's trying to will her toe to move and then the toe finally moves.
Yeah.
It's like this like little, just like the stillness and the look on her face is. I think I out loud said yes. Like when I was sitting between you guys, I was like yes. I was like kill him.
Carey Mulligan has a very interesting like career. I feel like much of the time she's very underused.
She's incredible.
She's in so many movies where like her talent is just so much bigger than many of the movies that she's in. So it was really satisfying to get to watch her in something like this. Like even when she's like, the two that come to mind are big roles were The Great Gatsby, which was an absolute train wreck. What a waste of her talent there. And then the other one is Drive, which again, what a goddamn waste of her talent there. And it's a good performance, and it's like it's just the roles. Like this is something I written for her level of, whether it was written for her level of talent or whether they were like, this is the role that she walks in and you're like, okay, this is someone who can actually carry this. Like,
well, Emerald actually kind of had her in mind when she was writing.
That's what I mean. Like this role needs to be carried by a very, very capable actor.
For sure. I also know that I can't remember the actor's name, and somebody call me out on it. But the guy who plays Alan, also Hollywood nice guy kind of vibe. I was watching an interview of him talking about speaking with her as an actress, and they were talking. She was like, "I'm so excited to like work on something that's like, you know, different from all these dramas and like heavy things I'm doing. Like I get to like kind of have fun and do all these things." And he was reading his kind of one section of the script, and he's like, "What do you mean this is comedy? Like, what are you getting from this?" But I do understand from her actor perspective level of like, no, like I get to have fun. I get to have power moments. I get to be snippy and snarky and like have these like really quick-witted moments. She's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, I'm sure that clown had a really great time when he was buddying up with that other clown in that Stephen King movie where they tortured that woman. So, you know, she can have fun in this role too, eh? Sorry.
That's clown behavior. Stanley
Kubrick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also, I want to talk about we were talking about that kind of like snap.
He can't. He literally can't. He's dead. He's been dead.
Good. No, you know what?
Very dead.
R.I.P. Hulk Hogan.
No.
I'm just gonna go for it.
We're
Rest in peace, Chuck Mangione, if anybody.
I wanted to talk about too with this like Cassie's like sober like snap moment. Obviously, girl hasn't been drinking the entire time, so she's on her own journey. But the lovely thing with Cassie, and I know we'll get into it too as we kind of get into the full opening of this of did she, didn't she, which is consistent throughout this film. and it always keeps us on the edge of our seat if she actually took that extra step. But I like that she is a character. Also, again, to me, this is written by a woman. It's the psychological violence in warfare versus physical. And she is in situations where this could get easily physically messy, and she knows that. But her wit and her brain and her ability to psychologically overpower against somebody who doesn't have the skills to do so is magnificent. Also, I will say a little bit fantasy. This could go very wrong for somebody who tried to do this in real life. But it's beautiful to see that aspect of this as a character.
You couldn't just go do this like Batman. You have to
No.
That's the fantasy element, but you also have to have the tenacity and the intelligence to be able to think of every possible outcome to get away with a lot of the stuff. And
Sure.
what we do see her ability to stare a person down and see into their soul moments later when she's walking. We get that like she's eating a hot dog, it turns out, but she seems like she has blood
Like
on her, but
red
she's kept
dripping
up.
down her.
It's very stylized, of course, but at the
Beautiful.
same time, she gets catcalled by a bunch of construction workers, and she just looks at them, and they're like, "Oh, you're crazy, lady!" And they scatter basically.
It's so funny.
It's so good.
I also love
And
that, like,
watching them like not be able to handle her silence and her stare, and then it going from "haha, we're having fun" to "this chick's crazy" to "ew, you're gross, and we didn't like you anyway." You're like, wait, what?
Yeah. I do also like.
I mean, that's sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
I was just gonna say I also went through these like different changing emotions throughout that entirety of her reveal, because you see the little bit of like what appears to be blood on her leg, and then she's holding something with like blood going down her wrist, and I'm like, did
like,
she scissor his fucking balls off? And I'm like my brain was like, she's got his balls in her hand. This is amazing. And then she takes a bite. I'm like, oh, it's a hot dog. But I'm like,
Yeah.
but
Or-
That's also very
Did-
like symbolic too, right?
Or did she have a
Okay.
really hard time pulling out a tampon?
Yes,
Because-
Oh my God.
I seen
No.
that happen.
The girlies.
but that scene reminded me of Harley Quinn when she's like dreaming about eating the sandwich, and like women eating is like a thing that doesn't happen on TV or movies in a particular
Oh,
way.
it's not ladylike.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
can't just eat things.
So they're showing her eating like a slob, which is great, but the stare
Mhm.
down is like, this has happened for real. Like
I've done that.
I may be one of the angriest people alive. And
You
this
know,
one guy,
angry.
this
telling
one
me
guy
you're
was trying to
angry
look
right
at
now?
me, and I was like,
Yeah.
and he went, and he like looked at me, and I was just like, and he was like, it was
Honestly,
like,
the stare down does
you.
work. The stare down works.
I do to everyone though. So there is that. Like a woman's looking at me, I'm like, what?
You want to fight? Like right now?
What do you want?
Jeez. I try to be nice to everybody all the time, to my own detriment sometimes.
I also, to be fair, Stephen, I've been that a lot of my life as well. I have learned from the world to grow my little spiky backbone.
You know what? I'm lying. I'm not always nice. Sometimes I'm super mean.
I
You're
started out
spiky.
nice, but then society got in the way, and it turned me into the monster that I am today. And men get
And
to
now
be
I'm
the
like-
monsters that they are today and get away with it. Why can't I?
I was gonna tell
Look
an
at the
anecdote.
Joker.
I
I'm
walk
the Joker,
around looking
baby.
like I walk
The real
around looking like
person,
I'm
the
a
Joker.
big intimidating professional wrestler all the time, and I'm going. I might actually be making some people go like, ugh.
The amount of times, Jason, you've been like coming to like meet up with like me or Steven or Tatiana, and you'll just like appear out of nowhere and I don't see you, and I'm like, oh my God, a man. And then I'm like, oh, it's Jason.
Oh my
And
god,
I
I'm
think
in.
it's so funny, and every time right after, I'm like, I gotta stop doing that, man.
You're
it's
just
not-
so
it's not a-
silent. I'm like,
it's
where
not a
did you
great
come
look.
from?
I've got
also have a
shades
lumbering
and this
gait.
hat on.
It's
You're
fine.
never
I
worried.
Jason walks like this.
I would have
If you
also
were-
punched you in the face if I was actually worried, and then you would have deserved it. But it's fine. We're good.
If
I do have a
If you were-
lumbering gait. I catch glimpses of myself in mirror or in
You need to work on that
glass
gate.
around the city.
If you
I'm
were
doing
worried
it.
that you are intimidating, I've never once been intimidated by you.
No, you're not
Yeah, 'cause-
intimidating. But you sneaking up
No,
behind me,
great.
being like, "I'm here." I'm like, "Ah."
I forget.
We
I
get
think
it,
it's-
Noel.
I-
You're not intimidated by anybody. Jesus.
Yeah.
Right.
You can take
Tala
them.
Titan's been
No,
summoned by
it's-
Boba.
I've summoned Tala Titan. Finally, we meet.
I think I'm just always squinting and tired and busy. So it comes off very like
As
I'm
not
gonna-
intimidated or angry.
From my point of view, I'm just showing up behind people I know, but every time I realize that it's an imposing figure, like that you don't know, like I'm doing a stranger danger, and I'm gonna stop. Today, I'm swearing off it. I'm swearing off stranger danger forever. I'm never gonna do it again.
It's
Hey,
okay.
Jason.
I think it's kind of funny.
Jason.
After I realize it's you, I think it's funny.
Jason,
That's what I
you know what
hope.
you should do? You should pop up behind me one day.
Oh,
never
No,
know.
because
Me.
you'll kick and punch
should
and
do
kick
it.
And
again.
then Noel will be walking
do
down
it.
the street with what appears to be a hot dog in her hand, but
Yeah.
it's actually
Yeah.
penis.
And a
And we won't
tampon
know if I
dangling from
got-
the other.
Yeah, we won't know if I got killed or not.
Yeah. All right. So should we move on to the next scene?
Yeah,
We've been kind
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
So Cassie lives at home.
We got so much to talk about.
We kind of it shows up
already
at her
tired.
house. We find out that she lives with her parents. She's about 30.
she is 30. She turns 30 in the movie.
She turns
And she
30 in the
doesn't
movie.
remember her birthday.
Her
Yes.
parents are Clancy Brown
Which,
and
hey, real
Jennifer
real
Coolidge.
talk. That's happened to me many times in my life. Where I'm like, oh, I forgot it's my birthday today.
Yeah.
Until
Some
someone
adults
else
don't
tells
like
me.
birthdays.
It ebbs and
Fair.
flows for me. I sometimes I'm like birthday month, and sometimes I'm like I don't care.
Hmm.
Yeah. Most of the time,
the
I'm like,
older I
"Don't
get,
remind
it's I don't care. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
almost like some people with trauma have difficulty accepting days where they're supposed to be the center of attention for and receive things despite not having done anything to
deserve it." Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's almost like that's a thing.
Yeah.
I also think also for Cassie too, it's like I don't know exactly what her home life was before all this trauma with Nina. I don't know. But like the trauma of like her not remembering her birthday and not being present for it, like that is trauma. That's like her being like so enveloped in this world
He's
of
literally Batman.
vengeance, and she's
Yeah.
literally in Batman mode. Like she can't turn it off, and to the point where she's like, "Oh, I don't know what day it is. I just go and work at my cafe, and then I go home, and then I get ready and I go out and make people pay for their actions. That's it."
Yeah, she's only working because she has to. She needs to be doing something, or her parents will be like, "What's going on?" And
And
She lives
how-
at home, and
How
No
else is
offense,
she going to
people do.
pay the hitmen and other people that she pays?
yeah,
We'll get to that, but that was a
Very
really
good
wild money
budgeting.
for me.
yeah, that's where all her coffee money goes, is to pay people to, either pick up women.
or she
What?
sells
I have a
some of her
sequel.
parents' antiques,
Oh,
like
you
all
have
of
a
the antique furniture.
I have a sequel.
What's the sequel?
So she dies, obviously, and then she
Spoiler alert, she dies at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
she dies, and then it's basically the plot of Spawn, where they're like, you can go back and we'll give you more power so you can kill people way more, like actually effectively. So like what you were doing, keep doing that, only like murder, and also you're undead. And then that's the second movie of just like slash hack Moida, you
Okay.
know?
That's
Interesting
So you want her
note,
to you want her to become a murderer, is what you're saying.
Spawn,
the,
yes.
the studio wanted her to survive. They wanted a survival ending, but
because- Oh, yeah,
studios
duh.
are fucking stupid, and the
Emerald
movie
was
would
like,
have been-
no, we have to show like the consequences of
The movie would have been way, way less impactful to me
Yes.
had she survived at the end.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
Sequel.
there's
Time
a couple-
heist.
So
No.
she comes back from the future somehow.
I veto
saves
this.
herself from
No,
getting-
we're not doing an end game. We're not doing
I-
it.
I am really excited to like talk about the ending though, because there's like a couple almost versions of this ending. We get there when we get there. But I think after watching this the first time, I was a little bit almost annoyed at the ending, and now that I've watched it more times and had time to digest it, I am very happy with the
Yeah, you
ending.
had mentioned that to me as well when we watched it. You were like, a lot of people were upset by the ending of this. And I was
Yeah.
like, Honestly, I think that this ending is, it makes her character seem like she is literally a Batman figure, where she's got contingency plans in place for if something goes wrong. She's smart enough to have all of this stuff set up if anything goes wrong, and you can imagine that she maybe had those things set up for other moments in her life as well.
I'm sure she did.
There's probably a ton of people in her life who get like weird messages being like, if I die, read this and send this file. Yeah.
She's a smart cookie. She was top of her class in med school until she had to go and take care of her friends. Like, she's a smart fucking woman. Very, very smart. Promising young woman, if you would.
Promising young woman.
Yes.
We're talking about that movie.
Yeah.
Doesn't that come from the line that they say when they acquit men for assaulting women?
That's exactly what it is. I also will say, is I respect your like not saying names of people, but it is that specific Turner case who now goes by Alan Turner, and I think that's very poetic that they chose the name Alan Monroe for.
Oh yeah, it was just
man.
I was just trying to do a thing with the summary, but obviously
totally fair.
Also, I forgot his name because
I say it more because I never want to forget it. I never want to accidentally come across someone and be like, "Is that ringing a bell?" No, I want to know.
It is crazy.
I want that knowledge.
I believe that guy and his family like tried to sue a Scholastic book line because they had used his photo in like a law book for a certain type of like case that they did. So his case was like so unprecedented that they had to like cite it in law books, and they used his photo, like his mugshot or whatever, and they were trying to like sue the company, be like, he got acquitted, and it's like, no, he's still a horrible rapist. So we're gonna put his photo in here.
Call it what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly the line that they use. What a promising young man. We can't ruin his life because of a mistake. And using that promising young woman as a title.
Are you telling me that I need to ruin this whole young man's life because of one mistake?
Because he made an oopsie?
I think Brock Turner was another one that was that.
That's exactly it.
We were trying to not say his name, Jason.
It's Brock Alan Turner, goes by Alan Turner now, and he will be remembered and not forgotten. We know what you did.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm sorry, it went over my head.
It's okay.
We were not saying his name on purpose.
Yeah. I have this whole thing where I believe that, I think somewhere when I was like 6 years old, someone told me that like ancient Egyptian belief was that like if you stopped saying the name or you forgot the name, that they would like fade out of existence and not be, whatever.
I mean, that is true.
Afterlife shit.
I mean, the Egyptians also said that the most significant thing you can do in your life is die. So,
right, but you have to be remembered, which is why they're anyway. And then this was only like doubled down by the plot of Coco. So, which actually Coco is Emerald Fennell's sister's name. So,
okay,
I did look that up.
You're the master of using references that I've never seen, and I'm aware of everything you say, but I'm like, haven't seen it, but I know it exists.
So, I have this philosophy that I don't speak certain people's names into existence, because speaking their name into existence gives them power. So I completely disagree with Dumbledore. So,
okay,
and so forth.
So Cassie works at a coffee shop with her friend Gail.
And Gail is the best. Yeah. And Gail is the best. Laverne Cox in this role is apparently also like, she was a joy on set, like singing in between all these takes, and it was just lovely. And I'm like, I believe it. Scene stealer. Sorry, go ahead, Steven.
I was gonna say there's like a weird implication that she might be related to that other guy, because she says my brother saw you at the club, like the specific club that they went to, and then like
I didn't catch that.
Sam Richardson's character, because they're both
Sam Richardson's character. Yeah, okay. And at first I was like, maybe that's just my brain being like, oh, but she says the specific club that they were at, which you see at the beginning, and then he sees him again later, and there's like lines being connected where it's like she's doing all this stuff, and there are people in her life that are starting to catch on to the things that she's doing through this sort of like grapevine of information. And she's like, I've never been there before in my life.
That's interesting, because also like later on, like he's the one who also picks her up when she has like a whole conversation with Ryan, Bo's character. But I don't think like Gail as a character would allow her brother to do that. But also, I don't know, man. So maybe I'm wrong.
I tell you, no matter how nice you think your siblings are, there's probably stuff you don't know about them.
Yep. That's fair.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like a sister to brother. But I don't really know because I don't have a brother. But I do have a sister.
Same. Only child over here.
Me that my sister doesn't know.
I have a brother, if anyone wants to ask, and a sister.
I didn't know either of those things existed for you. What?
Yeah.
How do I not? I've known you for nearly a decade. I've known you for probably over a decade, in fact.
You have. And I'm not forthcoming with any information about myself. So there's that. I'm a mystery.
Classic man not asking questions, I guess.
Classic Noel not giving you any information.
Couple of classics. They're playing the classics over here, folks.
So we're unlocking the mysteries of her life slowly, but we're not really revealed anything about who she is or what the trauma is, just being drip fed it, which I really appreciated because it left a lot for the majority of this movie. You're trying to piece together what has happened. All you really know is that something very bad happened. There's a good chunk of the movie where you don't know if this Nina person that she's obsessing over was her sister, was her girlfriend, was just like just a friend. You don't know really until
we know it's impactful and it was a special relationship and something really bad happened.
And I don't think
that's
that
kind of it.
The thing I found impressive is that like it doesn't really matter because once you find out who she was specifically, it changes nothing. All it gives you is sort of an embodiment of that character.
That's it.
Not so much what the impact of that character was. The impact is still just as defined and deep, but now you just kind of know a little bit more details about who that person was.
I think that also speaks to the like the script writing and the storytelling too, is that like Emerald decided not to just say out the gate, oh, this is her friend and this is what happened. We get to discover it, which means we care more about it as an audience and we see the effect on Cassie.
But we also,
and before we know anything, it already matters to us.
But even by the end of the movie, you still don't fully understand what it was that happened, right? Like you understand the impression that it's made and the impact that it's made on all these people, but you don't know the details exactly of what happened. And I kind of appreciate that because it leaves your imagination able to fill in things and make it just as horrific or not horrific as you want it to be.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that like it's like the inception of not knowing her, because even though her name is said, even though Cassie's out to get like revenge for what's happened, like her story still isn't told and her story still has less value than this guy who now is going to be held like who's being arrested for the murder of Cassie and like this whole other thing, like who knows what happens with that, right? So ultimately like we still don't know anything about Nina, and it's kind of like dead wife MP4. Dead women are the catalyst for a lot of stories, but the way that this one is done it's a different flavor of that story.
I think we get to also know a lot more about Nina, even though we don't know her. We never see her. We don't know anything. Kind of 2 points. One, I really appreciate that the word sexual assault and rape is actually never used in this movie. It is all implied and it is all done through dialogue of describing what happened without ever having to say it out loud because we know. And it's also acted so incredibly that we know. But we also get glimpses of who Nina was whenever Cassie's talking about her. When she's talking to the dean about like how incredible she was, how special she was, how she could just walk into a room and you know exactly who she was ever since she was 4. Like we know a lot about her because Cassie advocates for that. Because a woman wrote the script and Cassie advocates for that, even though this is a movie where Nina's situation and what happened with her was the catalyst for this movie even existing. She's not forgotten because we have Cassie consistently reminding us of her. And I love that.
Yeah, and I think that one of the more interesting, like just to add on to your point, is that if Cassie didn't exist, Nina would be forgotten by everybody. Like
Exactly.
every single person that she interacts with about Nina is like, I don't remember her last name. Oh, I don't remember the details of that situation. Even Nina's own mom is like, you should probably let this go. Like,
I mean,
to be fair, I think that's maybe a little bit good advice.
She's not wrong because it ultimately kills her. But just a note, I'm sure this was intentional. Nina means little girl.
Yes, it does. Yeah, that is absolutely intentional.
Yo hablo español.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But sorry, my point was that like without Cassie, Nina would almost cease to exist entirely,
there would be no justice.
Yeah, but she just wouldn't exist anymore. Like people have forgotten her already. Around the people that were deeply involved in this don't even remember who she is. It's like she's the only
my
one
Egypt thing.
Exactly, but that's why we tell stories of each other. That's why we even just in the society that we're in, why do we go to funerals and wakes and talk about those people and then continue to tell other people about their lives? People do live on if we choose to talk about them and remember them.
They also chose not to say what happens to her till late in the movie, and they never. I don't think they ever really say it out loud. It's all through implication. You kind of get what happened, even early in the movie. You can kind of surmise it, but they
especially
never
with the
say
Dean
it out
scene.
loud. Just like how they never show it, and they never really linger on it, even when they show the video. They don't show the video.
They don't show the video. It's
have
just the
people
sound.
looking at the video and just the sound, and even that they don't show for very long.
But even the audio itself, there's no one saying what they're doing. There's no one.
It is just laughter and humiliation. Oh, whoa, what's that? That's it. But we can fill in the blanks because they've set the story up and
because we've all seen
and also that
because we've all seen it happen, and it's all a thing that's happened. So our brains, it's like telling Batman's origin story. We all know Batman's origin story. You can skip that shit, move on to the next thing in Batman's life.
I'm the joke at this point.
That's an interesting point, though, because I, as somebody who knows that we live in a society, been there.
You know that? Hold
I am aware.
Who told you that?
Did you know? Zorro. But because I know, obviously, it's very clear to me. And one thing I was really thinking of watching this movie again and kind of trying to, I don't know, see how I would pitch this to a dad or a mom or a queer person or a straight man or a son or a daughter, and try to say, here, watch this movie. A thought that I kind of came across to your point is do I only pick up on the story so clearly because I know, or is it actually so clearly written that a 14, 15-year-old kid could look at that and be like, maybe I don't know the full horror of what that is because I haven't really seen it, or can I still piece it together and understand what's being said?
Do you know any 14-year-olds? We can test it.
Okay, let's go younger. Let's go 8. I don't know.
Right,
I don't think an 8-year-old.
Call all the 14-year-olds I know.
But I'm saying it's somebody.
Oh, I don't know any. Whoops.
Anyone have a link to a Lycos chat room?
Never.
Lycos.
But I guess what I mean is I'm trying to think of childhood actual naivete that exists, and if they were to watch a movie like this, would they understand it? And even if I think it's so clearly done, even without having to show explicitly what is going on, a lot of female revenge movies show a lot of things that I don't think are necessary, and this proves the point to that we don't have to see it to get it. And I think that the message is still clear without having to go that extra mile.
That's what I think of Ari Aster movies. We don't have to see it.
Well, we don't have to.
Yeah, you fucking hate Ari Aster. Jesus Christ.
But you know what I'm saying, right?
I absolutely do. And I have a theory, I
Funny
suppose.
enough, his next movie is
You have a
called
what?
Beating a Dead Horse.
A theory.
Okay. Noel's just beating a horse with a golf club over and over again.
Noel, do you have a theory? Because
yes.
It's a very important
theories.
So you're asking if kids get this. So I think, it depends on the kids, depends on the context.
Hold on 1 second. You started talking before the theory thing ended and it messed your mic up. Go ahead.
So you were asking would a child basically be able to understand this?
Yeah.
Or as the internet calls them, underage women. So would a child understand this? I have.
That's the sequel to this movie,
so
Underage Women.
In the what I hear from the murmurings of this age group, they have I don't think they would fully understand what is actually going on.
For
Because
sure.
can they be, do they know that these things are happening? Have they heard the news? Have they lived in a society themselves long enough to have a basic understanding of what it would be? Of course. Also, YA novels are all about like sexual assault
Sure.
and rape and all of that. Like that's just what YA novels are about for girls.
Mm.
So I think a girl would be able to identify it. I'm not entirely sure a boy would be able to identify it.
Mhm.
I think you're right, because even like when we were kids, the stuff that was geared towards us was mostly like boys and girls have different experiences, and you identify as the boy, so this is going to be your experience, and you identify as the girl, so this is your experience. And particularly like, you know, when we were in high school and stuff, there was this wave of YA stuff that was being turned into more digestible media in terms of movies and things like that. And boys were just as into it as girls, but they were into it for different reasons than the girls were. And like I think mostly of like the Hunger Games as like a very clear example, where it's like that is absolutely about like a person being stripped of their autonomy and their physical capabilities and all of this stuff, and having to like fight back against something that is oppressing them, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. And like I think you're totally right. Like I think we should give the credit where it's due, which is like these things are written to give you that sort of allegory and metaphor. But boys, because they're not sort of charged for it and they don't experience it, like little girls will experience this kind of bullshit from like
So young.
from like 13 onward, right?
It
From
could be
grown
younger
men.
than that. It's a lot younger
So
than
much
that. I'm
younger.
sorry.
I didn't want
Stephen.
to put a specific number. Okay, I didn't mean to give it an age, but like
No,
they
I
will
get it.
experience
It's
it from
young.
younger to you know, whereas boys don't experience it almost at all until they're the ones perpetrating it. And like
Yeah.
that is the wild part, is because even in middle school and things like that, like boys start to get this sort of like swagger, if you want to call it, where it's like, no, women are there to make sure that we like the way they look, kind of thing. And like
And also they're our moms. And also they take care of us, but also objects.
Well,
Okay.
there's a couple things that I just want to address before we move on from that. Like CSA, go read up on that. I really don't want to get into it, but happens to girls and boys, usually by people they know, usually family members.
Yeah.
But with girls, the awareness that's the society built into girls about what's happening to them is different. It's like you have to take care of yourself, whereas like boys will be boys, right? Boys aren't given that same programming that girls are given when they're younger. Like
we're taught to protect ourselves, while a lot of, and this is just society, boys are taught to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And if there's consequences, it'll probably be fine.
There's
that's also not to like, you know, diminish the CSA that happens to
no
as well.
I'm not saying that is what's being said at all. Like that's I was not refuting that. Like it's true, it happens more to girls, but the way that we say society, this happens to girls more than it happens to boys, means that boys repress that more, and they're not taught to work through that, and they're not taught to like go beyond just like keeping it quiet, being a man, cutting it down. Whereas women are like little
that usually
women
manifests into
give this information
for sure.
Yeah. Girls are
like,
taught to process this. Girls are taught to read more. Girls are taught to do things that
there's still a safety net for women, weirdly, with other women. Whereas men, that's not the case, and that's part of the patriarchy kind of feeding that toxicness that happens. Is that if something bad does happen to you, you can't talk about it, so you're kind of stuck, and then it turns into anger, and it turns into violence, and it turns into turning on other people. Whereas women are taught to protect yourself, know your true, like, I don't know, safe people, and then go from there.
Yeah.
survive.
Like,
The propaganda is that like men are taught that like women hate each other and don't get along and that stuff, when the irony is like men don't get along.
People don't get along.
each other.
Yeah.
Women don't get along with women. Men don't get along with men. That happens all the time in all the genders and all the things. But
I
that's
don't get
just
along with
people.
anybody.
And there you go. And Noel's ready to fight anybody right now.
No, yeah.
Just throw hands.
We just don't equip boys with the same things that we equip girls. And
No,
it's not
because-
that we equip one more than the other, but we just like we live in a society. But
I agree.
From a very young
Are you
age,
saying we live in a society of some
I
kind?
Is
might
that the
be.
catchphrase of the entire night?
I believe so. But oh fuck, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Whatever, man.
I've
Move
got
on.
an idea. We kill the Batman.
I will say,
Oh, I remember.
We are-
Sorry.
okay.
So girls from the time that they're younger are told like, oh, you're more mature than the boys your age, right? Like this is just
Sure.
part of the programming that we instill upon young women.
Yeah.
That's part of
And
what I was
here's the
saying
thing:
too. Yeah.
if I was going out for drinks with a girl, like with another lady of my age or otherwise, adult, at the end of that night, we would probably say, "Text me when you get home."
That's exactly what I say. I
go
texted it to my boys
out-
the other night where I was like, Jason, make sure you text me when you're home, just like I text all my girlies. You tell
And
me
I
when you're
did.
home. And you did.
If I'm with a guy, so if I'm with a girl, we both say that, like, oh yeah, text me when you get home, make sure, like, and then we're like, did you get home? If I'm
Yeah.
going out with a guy, not only does he not say that to me, but it's like, now fuck you as well. Like, okay, like we just got drinks outside, no hug, it's like peace bitches, and then we're off in our
Crazy.
own way. And I'm walking like, what is it, 4 kilometers drunk
Yeah.
along like a really crazy street alone without anyone knowing where I am. And
It's
it's just
bad.
that's just how we roll.
That's
We
true.
guys, bro.
I have a friend of mine who literally every single time she gets home, she doesn't just text me that she's home. She takes a full picture of her front door being like, I made it. And I'm like, thank you actually for doing the extra step. I love that so much.
I like giving people like clues of where I am or sharing my location so that my murderer can be found.
Oh.
Because by the time they notice, like,
I have such a small screen and I can't read anything. So some of these
in my case,
things
this is
for me.
not completely true. There was and still is a great practice of victim blaming. A great bulk of female victims keep silent. The black numbers of not reporting cases apply to both male and female victims. But even after this factor is considered, the absolute high majority of victims is female. This is, yes, we're
Yeah.
not saying that that's not the case. Women do outweigh. Victims don't come
Yep.
forward because of bullshit like what just happened in the
Because
news.
society. Because society.
That also like that might be not global news, no. Just in case, you know, there's a very big essay case going on right now in Canada specifically,
Yeah.
isn't it? About
Yep.
yeah, and that's why Noah's so fucking geared up today, but for good reason.
I get it.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. I'm just saying that there's a reason behind your feisty nature today.
But I'm so grateful that you are listening to this and sticking around with
Yeah.
us, chatting about this amazing movie and giving that opinion, which is not an opinion. You just said straight facts there. So thank you
Straight
for bringing that up. Absolutely. No. It's like
In my opinion. I
you're
love it.
You're gold to us. So thank you so much for dropping that in. Like,
And
that's
this is
the
why I wanted to talk about this movie, because we get to like go down crazy rabbit holes and we get to, I don't know, like make a little campfire and talk about it. Like this is important, and art like this exists in a sense to make sure that we don't forget, we don't stop talking. This is why we do this.
And I
And I
don't want
love
to,
it.
I don't want to derail the conversation but I do think it's going to be an ongoing discussion as we talk about the movie. But we should get
Sure.
back to the movie.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
All right.
We're pretty far into this podcast, and we are like on scene 2. So we should hurry up.
The next sequence is that we see her notebook that's tallying the men that she's had. We still don't know if she killed that guy. And then over to like meeting Ryan is the next segment. At the coffee shop, Bo Burnham shows up. He's a former classmate. They went to
medical school
together. And
This
Ryan
is where you discover
charming
that
and-
you discover that she was a med student, so she's not just somebody who dropped out of university. She's somebody who like
yeah.
actually is very intelligent, and she's
Had
the
a
top of her
future and had
class.
everything, and dropped it all to make sure her friend was
And
okay.
you don't find it out right away because he
No.
says, "Why the fuck are you working here?" Like in a very
That's
sort of
crazy.
dismissive way. But at the same time, he's trying not to be rude, and she's also like being like, "How am I supposed to take how you just said?" And it is like
It's
sort of a
so
meet cute, but it's very
funny.
awkward.
When
It's so
she's like-
funny. Their chemistry together on screen is 10 out
Incredible.
of 10.
and
Like
he's presented
casting.
through the whole movie until the final nail in the coffin. He's presented as this character that is infallible. It could not do any harm to women. Like you totally, like I believed when I first watched this movie that he was going to be safe, and we were supposed to. The expectations were subverted.
I
because, like,
didn't.
How I know, Stephen.
Well, we saw
he's
him-
evil.
We
Looked
saw him
directly
breaking
at me,
rules,
and I was like,
right?
He also
We saw him
yeah.
breaking every single rule that Cassie had. Like he would start we'll get into it, but like him coming in to the coffee shop and being like, "Hey, I want to ask you out," and she's like, "What do you want in your coffee?" And he's like, "I don't know. Actually, I was kind of rude. You can spit in it." And she's like, "Cool," and spits in his coffee, and he's like, "Yep, no, I deserve that." Asks her out anyways. They go on a date. Beautiful conversation. Takes her on a walk. Walks back to the apartment, and he does the classic nice guy line of, "Oh, this is
Hold
my
on, you just
place."
kind of breezed over the fact that he drinks the coffee.
He does.
Yeah.
And that, honestly, that to
So
me, that
just
would have
real
won me
quick,
over. I would
just
have been
one
like,
sec.
okay, you can match
I
my
don't-
energy.
Tala did write another thing. Once we move, it kind of pertains to the whole conversation, so I'll bring it up in
Yeah.
a second. So I don't want Tala. I read what you said, and I'll put it up on the screen in a second. But just for the sake of moving the movie along, we're just gonna move along. But it absolutely pertains to this whole idea. In fact, since I derailed us talking about it,
Derail
here
it.
is.
Also, I can't read any comments. It's so small on my screen. So I
By the
apologize.
way,
Yeah.
in Germany, we have an art gallery. The name of this gallery is What My Clothing Was. They display the clothing of victims to show the clothing doesn't matter and the sexual harassment happens regardless.
Yep, that's very true.
Oh, no. Do not be sorry. That's
Don't be
Not
fabulous.
sorry. That is very, very accurate, and that's like a lot of the comments of this movie as well. Like but Cassie's whole. I said this really very quickly. Her whole thing is that I am not going to show anything. I'm just going to be here, and people are going to do what they're going to do. It does not matter what I'm wearing. It doesn't matter actually at all if I give any kind of interest.
There's a couple
That's
of examples
true
in the
colors.
movie where like she does specific things that are like, how can I sort of edge the cusp of like what I can do that would be considered like inappropriate clothing or whatever. But then
Sure.
also you like see her just at the beginning opening sequence, for example, it looks like she just came from like a work conference.
Work.
She's not wearing anything that is like overly revealing, but she's doing things to like, tempt. She's luring on purpose. She's doing
Yeah.
the things that the court would say she did to provoke it or whatever, which is
She's
like
a trap spider,
she is.
building her little cave and being like,
Exactly.
"Got you."
Sorry, I believe it's called She Looks Vulnerable.
Yes,
Yes, yeah.
she does that on
Yeah.
purpose.
But she's doing it on purpose, yeah. And it's
Yeah, oh
it's
yes.
one of those- yeah. She's which is like it's like a testament to like the brilliant writing where it's like all you really have to do is look at like 4 or 5 cases of like she was wearing the wrong thing, and then you can take it and mold it into these like essentially like Jason-esque scenes where she's bringing people in. She exploits predatory behavior to prey on vulnerability. Yes,
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you
absolutely.
want to just jump in?
Yeah, you want to come on?
I know. Also, with
I'm-
this whole Ryan thing of like him getting to this point of being such a lovely character and like getting to the point where he says, "Oh, is this my place?" I just want to kind of bring it a little bit to plot, but also to this point. Once he says that line of, "Oh, do you want to come up for a drink?" The acting choices, oh my God, of Cassie immediately backing away. Like you can literally watch her walk a bit out of frame and say, "What?" And Ryan picks up on it, which every other man that she has had an interaction with up until this point has not done. And he says, "Oh, I think I messed up." And she is immediately then goes back into his space, full predator mode, triggering that trauma response and saying, okay, no, let's go up. Prove me right. Like, let's go. And then he backs off even more, turning to her actually having a weird realization of maybe you are nice. And that's also a trick on us as the audience of
Which
like, we were ready to fight you too. And then you were actually nice about it. So maybe we should back off.
But then
And
we're
that's
still
the
with
play.
we're still with her at that point where like she walks off
And
and
kicks the trash can.
kicks the trash can because she's like
Been
mad.
there.
She's mad at
Yeah.
herself really for being like they're not all like that. God damn it.
And I messed like an opportunity up for myself because I can't let go. And I
Yeah.
don't want to let go. But if I don't let go, I can't live.
Because she
And it's
wanted,
like a
she wanted to go.
constant.
She did want to go up there. Like that's the thing is like she had a good time and she did want to go up and she's like I can share a human experience with somebody who's willing to share it with me, but I'm so unwilling to be able to let it down for a second.
It's
that-
up until that trauma trigger of, do you want to
Well,
come
that's what I was
upstairs for a
gonna say. Yeah,
drink?
like,
That was
your
the
trauma
line that went
response
on.
will be triggered by the most minute things that happen in your life. And when she's standing there talking to him and he literally says, did I just fuck this up? And
Yeah.
she's like, I gotta go. And when
Yeah,
she walks
it's not
off,
you, it's me, right? Like
Yeah.
she literally was like, no, it's fine. Ugh.
It's good and you're right, Cass. Like the acting is like it's subtle enough that you're like this is like so realistic. Like this
Yeah.
is an actual conversation that has happened 1 million times before.
Yeah.
It's very torture. But sometimes I have this situation. Like, walk me through this, guys. Like, so
Okay.
I know that most people in Canada, or sorry, my assumption is that most people in Canada have a basic understanding of French, cereal box French, for example. So when I say certain things or I see certain things and I just like say shit in French, I'm assuming that every single person around me has the same knowledge of French because there's no way that I could know more French than the next person because I have lived in this country and went through the basic training of French. And so everyone has the same amount of French as I do, right? And it's my shock that I actually speak way more French than most people do because I have a French background, et cetera, and they don't speak French.
Right.
So in this movie, I was just like, as soon as he walked in, I was just like, gross. And then as soon as he drank out of her cup, at that point, I would be like, I hope you die and
Yeah.
never come here again.
This is how I also felt, by the way.
But
Okay,
see, I
it's a
got
little too
tricked. I got
much.
fully tricked. And I also, but to be fair, I am a Bo Burnham fan. Say what you will about that. I think he's great. Does he have problematic things? Yes. But I truly think that he is a very interesting artist. But especially when I first watched this, I was like, wow, Bo. I love Bo. And I got blindsided the same way as like somebody who grew up on like Gossip Girl got blindsided by Adam Brody. And
Yeah,
like obviously that was a much quicker scene, but
I think
I got
that-
the full Bo charm.
Oh, I was
think
ready or
I'm with
not.
you on that, Cass. I was
I
tricked
think-
by this movie the first time I watched it, and I was like re-tricked watching it again, even
I
knowing.
still kind of
what I
rooted
knew.
for it, and I
think
knew
that,
it was going to go bad.
Myself, similar to Noel, hate
Yeah.
men in general, and we were both like, "Fuck all of these men; they're all going to be evil." Like I'm pretty sure every man in this movie is going to be a piece of shit unless they
Yeah.
prove otherwise. And as much as they kept trying to prove otherwise for him, I'm like, this is going in a direction that is far too
I'll be right
happy.
back.
That is leading into a brick wall that's going to be shattered, and I'm just waiting for the brick wall to hit me. So I wasn't tricked at any moment. I was just waiting for the moment in which it all fell to pieces, which it did.
Like
You
in
know,
the
a pretty
in the first
great way.
scene, I was like, okay, so this guy's friends with these guys. He's an
That's
asshole.
my nail in the coffin.
And
When
then
I
in the-
realized what he had done, what Al had done, the fact that Ryan was friends with those guys, that would immediately be like, nope, you're not
When he
allowed
said-
in my space.
When he says
no,
they're
when
not that bad,
Adam Brody is friends with the other guys who are locker
Oh,
talking,
got
I was
it.
just like, this guy's a piece of shit. And then guess
Yeah.
what he was? A rapist.
A
And
piece of
then
there was
so
one
on and so
moment
forth.
where Bo Burnham's character kept talking about his female friends, which made me be like, oh, maybe he is not that bad because
Is
everybody
that
he's
scripting?
everyone he's talking about is his female friend. So I'm like, oh, he has actual female friends, so maybe he isn't going to be as evil as I thought. But then it would like course correct a little bit, and then he would start talking about people that like, oh, he was bad back then, but he's not bad anymore. And I'm like, okay, he's defending past behavior of like a shitty person that he's still friends with. Okay, so he is going to be bad. He's going to be evil. Just
when is
how
it
evil he's gonna
ignorance
be.
and when is it complicity?
It was
or
never. It was
complacency?
never a question for me of is he going to be bad. It was a question of
How
how
bad?
bad is he going to be.
When?
Yeah.
All right.
I
when's the
also
other
thought
shoe gonna drop?
the how bad though too, because I like when I started to kind of pick up, especially like the very first time I watched this, obviously like it's so. And then when it got to the whole kind of, we'll get to it, but the that dream sequence of Stars Are Blind, Paris Hilton, I was like, oh, this is a horror movie setup. This is like the dream sequence before somebody, like the wife dies or something. And I remember having that thought of, okay, this is going to be bad. He probably knows these guys, but like I genuinely didn't think it would be that bad. And it's that bad. And it broke me. We'll get there.
If
but yeah.
anybody knows every word to a Paris Hilton song that was never actually played on the radio, then that is scripted, and that
I love Stars Are
nagging.
Blind.
I know, but is that
But
like
I
is that
know
a red flag? I didn't even. I was.
That's a red flag for me.
me.
I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
you looked that up so that you could be the like you learned that from the White Chicks
To be-
playbook.
If it was a guy singing it, I
Vanessa
would also
Carlton.
be a little bit sus. But like I sing it and I know all the words. So I don't know.
I, also
I thought it
admit
was
never
catchy and
watched the
learned it.
movie. I looked up the summary to know what you were talking about, but my heart is rooted in feminism and activism.
Yeah.
So at least I can bring this up in my experience and knowledge about this topic, which is perfect. It's
So
exactly
far, so good.
For sure.
Yeah.
And this
Also,
movie
I will
actually
say,
does.
I thought you had seen the film.
I will
Oh, it's
say-
good.
have a
I
degree.
highly recommend.
I have a degree in critical thinking, just right here,
Yeah.
just right here.
Noel
And
has
yet-
to point this out on every episode.
Think critically about what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
I'm so miserable, so I'm really thankful to Tal in the comments there because
I'm sorry,
like
no, I'm
I'm
just joking
normally
around.
not as miserable as this. Am I this miserable? And
No,
No.
you're good today.
You had a bad you had a bad day and you're doing great.
That was a crazy way to phrase that, Stephen.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Most days though, fuck you know, right?
No, but I love also like somebody in the thank you for being here and like kind of not seeing this movie. I do highly recommend this as like I am also a feminist and I believe in feminism as an entire
That's his whole
ideal and an ideology, and I think that like you watch it. Oh my god, watch this movie. I think you'll
That's what this
really
whole month
like it.
has been about is feminist
Women.
masterpiece theater, and it's
Women.
about women in cinema and women who are powerful on screen, but not just necessarily the actors, but the writers, the directors, the people who are behind the projects, and that's what this whole fucking month is about.
And I will say this specific movie will make you angry, and I apologize, but it's good and it's important, and you'll get it. It's really good.
You're gonna quit if the glove don't fit, kind of like how you would quit if she is telling her truth and not the truth.
Mhm.
I also should say I witnessed personally Tala body slam like anti-feminist LGBTQ like calling people rainbow people and stuff, like just body slam the shit out of them in my own ears the other day, and it was the most glorious thing I ever heard.
I assume guy, right?
Yeah. It was a guy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
A very tiny little man who folded like laundry, you know, like he folded so quick and ran away very fast afterwards.
He folded like
Yeah.
the fan that I seem to have lost and really need because I'm overheating real bad.
Well, so
yeah, let's move
Next
ahead a little
scene,
bit.
are we moving on to Madison?
We're on to the
of the women in the system?
The
Yeah.
Christopher Mintz-Plasse sequence is the next bit.
Mm.
The worst loser. The part about this
I don't
that
know
struck
if we
me as
really need to focus
insane-
on this scene that much because
I know,
it's
but
just an extended version of what we believe her sort of like feminine fatale behavior
Are we talking about
is and what
Mr. McLovin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only thing I want to bring up about this that's insane to me is that like he takes a girl home and then starts doing coke, which
And then talks about his book about being a
yeah.
gritty man and how hard it is to be a man, but I don't want to explain it to you and curse it.
Sorry,
It's
has that
stupid.
ever happened to any of you?
I was like, oh, I've seen this before a million times and a half. Yeah.
I'm writing
Like,
a
I-
book. That's
I
happened to
used
me from
I
other
used
men.
to do
Everyone.
drugs,
Yeah.
but I would
I've done it
never
to other
like
Oh yeah, Noel did that to me once or twice.
I would never like take somebody home in my dating days and bust out coke and have them be uninterested in the drug and continue to do blow and then start rant. Like I would rant to like a dude friend about
Jason,
my
I have to stop you right now.
What?
No, I
don't-
I have a point about this kind of behavior, and it kind of hit me while I was writing my notes. This man partying all night, brings this girl home, being the nice guy. Also on his own planet, doing his thing, talking about how he's so creative and has this book idea. Cassie's sitting there on the couch the entire time, not saying anything, not reacting, is the epitome of like, I have had unfortunately, so many conversations with men just in my day-to-day life where I am the object that's in the room that is the sounding board. And that entire scene to me screams, there is just a sounding board for me to talk. And I don't actually want any like actual connection. I don't want any conversation. I just want somebody to be there to hear me that's not my fridge.
Right.
And
That's fair.
still an object. Like that's still just a person that's there. And then also I'll make out with you, I guess. Gross.
But
Yeah.
Steve, why did you say?
I just think
wanna
that
stop
it's
you right there.
it's like it's silly of us, you or I, to compare ourselves to the men in this movie at any point. Like I think that doing that is just
Okay,
dumb.
yeah, that's right. I apologize. It's beyond that it's just the absurdity of this situation. Like I've dated and done drugs. My point is that like I this seems so absurd to me that this person is so full of themselves. I know it shows the depths at which a man will go to be full of themselves. I get that. It was just like I think that they chose to show this is like the worst man until we get to the worst men later who are actually inflicting damage. This guy is just like so inconsequential, but still adds to the overarching problem. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Noel?
Promising young woman. Sorry. Yeah, grape, sexual harassment. So, okay, this is not an attack on you, Jason. Please I want you to be very
I'm
clear about
open-minded
that.
and listening. I was more commenting on how absurd this character is all.
Yes, and I understand that and I appreciate that. And yes, there's a lot of absurdity in this movie because it does toe the line of fantasy. But you've been privy to this conversation before where when women tell their stories about the crazy shit that we go through at the hands of other men and whatnot, the first thing that usually reacts in the guys around me is trying to think like, oh, well, I wouldn't do that. This doesn't sound real. That's crazy. Like that whole
or just
vibe.
like, oh, it couldn't be me. I get what you're saying, Noel. I get that.
No, but like it's the mental gymnastics that it's like a knee-jerk reaction, like, or you're saying something about men that, and then the society that we live in just like kicks in, right? Like
I think
you can be the nicest guy on the planet, and you can still have that mental gymnastics, and it just gets worse and worse depending on what kind of guy you are. It goes from like, oh well, I can't even imagine that, and not thinking about what it like not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth and explaining it and not trying to empathize with me, immediately trying to empathize with the guy or understand the guy, all the way to this bitch done be lying because like people don't do that.
Yeah.
So
I think you're on a really
laughing
interesting
at the
point.
comment. Sorry, not Noel. I was not.
I didn't read it.
I missed it.
Can you
I'm
put it up
sorry.
again?
It was basically sort of an iteration of what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's also interesting.
That wasn't
to see,
what
like,
I was saying. I was
No, we know,
Jason,
Jason.
No,
we know
you're
that's not
good.
what you were doing, but
Yeah,
that's
just
why I was like, I'm going to stop you right there, is because that's what it seemed like it
Because-
was leaning towards. You know,
But here's the thing.
I'm a
of, like,
guy and I've never done this
before. It's like, yeah, that doesn't mean that guys don't do it though. So just relax.
For sure, but it's also like I think like a movie like this is also why like I think it's so important for like my guy friends to see it, my partner to see it, all these people that I love very genuinely, because I also think other people outside my circle should see it for, you know, more educational purposes. But I think that like having the reaction of saying, oh God, am I like that? And I understand how it can come across as like immediate defense. I get it. But it's also, I find a lot of the times too, when I've talked about this film with men that I love and trust and are very progressive in my life,
I don't
I still
trust
see the
or
pain.
love anybody.
I still see, we know, but I still see,
our two longest running guests.
I still see the like the thought process of like seeing something for the first time, even though they are part of my world and are actively listening. But every once in a while, something will come up that they haven't thought of because patriarchy and learning in society that they go, oh God, is that me? No, I don't think so. Okay, wait. And it's literally like taking an entire, almost like a chain that's in knots and like pulling it apart and being like, if I did do that, oh my God, do I have to apologize? And like, it's a whirlwind, and that's the difference.
There's a sliding scale
for sure.
Yeah. There's a sliding scale here, and I love that for you, and I love that you
I'm
have
lucky. I'm lucky as
and
heck.
space for that. But
yeah.
Maybe I just don't, because I see it doesn't even have to be about this topic. It can be about literally anything. Like my head hurts. Oh, have you tried taking an Advil for that? And I'm like, no, I never thought of that. Why don't you go kill yourself, huh? Because I didn't think about taking an Advil because I've never had a headache before in my entire damn life.
No, have you drank some water today? How much water have you drank today?
Stephen, do not get on the hit list.
But what I'm trying to say is that as a society, we don't teach people how to manage grief. We don't teach people how to manage other people's grief. So our instant reaction is to fix or deflect. That's just how we are. And in this particular thing, I've just seen it time and time and time again, where it's the same type of deflection that's happening. And it's like there's I have this, but I'm not nearly smart enough to break it down into all of the little pieces that create this.
Yeah.
But it comes from the same thing of being completely unable to process someone else's grief and to need to shit rainbows to the other person or absorb oneself like into your own psyche and try to defend your feelings from defend yourself from being hurt. Very natural reaction. All humans do it. We're programmed terribly. Our society stinks.
Yeah.
I agree.
We're parasitic cave people.
One thing that when I watch
I'm gonna go have an Advil.
Fair enough.
Okay. What I try to
therapist.
Do,
sponsored by Advil.
What was I gonna say?
I'm so sorry.
You got this, Stephen. You got this.
Remember, it was just like every time I would try and get it out, someone else would say a one liner, a zinger, like a "stick around," or like you guys would be like, "Okay, cool." Promising young women. I was gonna say like one thing that I actively try to do when I watch movies like this, where the perspective is not meant to be specifically me, right? Like I'm watching this movie not from the perspective of these guys, because that's like, you know, like Jason, like you were saying, it is to a cartoonish level, but this kind of shit does exist everywhere all the time, every day. This kind of shit happens. So instead of watching it and being like, oh, I can't believe this guy is doing all this weird shit, watch it from the perspective of the person that it's happening to and try to put your fucking mind into that person the entire time.
Right? Be the Cassie.
I absolutely
Jason, I'm not saying that you weren't doing that.
No, you were absolutely doing that. But this is like what I was saying kind of earlier, is that I think it's important to have this movie watched by every person so that we can have these discussions and then like we can take ourselves out of it. Because when we're watching something so heightened like this, like obviously we're going to have knee-jerk reactions. That happens. And then when you take yourself out, you can say, oh, okay. Like I can actually see it clearly. That's learning. That's what life is, right?
Yeah. So, and like a lot of these people that watch these types of things, they latch onto the thing that like feels like it's an attack towards them rather than get what the scene is trying to say, which is like, this is a horrible situation that happens all the time. Maybe you should take the perspective of the person who's becoming the Batman here and realize that they're the hero of this story and not this McLovin who's like just downed a whole shitload of cocaine.
And this is a good point here from Tala too, because we see it mostly with Ryan later, when we think he's the good guy and then he's confronted and then he immediately goes into defense mode.
Yeah.
Men do have an issue processing frustration. I've dealt that. This is a one thing. Well, I will say that I have had to be faced with a lot in my life, where somebody's not trying to get one over on you all the time. Sometimes you're just in a learning situation. Sometimes you're just being taught something, but because a lot of men can't like wrap their head around the fact that they're not in charge and right, they will have issues with the frustration threshold, which is make a shirt called frustration threshold, because I love that. And I agree with this too. Entitlement is a huge thing, right?
That was my nickname in high school.
I want 2 shirts. I want one that's frustration threshold and one that is emotional well. And I want them
Whoa.
to be
those are the 2
The
members of
banner
the
on the
Justice
back.
League that they just got added.
Yeah, I want them. Even get on it.
All
Design me a
right, I'll
shirt.
draw them. I'll draw them.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Appreciate
write
it.
that down.
Frustration threshold and reflection.
Emotional well.
Emotional well. Okay.
My emotional well, and sometimes it's too full and you can't fit in. Oh.
Those are very cerebral heroes. They manipulate minds, I think, and together they're unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that like the moment where he sees her coming out of the club and she's with one of the douchebags that we've seen several times throughout the movie,
Sam Richardson,
and just his complete defeatist sort of, you can kind of see his heart sink, right? And I feel like all of us at some point have probably felt that feeling of seeing somebody that you thought you cared so much for seemingly not interested in you at all, and they're with somebody else, and your heart just kind of sinks, where you're like, oh, I thought I was more
also
important.
like blew off like his plans with her to like see a movie and whatever, and then he sees her out with another guy. This is also, again, I will come back to this
happens
time
to
after
Batman
time.
all the time.
I want to bring it back to the fact that this is written and directed by a woman, and there is duality in this, even though I understand, no, I get you. I also hate the world, and I fully feel that. But I also love the fact that Emerald didn't just make this a blow-up scene. She didn't make Ryan a typical, I am following all the things because that is just what I know. She gave all of these men and all of these women dynamic. She made them real people that can do wonderful things, can genuinely care about someone, and also can be part of a society and a system that doesn't actually allow them to love them. And that's, I feel like Ryan seeing Cassie coming out of that club, I think he was genuinely hurt, and not just at a point of pride. I think he did care about her. He just didn't, once it came to the point of him having to actually be there and to stand up and also own up to some past stuff, he made the wrong choices because he didn't know how to deal with it. And that's gross and indefensible.
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Noel. I was gonna interrupt, but yeah, you go.
So that part, like the genuine like discomfort and pain of seeing someone and then seeing them blow you off, or that whole scene, like that's completely genuine. On those 3 people react like 3 normal people would react.
Yeah,
that's like
grounded.
That's for sure. But I was going to get to this at some point, but throughout this, I don't want to forget this point. Do people change? Can they be forgiven for what they've done when they're younger? And like, was she right to just write off Ryan like that? Was a thought that G.I. Janed my brain.
Whoa, is that going to be a new phrase on the podcast? That G.I. Janed my brain.
Yeah.
I hope so.
It did one-arm push-ups in my brain. And of course, being me, I'm like, no, go kill yourself. But that's just like, no.
Yeah.
Well, we all have our own filters and biases too, right? Like, because we've all lived life in our ways.
I also think there's like different perspectives from different people, right? Like if you were made privy to or part of or a victim of a person's worst things they've ever done in their life, and you're still hurting from that years later, it doesn't matter how much that person grew over the time that you weren't a part of their lives anymore. You're still only going to remember the stuff that happened there. So it really doesn't matter how much you grew, because in your mind they're the same, and they could try to make amends in any way possible.
Is that also not what Cassie's doing?
yes, but maybe there's a way for you to forgive that, and we see it in the Doc Ock moment. But like somebody who's not showing remorse but only regret, that was the point I was trying to make at the beginning. Is like, if you're only regretful because it's happening and it's affecting you and it might affect you further, that's
Then you
different than
don't
being
care.
remorseful than you just forgetting about it and not giving a shit.
Yep.
So the one spoiler alert, I do believe people can be forgiven and should be, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I do. We all make mistakes. That's a real thing. We all make mistakes and learn things and experience things that let us change and grow as people and have different perspectives. I am not the person I was when I was 10 years old and didn't, whatever. We're not going to go into that. But like, people change, and people should
Noel
be
used to
forgiven
blow
for
up
certain
frogs
things.
when they
Noel
were
has cat
10 years
ears and
old,
is holding a doll though. Also,
No, I'm not.
Oh, what? Wouldn't have thought.
Yeah. And Noel's like, this is me when I was 10 years old, right here.
I am 10 years old.
Yeah.
Emotionally, yes. But like, this is a movie and it's a fantasy and it's a heightened version of a thing. No matter how much nuance and subtlety and beauty it's got in it, it's a movie. Did you know? We live in a society and this is a movie. But that's it, like that, those knee-jerk reactions that are happening, we all have those knee-jerk reactions, and giving space to someone to breathe out their knee-jerk reaction and then like process it and come back to you again is something that would probably happen IRL in a non-heightened situation like this, right? So everyone's just reading that, so I'm just going to go back to it.
Sorry, no, I also was listening. My ADHD brain weirdly can actually read and listen at the same time. I don't know.
I can do both.
I think that what Tala is saying is almost like on point with exactly what you're saying.
From what I read, it wasn't only what they had done, but also what they were willing to do to avoid any responsibility.
Yes.
They destroyed a whole life to keep themselves untouched, and they keep doing it. From what I read, mistakes are one thing, but in my opinion, most things are forgivable if people take responsibilities for their deeds. Yes, growing and changing, and that's what I mean. Like, people do that, but you also have to put in the work, and you also have to be vulnerable, and you also have to be open to other people hating you.
I also feel like
how it goes.
Maybe this is, I don't know if it's just me as a person or it's the Scorpio in me that holds grudges, and I do. I am also willing and so ready for people to make changes. I'm so ready for people to grow, but I also know that when damage has been done, it's not just saying sorry. It's not just making one thing right. I want to see active change. I want to see active rebuilding, like tenfold when you've made a mistake. That shows promise to me. And none of the people except for Dr. Green, which we'll see later, actually has that sense of, I will do literally anything to take back what I have done, and I am so sorry. And I will never be able to live with myself until I can do something right about this. And done.
I think we have to move off the first page.
Oh yeah,
a little bit. So let me push you
I'm
forward
on page 2 of 6 of my notes. So apologies. Yeah.
I don't have notes.
So at the end of there was a very pivotal moment at the end of the scene after the Christopher Miss whatever the fuck,
McLovin, just call her.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Where you see her look at a picture in her room when she's crossing him off, and you see them as children together, her and Nina.
Her and Nina, yeah.
And then it cuts over to another scene with her parents where Jennifer Coolidge, the most normal person you've ever seen in this movie somehow, and her
she's
dad,
not
Clancy
doing her
Brown.
Coolidge voice, and Clancy Brown.
Who's the mom? Then a dad.
Yeah.
I think the best part of the movie was like at that point I turned over to Cass. I'm like, you know that if I pitch my voice down 8 octaves, I sound like Clancy Brown.
And you're like, if I pitch my voice up 8 octaves, I sound like Jennifer Coolidge.
But this sequence is interesting too, because you really see how she's coming to terms with Cassie's coming to terms with who she is in her life, because it's her 30th birthday. And they're kind of questioning, or have been questioning her about how, like, why are you still living at home? You're perfectly capable to go and do this. I know that you have this like friend that doesn't exist anymore.
Something happened, but that's in the past, and like maybe move out. Here's a suitcase for your birthday.
Here's your gift. Open your gift right now at dinner, at breakfast, and it's a suitcase. And I even liked how, as like it does this long shot from another room of her taking the suitcase and kind of it falls down off the chair, and she, you realize that she feels like maybe I do have to move on from this, but also it's kind of a very clear indication of get the fuck out of our house, you.
It's also the
30-year-old.
distance. Like that's the thing about like the way that this movie is shot. It implies, even with the script being so good and the acting being so good, the way it's shot also tells the story of like her opening up that gift, and like it's almost like, oh, we're not even part of that either because Cassie isn't. She's like, okay, clocked it, move on. Like does not matter.
All of the sequences are so desaturated and colorless and shot with these angles where they seem very small and there's so much overhead space between them, and
horror movie.
You kind of you get the geography of the space that they're inside of, but it's all there to make you feel uncomfortable, right? Like everything about this is designed to make the discomfort.
Even
intense.
The fact that it's Jennifer Coolidge, like this is all,
and Clancy Brown, also like a very uncomfortable man to be around.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that like this entire, whenever I hear these people talk about them, like with the other actors on set, they're all just like, I don't know how they got these people. This is a great set. Everybody's a delight. And I'm like, you need that to make something like this. Like you need heart behind it, or else it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It feels corporate.
Clancy Brown has played some of the most despicable characters in cinema over the course of his career, and Jennifer Coolidge has played some of the most airheaded characters of her entire career. And to like have them as this pair of parents is like,
oh my God.
What I was reminded of here with Jennifer Coolidge is thinking back to when she was on Seinfeld. Before she ever went into like the Stifler's mom era, she just acted very normally, didn't have any affectation in her voice. She just didn't want to give George that massage, but if you go back and watch that performance, it's like it's a different person. And when I saw this version of her again, I was like, wow, she somehow was able to turn all that stuff off. Like even if you watch,
you meant to say, Jason, is like you were like, wow.
Yeah,
it's almost like
I want a hot dog real bad.
It's almost like because of her age and how she looks, she's had to put on this type of character actor thing in order to have a career in Hollywood. Almost like that's a thing.
Almost like it's a system and gear churning thing in itself. Yeah.
Society.
Which is why, again, like we were talking about earlier, she is.
Oh, sorry, Durack. You're right. She didn't want to give Jerry the massage. George could have got it.
Bringing up Seinfeld as that's such a boomer thing. When this person was on Seinfeld,
Jason the boomer over here.
Listen,
oh wow! Shots fired.
Elder millennial, okay.
No, we call you no, Jason. We call you an eldritch millennial because you're one of the old gods. Yeah.
I exist on 17 planes of dimension. So
Jason just starts floating in the background.
Yeah. Wait, can you write down Eldritch Millennial? That's maybe
Eldritch Millennial. Someone note it. But yeah, the parents are really interesting in this whole scene. And then obviously Cassie going back to the cafe and telling Gail like, oh yeah, my parents gave me a birthday gift and they want me to move out. And it was the most basic way they could have done that. Okay, cool. And again, Gail,
expensive and artful.
But like Gail calling her up and be like, why don't you? Like, you can do whatever you want. You are strong. You're powerful. She says it in a very like funny way of like, you could live in any man's basement if you wanted to and afford rent. But like, you can tell that she's joking because she knows Cassie enough that the dark humor gets to her, and she's telling her the truth that she is capable of anything. Like, that's a true friend. And she also is in a position where her friend is struggling, and she knows if she pushes too much, it can push away, but also wants to keep her close and safe and actually try to give good advice. It's a very tricky situation for a friend to be in.
I think that
Ooh.
Okay, cool. I also have a theory, but yeah, let's hear yours.
Double theory.
I think Cassie's already dead.
Okay. Whoa. Can I talk about this? Because that is yes. That was my first thought, and then Emerald says no, and that weirded me out.
So emotionally dead.
Like, that's what I thought. Emotionally gone.
She has, like, the character, like in my thing, it says she has made peace with her mortality. Some things you just can't come back from. Like sometimes you're Frodo and you throw the ring in the volcano and you can't ever go home. And that's where Cassie is. She cannot go home. Or like in the Hunger Games, where you can do everything that you can, and the best that you can get is probably live a life of tortured panic attack and fear, like and trauma from surviving that. So she is a survivor of like she's gone. And I don't care what Emerald says.
But that's crazy though, because that was also my first thought when I watched this and I watched Cassie go through all this. I'm like, oh, by the time we even meet her at the beginning, she's gone. Like she's already everything that maybe like Cassie was, like there's still parts that are glimmering, but like she's already kind of accepted whatever fate this means because it's important enough and she's gone. But
she's made a decision for herself that this is like when people are telling her, oh, you can do whatever, you can move out, like none of that matters. And it's not because she's a husk of a human, it's because she does know that she can do whatever she wants. And
she's lost herself to the trauma. That's all.
She knows what she knows what she wants to do, and it's this path. Like she knows that this is what and the fact that she pulls it off is crazy that she can. And that's like, you could do anything in the world. And part of it is get murdered and have that guy arrested for your murder and find a way to, like, all of the shit that she does is so planned out. Like this is her end game. This is what she wants to do. And I absolutely like the conversation that she has with I have such a different reaction to the conversations in the coffee shop. I'm like, Laverne Cox, I love you. Fucking just fuck. Like love you can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't articulate how I feel about it. I can't.
I have like two sort of like perspectives on Laverne Cox's character in general, which is like one part of me is that she just cares about her, but at the same time she's like trying to push her into a direction, and the other part is like she knows that something wild is happening in this girl's life, and she's like she's not trying to like poke the bear in a way, or she's like at least trying to
choose the bear.
She knows the bear is there.
She's trying to divert the path. Like she understands that there's something really wrong here, and that's why she won't fire her. Like, you know, like there's tons of things that she does that she could just
Cassie does like fireable offenses. No, like nobody's business.
People around her though are doing the very same thing that I said that other people were doing with Nina. That people are like they're unwilling or unable to process her grief and to meet that grief where it is. They're just shitting rainbows at her. Move out, do this, blah blah blah. Instead of like, no one's helping her. Nobody.
Yeah. Can I say something on that note? Like, no, I agree with you, and I think that Gail also could have done more. I totally agree, and it can be like, is this bystander kind of energy and being like, okay, but like just do this and you'll be okay. I think this is my perspective on this is why I think that Gail is actually trying to be an olive branch and trying to get on her level. Cassie doesn't let her in. Cassie does not let her in at all. And at that point, you can't help. You can't do anything. And like the best thing you can be is say, I am a safe space and I get that you're going through something and I'm going to be here as a soft landing when you open up to me. And she does prod a little bit. She says like, oh, like, are you going out? Are you okay? Like, okay, like your parents want you to move out, but like maybe that's a good thing and like you need to be on your own. Maybe that's good.
That's
I think
maybe that's a good thing. I hate that because that's shooting rainbows at somebody because it's not a good thing.
But like, but what is Cassie doing to actually tell her I am willing to let you in and help me? Because like I don't know what to do at that point. I've been on that side of not being helped. Like I understand what that looks like of being like I can shut people out and have like people not know what to do with me, and I wish that maybe people tried harder. I get that, but I also can recognize in myself of looking back and being like, I didn't give anybody the chance to. So
or you didn't give them enough information for them to
or enough for nothing. It was like secrets and walls and secrets and walls, and it's like nobody can know what the right thing to say is without it maybe being a bomb.
The real
Never
issue is that
side anybody though. That's what I'm getting at is that anyone, if it doesn't matter who you are or how open you are, like if you're bright siding someone that looks like that, then you're just a big platitude, and
I kind of
you're not helping.
I hate to like keep using the same analogy over and over again, but like when she is your Alfred and your Alfred isn't helping you, like she doesn't have an Alfred, you know, like
No.
her Alfred
true
is
Alfred,
Cox, and Cox is not helping in the way that
That's
Alfred
fair.
would help.
We keep talking about her as Batman, and she doesn't have a sidekick at all. She doesn't have a keeper. Her parents are her Alfred, and they're like, "Get out now, please, get out. You're old, and please get out."
I think the reason I'm getting enraged, it's not anything that anyone is saying here. It's just that I think very intentionally she's a silo, and no one is connecting with her. Like she's a complete island.
But she doesn't know how to connect with people anymore either, because I heard what you guys were saying about how she's sort of
people don't know how to connect with her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She knows how to connect with people.
Yeah, and she tries. She tries multiple times.
Exactly. And I think like for me, it's highlighting her trying to open up to Ryan and have that shut down immediately. And like she has a conversation with someone, and the second thing that they do always shuts down the first thing. Like
there's also, I think there's like a set of rules that she set up in her mind where she will allow people in closer, but if they don't meet the standards of the things in her brain, she shuts them off, right? Like
they get stuck in the maze.
And then if you hit one of those bumpers that she's put up, it's like, well, you hit the bumper, you're not getting any closer. Sorry, you failed the test, which is detrimental to herself, but at the same time, absolutely understandable as to why she has those in place, right? Like
for sure, it's safety.
She's like a destroyed human being who's on a quest, like we've said, and her quest, the end game is to solve what happened, to bring her friend to justice, or her friend's killers to justice, I should say. And this whole movie is her sort of barreling
any
towards
way
that.
necessary. By any means necessary,
but also kind of not any means, because she doesn't kill anybody. It's like she doesn't actually create violence, but she does create chaos and psychological damage, and that to me is beautiful and so smart. But like, it's not by any means. Like, she is not the ultimate chaos. She is calculated. She is still weirdly in her own trauma, still empathetic. Like, she still does have heart, but she also is like, you have to pay though. Like, you have to pay the piper and deal with this. Just like she does with Madison in the next couple scenes of like watching her go through a similar experience that Nina had.
Well, by any means necessary, I mean dying.
Yeah.
Not
for herself.
People.
Yeah.
Got it. I understand.
She won't put other people
like,
in danger of
and
death,
any
but
means
she will
necessary.
kill herself.
Like, I think that what she does to people is crueler than murdering them, and that's
It's
very
cruel.
intentional. Like that, she wants people to reckon with it. She doesn't
and
want
survive
people
it
to
and
just,
grow,
or
do better, or not make a mistake again.
Should we talk about the Allison? What's her name? Brie.
Alison Brie.
The Alison Brie.
So
scene.
yeah, the just before we get to that, the next sequence is Ryan coming back and asking her out. There's a very funny little moment where he's like, "You gave me the wrong number," and I was texting with this very nice oil rigger, which I thought was a funny little scene. See, at this point in the movie, both times I'm still like heartwarmed by Bo Burnham.
They have awkward chemistry, and it's cute.
Yeah, they go on a date to like a diner, and
Am I the only one who's always found Bo to be creepy and weird? Like, I'm just one of those people.
I don't know.
Me too. He's too charming. He's too quippy. There's gay baiting there.
Yeah,
he
I love
drinks
Bo Burnham.
spit. I'm out.
I'm here
he
for
drinks
it.
spit. No,
I love a quippy, smart, bitey, funny, awkward. I love it.
So we got team pro Bo and team no Bo over here.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's important.
This is why we discuss as a group.
Because of the sequence we already talked. The sequence we already talked about, where he takes her on the date and takes her home. I don't think we're at like the pharmacy sequence yet.
No, not even close.
The first day, but he takes her to his place. He's like, "Oh, I live here. You want to come up?" And that's when she kicks over the trash can.
Yeah.
And then we get the sequence of him going back again, and Laverne Cox being basically like, "Oh, you guys want me to leave you alone? Don't leave aspirins
on my table
in the coffee." And that's when basically like the Al Monroe bit gets brought up, and then we
that's
go
when
into
Cassie
more.
realizes, like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe you can't be trusted. Actually, again, after the
'Cause
last
all
time I thought you couldn't be trusted because you invited me upstairs. Now
Yeah.
I know that you're involved with this man still. You still think he's your friend. Interesting. But also, her brain is already spinning, being like, no, I can get information from that.
This is
Where
this
is his
is something
bachelor party?
this is something I wanted to bring up early on in the movie, and I didn't because I didn't really have a place to interject this. But Cassie seems to reverse prey on groups of friends. And when we enter the movie, she's preying on this particular group of friends. I don't think she recognizes that it's connected to Ryan necessarily, but once she realizes that he's from that school, the Adam Brody group are kind of connected to this as well. She starts to really like dial in on all of this is connected. So
I think it's just her first opening of like being back in that world again. Because I think sorry, Jason, I fully interrupted you and I apologize.
Well, I was just going to finish off by saying, like, I think that, like, the only reason she could have that many ticks in her book is because she goes and just, like, infiltrates groups and destroys them from the inside out. I've been thinking about this for days now, since we watched the movie, about how many actual ticks she has ticked off
It's
in
a
her
lot.
book. You can see a scene of her, like, flip through them to get to the page she's at, and it's, like, halfway through a diary, like a standard journal. How many people has she done this to get her point across? And then also she has to be going in and like destroying these groups of friends, right? Like it has to be, because even in the final act she goes and does it to another group of dude friends.
But that's the OG group. That's always been her target. I think what Cassie has been doing, and we don't know all the context of what happens before we see this movie other than what we're told. But I think that Cassie is, in a weird way, I'm going to musical theater this. She's doing a Sweeney Todd. She is carving and practicing on other necks to get to her goal, to get to her actual revenge plot. And so I think
Demon Barbara
Fleet Street, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I think that because it's not that I don't think she's targeting groups. She is putting herself out there and being the traps fighter. She's being the person who's going to be like, I know it's going to be the nice guy that tries to take care of me. I don't think it's about the friend group, but that guy is going to go back to his friends and be like, whoa, maybe don't do that. And that's how that spreads. I think
but is that the weird irony of it all, where nobody learned anything from getting?
Well, she has a long tally mark of men not learning their lesson. But I think with Ryan disclosing, like actually when they finally kind of have their moment together in the cafe, that they did go to school together, and Cassie already knew that. Right. So went to school together, and then Ryan drops the bomb of, oh, did you hear Alan Monroe's getting married? That's crazy. And she's like, what?
Excuse
me? And again, I think this is like the duality of, I love duality in storytelling. It's the duality of Cassie actually, I think, starting to fall for this guy, which I don't think she thought she was capable of in that moment. Then again, being that trigger brain of, what do you mean? I also need to find information about that. And I think it's those two beings clashing for so long, which is also why, again, we have the kind of next time that we see her, she doesn't go out with Ryan again. She instead goes back to the bar, picks up another guy. Ryan sees her, and then she has another moment of, wait, did I mess this up? And the constant war of her trying to be her own person again, trying to be an individual, trying to maybe connect with another person that like might actually weirdly see her, but then is tied with all of these other things. That's difficult. And unfortunately, her gut was right. And I hate that for her. Like that sucks. And that's why this is so heart-wrenching. But like, I think she was on detective mode. The moment she knew that Alan was there, and this also, sorry, going back to the color theory palette of this movie and why I think it's also beautifully shot. When Cassie hears the news that Alan is having the bachelor party, she goes home. She is in her bedroom. Everything is blue behind her. She is wearing full pink, and she goes on Facebook. That's when we find out about Nina and like Facebook and whatever. She finds Alan's bachelor party and gets more information about that. When later on in the film, we see Cassie, we don't see it, but Cassie watching the video of Nina's assault. We have Cassie in a pink room, fully pink room, wearing blue. And this transition over color palette and like gender colors is very, very interesting. I think it's beautiful and like, art. I love art. It's so good. Anyway.
Absolutely.
But yeah, still haven't gotten to Madison. We'll get there.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
there's a lot of that. We were
That's-
talking about that earlier, where there was like this light blue color that was always sort of pressing down throughout the movie, which is that's just good filmmaking, baby.
Good
where
filmmaking.
Your eyes are constantly contending with pink and blue throughout the entire movie, and we spoke about that. You know, that moment where she has that weird sort of blue frame around her, and he comes in and kisses her while
That's
she's
the
in
moment
frame.
right before they go into their Stars Are Blind moment, this whole dream montage, and
Which
she's
is-
in a blue box.
But she's been sort of like swept up by the world of boys, and the boys are good now. The boy is good
Like,
in
maybe-
my life.
Maybe one allows me to see that it's not all bad. I don't know.
From what I was able to read in the article, she used people connected to this case as widows to get access to her main targets. Her method's still ruthless, but because she already had her fleshed out plans, what consequences her targets must face, it's just all means necessary in her book
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think also like having that moment of like, I think she was maybe at the point, this is hypothetical, but I think at the beginning of this, like, I think Cassie was almost like lost in the revenge and like maybe still looking for Nina's. I don't think that was ever lost for her, like looking for Nina's revenge specifically, but having this reconnection to it, I think reactivated that plot for her of, oh, I can actually do this. And
This
I can
whole
actually
thing
get
is Nina's-
that specific person.
The whole thing is revenge. It
It'll-
just
yeah,
takes
it's a revenge
on a
movie.
different. It takes on a different tone when she can actually revenge on the actual people instead
Yeah.
of revenge against the world as a whole. But back to the Notebook, I just wanted to say I think that flipping through the thing just is there to tell us audience that one, for 10 years this is all she's been doing.
She's been doing it for a while.
Two,
Yeah.
men suck
Also,
so much that it's every single night.
I also think it's like one of those like things with trauma survivors in general, also being somebody who survived different traumatic things. I think it's also a thing where your brain also wants to constantly find it. And I think Cassie as a character is like weirdly not like addicted to that kind of high of like I'm proving myself right. But I think that unfortunately she does put herself in situations that she's going to find that she is right. And she is right. It's not like she's wrong. It does exist and it's there, but it's also constantly feeding that monster of I can't allow myself to grow. And that's tricky. That's trauma. It like traps you. It keeps you in a little ball. And it's tough.
If she was a man character, I would tell her to go get therapy. And
I would
as a
also-
feminist.
Also, why does nobody tell her to get therapy? She needs
Well, this is her
great
therapy, I
therapy.
think.
but that's what my whole point with no one's
Yeah.
helping her is like
Yes.
literally everyone's trying to just shit rainbows around her and swipe it all off as like get
That's
over
true.
it, do this. No one's actually telling her, hey, you might need help.
Yeah,
Like
that's very
no-
true.
You know what?
And-
No one tells Batman to get therapy ever.
Nobody puts
I tell
Batman in a corner.
Batman to get therapy all the time. And
I
he
know.
won't listen to me. That is not.
Batman won't listen to me.
Oh shit!
I have a
I wasn't supposed
question.
to say that.
Keeps punching
gonna
me
need to-
repeatedly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need to
Batman's
I
peek
called-
that for a second.
Sorry, I'm getting a quick call. It
Yeah.
seems that somebody was watching the
The other
show,
line
and I
is
need
like,
to go deal
Oh
with
no,
that.
I
Okay,
need to
sorry.
speak to somebody right now. I really
Oh
fucked
no!
up
Well, I was gonna
Clayface
leave
tonight.
for a second.
Where is she? I punched
Hey,
Clayface so hard
sorry,
his skull
sorry,
came out of his
Batman?
clay body.
Yeah, bro, I'm so sorry. No. Like, I know that we're not. No, I know. So I'm so sorry, man. I didn't know you were
I made a
watching.
clay statue
Oh,
of your
I'm
parent.
sorry. That makes it worse. I did tell you to get
It's on
therapy.
speaker. It's on
Oh,
speaker.
shit.
But I am going to piece for a second. So hopefully I don't miss the Madison lunch situation, but I have some things
Well,
to say.
that is where we're at. So
Well, we're not. Well, we can just talk about it until Cass comes back. We'll set up the scene because Cass has seen it. Cass knows.
Okay,
so
I'll
Go
be
to the
back.
bathroom. I'll explain the scene, or if Jason wants to explain it. Okay.
I was just going to say that Cassie arranges to meet Madison because she has that connection to this person from
School.
from medical school, and
School.
medical
school. Yeah.
medicine school. So basically, what she sets up is that she's going to take her ex sort of friend. I never really got what their relationship was.
They're old
outside
friends
of,
from
like,
school.
Yeah.
They were pretty close.
They were
And
pretty close.
They stopped talking after the Nina incident.
After the incident, it's going to get her drunk, and then through a series of unfortunate events, she's going to basically use a man to come in and
It's not through a
swoop
series
in.
of unfortunate events. She just gets her so drunk that she can't. And I'm assuming she drugs her too. But
That's also what I was thinking. But there's
before
the
they
thing.
hold on, before they arrive, or before Madison arrives, she orders champagne and a ginger ale, and she fills up both glasses, one with champagne and one with ginger ale, and so you understand the tone of what's going on. And then throughout, she has like one glass of wine, and Allison Bree's teeth start to get more and more stained, and her lips get stained throughout the conversation, where you're like, oh, she's wasted at this point. Like they've probably been sitting here all afternoon / morning, right? It was supposed to be a brunch. So you imagine 11 a.m. to like 3:30. The whole restaurant is empty except for the two of them. So they've just been sitting there drinking the whole time, except one person is not drinking and the other person is gut-wrenchingly wasted. Yeah. And
I think cinematically,
the whole scene is basically Allison Bree's character being like, if you get that drunk all the time and then you just act like a slut, like nobody's gonna actually believe you when something real happens. Okay, like, so how are we supposed to know?
The movie's like, do you get it?
But yeah, exactly. But cinematically, through this, as she gets drunker and drunker, she spills the wine, and when the wine spills, the artistry of it all creates this image of the wine spills onto the white tablecloth, and it gets deeper and redder as she gets more drunk and more like filled with rage. And I love the fact that Cassie is sitting there just letting her talk, just
the way I looked at that was like the spilling,
letting
of the
herself
wine.
indulge.
The saturation of her getting drunk and becoming saturated, and the tablecloth becoming saturated with the red blood, the blood of it all.
The way I looked at that is like that was like the
blood on her hands. Damn spot.
Well, I was thinking about our hero, like just slitting her throat at the table. Like that was kind of what it was. It's like now you're dead. Like, you're dead now. You really fucked up so hard that I have no, like, there might have been a world where we came to this lunch and I would have left being on your side, or at least realized that you were on my side in some way. But at the end of that, it's like, no, slit her throat. She's dead. And then she goes to the counter, and she's got some like pimp waiting or whatever, being like, you want me to pimp her now or pimp her later or whatever. And you're like, oh,
okay,
yeah.
I really want to know where she got a guy like sorry, personal ad.
I got pimps and leg breakers everywhere.
No, but seriously, that you find a guy who for sure isn't going to take advantage of this person who's drunk, put her to bed, watch her, make sure she's okay.
Here.
She had to put a lot of faith into this guy that he wasn't going to actually like harm. Oh, I'm alone. This is the Noel Show. Welcome to the
It is the Noel Show, but you're right.
Like, yeah, she had to put a lot of faith into that guy. That's the only guy she's put faith into in this whole movie is the guy
True.
that she hired.
But it
She
literally,
probably
maybe
had
it's 'cause
she probably had a whole contract that she
Yeah.
like put out, like legally got bound and stuff.
That's
where
what
it says,
I
if you do
mean,
anything
like-
terrible, then you will go to jail. Yeah.
and
So,
it was
I have a
literally like
question.
you have to make her believe that you did something
Yes,
untoward to her.
It's incredible. Is this the only actual nice guy in the whole movie other than Alfred Molina? Like, this guy
Yeah.
seems like a
Well,
real,
also Alfred
like,
Molina is not Marina. Alfred Molina is also not a good guy. Like he's
well,
a bad
no, but
guy
we
who's
don't know
reformed.
anything about the gigolo's past. So why are we saying that he's a sex worker?
We
Anyway,
don't know
whatever.
that he is. All we know is that
Exactly.
he probably
I
hiked her
think
dress
men can
up
be
and
called
left her in a
gigolos
hotel
and
room.
women have
All
to be
no,
called
she woke up
sex
with him
workers.
there. That's
Yeah.
they say that. So I'm gonna get in trouble for screaming, but I really want the movie about this guy. Like, I want the spin
That's his job. Yeah, he's like, I
And
go
he-
around and I get paid to make people think they got sexually assaulted.
I'm imagining something kind of like John Wick adjacent.
This movie is John Wick adjacent.
Yes, it is.
That guy was named John Shtick, where he's like, my shtick is this.
And then I think
Dick.
that guy is
John Dick.
definitely in my head canon. The guy he's gay. Like, first off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
definitely.
yeah, he goes home to his loving partner, and he has this like weird job where he goes and teaches people like lessons kind of
Yeah.
in a like equalizer kind of way.
Right. That's
Right.
actually so good, and I think that you're maybe onto something here. This is a character that could exist in the John Wick universe, where he is like an equalizer who he just makes sure that
Exactly.
John Vick.
He's my favorite character in the whole movie. I really want to like. I just want to.
And you never really see his whole like face like fully. You know, he's just kind of at side angles and low angles, and behind the head. And like as soon as you see like that stained table, and he goes over there.
Yeah, he seems like a real salt of the earth, like heart of gold kind of guy. And I really like the only man of faith in this whole movie.
The only thing that I really wanted him to do is, as he stood up, he should have cracked his knuckles, like like he had to, like he's going to.
Who are we talking about?
We're talking about the Madison part.
The gigolo.
Oh, that guy. Yeah,
Yeah, he's my favorite.
understood. Have we gotten into the conversation of these two women talking?
We did, yeah. We sort of
Overview.
breezed over it, but yeah,
Okay.
it's because it's it's important, but at the same time, they have an even more important conversation later. So I'm kind of like, we're already at 11 p.m. and we're not even a third of the way through the movie. So
Yeah,
should
we are
keep-
1/3
should we
of the
keep
way.
trekking.
Can I say
You,
something
if you
real
have some
fast?
points, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Absolutely,
One, color theory again in this movie. The fact that Cassie orders the champagne, pours herself ginger ale, but the cloth that is on the champagne bottle is pink. Crazy. That is good storytelling. That is just color theory, and I love it. The other thing I wanted to really talk about with this, and I know we'll also get it with the Dean Walker meeting as well, is for me watching this not only the first time, but every single time. And maybe it's just my perspective on like expecting things that are terrible from a male perspective, because I've seen it so many times. I've also seen it from women, but for some reason, the women in this hurt me more. And having Madison as a character laugh things off and being like, oh, but like it was just a prank, can like it's just like so disconnected and so catty and so blasé about what happened, and still also excusing what happened to Nina because she was in a position and was like cried wolf so many times. It's that hurts. Like that sucks to also see that. Also at the very beginning of their conversation, Madison enters. She's like, yeah, I'm doing all these things. She tries to set herself up in on a pedestal of like, I'm doing okay. But everything that she's saying in her lines is, I'm miserable, I'm miserable, I'm miserable.
Also,
and
her
it's
facial,
so clear.
everything she says is like she's putting up a wall, but you can tell that like she's really struggling to hold that wall up, being like,
Mhm.
I'm gonna still say the same shit that I said 6 years ago when I defended these guys who are now. Well, I'm gonna marry one of them, and I'm already married to one. Like she has like a loving relationship with one of these.
She's
people that she
married
met.
to a guy who wasn't in med school with her because she had to pretend to be dumb in order to allow him to feel like a man. So she had to compromise everything about herself as a woman in order to succeed in the society.
And she's miserable. And she's miserable. She's in a miserable relationship, like has a miserable life, miserable family. And also, like, the weird thing too is that like Cassie didn't reach out for her to no reason. Like they clearly have a relationship, whether they were friends at one point and something fell out and it was maybe the Nina thing and Madison wasn't there and was part of the cattiness that was like, oh, it's fine. But clearly, like that's a person in her life, like a touch point that Cassie is not forgotten. And it's like, no, you're accountable too.
They do something in this movie as well that I think is like really. Movies sometimes have a hard time doing this, where they give you a really intense point of interest that is there for a while, stirring sort of the pot of the movie, and then just as soon as your mind stops focusing on it and you forget about it, it pops back up, and that is this character of Madison. We're like, she is there for a minute and it stirs everything, and you're like, holy shit, this is getting wild. She's doing crazy shit to people's lives. And, you know, for a little while, she's getting messages from her and stuff. And then just as your brain calms down, because so many other crazy things have happened, she pops back up at her house being like, and she looks like so tired, like she hasn't slept in like a week and a half, being like, I think I might have fucked that guy at the hotel.
Cassie ignoring her calls and her voicemails for so long, like literally just putting her in that Nina situation where also this is like the Cassie psychological game of like, I didn't actually put you in danger. But I made you believe that you were, and I made you believe that like everything about your life has changed. You have to like somehow try to tell your husband that you went out and like, I don't know, maybe something happened and there was a guy there, and then like you're trying to scrambling, and that's what happens.
She like, super duper put her in danger, but because this guy is my like heart of gold
he's the gay John
hero.
Wick,
He's my favorite guy in the whole movie. He was a gentleman, but in that second scene with her, my favorite line in this movie and the most real thing, and I think like the thing that I was just like, yeah, this is the only healthy thing in this movie other than the one non-rapist, is when she's like, and do me a favor, never fucking talk to me again.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Never contact me again.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm like,
yes. But there's also like this
oh,
moment where like she's clearly been going through this crazy spiking emotion, and like her mind has been turned inside out by the events of the last few weeks that we've almost forgotten about as the viewer.
Yeah.
But then she shows up.
So much happens.
And then she's like, can we go inside? I'm so relieved that what you did to me wasn't real. But
also it did make her see and make her share.
Yeah, exactly. So she went back and looked through things and went through, she did her own detective work that we're not privy to, but she's like, here, this is what you want, and I know why you did what. She's not stupid. She's like also a very smart character. She's a promising young woman, even.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a doctor.
She puts the phone down and she's like, I know this is what you wanted the whole time, so here you go.
Yeah.
And it makes me be like, fuck you, because you knew about it the whole time and you've known about it for 10 years. You're a culprit in Nina's death, but at the same time, like, you're a victim of this shitty, toxic world that the men are running. So it's like
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I really liked it, but at the same time, I'm also getting amped up at this point, being like, God, just hit her in the head with a fucking tire iron. Did you have one?
I get it.
The next sequence is equally frustrating because she goes and basically kidnaps a kid.
Sure does.
She rolls
underage
up on a girl
woman
and a promising young woman who loves this band called like what are they called, like Cumsting?
It was like the wet
dreams.
Something. Yeah.
Like Wet Spot.
Wet Dream.
Do you remember that O-Town song?
Yeah.
If you get down on me, I'll get down on you.
No, it was called Liquid Dreams, and it was about dreaming about famous women and soiling one's nappies.
Self. Yeah.
Oh, but she basically like tricks this kid into like, she's like, I'm going to be a photographer or a makeup stylist.
She went full like spy mode.
Yeah,
makeup stylist.
a makeup stylist, and well, she lets her into her car and then takes her phone.
This
and
is
then
my
drops her off
favorite
at
moment in the whole movie, I think.
It's so
love
good.
a diner, which we'll find out.
The reason I think it's so good is because she does such a good job of making me like understand what she's doing in like a James Bond sort of way, where she's like
Yeah,
pretending
I
to
can
be
see
somebody
that.
else, and this other person is falling for it so hard, and
Playing into the hand.
yeah, and she's clearly done so much research. And then when she's like, "Wow, you really are a fan," and she's like, "Yeah, I'm like the biggest," and then she puts the phone down, and then her face just like drops, like
Yeah.
where she's gone back into
Yeah.
like Hitman mode, like tuk, 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 tuk.
Drives away.
Yeah.
It's so good. Also, I feel like that also plays to the point too of like even just safety for young women. Like if you are in a place of privilege or naivete as a young person, it's so easy to be fooled by someone like that. Like I grew up with stranger danger. I grew up with like stay alert, stay safe. And I would never get into somebody's car if they didn't have like a secret password. And I would never do all these things. Like I had things ingrained in me because I was a young woman who was vulnerable. And seeing how easy it was for Cassie to just play a character and be like, oh, here's the candy in my van. I'm good. I'm safe. Also, I'm a woman, so I'm safe.
Women.
You can't. Is that the world teaches women that you can't trust anyone. You can't trust anyone unless they prove themselves trustworthy.
But I mean,
And
this
that's
movie
it.
also proves that you can't trust women either, and not just
Exactly.
in this situation, but in the situation that follows right after, which is
Right
like,
after.
you can't trust women.
And it
But do you know
hurts,
who you
man.
can trust? The male gigolo.
You can trust the male.
I'm just
gigolo.
a gigolo.
Listen,
But yeah, no, Dean Walker
we don't get
thing
enough
is
information on the male gigolo to be able to confirm or deny that he's evil or not. So
I
we have
don't-
to
I have
decide
another
this whole
sequel
time-
idea.
This whole time, I'm thinking of the male gigolo in the same way that I'm thinking of the hitman that doesn't do the thing.
Yeah,
He
the
doesn't break
unfortunately
the leg.
faced man. I was like, what
Yeah.
a weird looking guy that guy is.
Yeah. So this ends up being a whole thing where she's gonna go talk to I guess the dean of the
Yeah.
university
Yes,
they went
she
to.
goes to the dean because the dean's daughter is the person that she just kidnapped, basically.
Yeah,
What's that actor's
Oh,
name?
That when we
Connie Britton.
Connie Brennan. Yep.
I love that
Incredible actor.
reveal that she has kidnapped the daughter, and then like because the two seem you're like okay, where is this going? And then when she's just like, oh, and by the way, and you're like, damn.
I think that for
I
me,
lo-
it was, as soon as she gave a fake name, I'm like, what is this? Because I
Yeah.
was like, oh, what are you? And she's like, you want to continue your studies at such a geriatric age? What compelled you to come back? And she's like, well, I guess it happened to my friend. What happened to my friend? Really, it took me a long time to get over it. I'm like, what's this gonna be? And
That
because
scene
my
was
favorite-
so
Also-
satisfying.
The
My
fact
favorite
that-
outcome of this sequence is that towards the end of the scene, it cuts back to the receptionist, and you can hear the yelling inside, but she doesn't react to it.
Where's my
Like this
daughter?
happens
She's like-
all the time. This happens all the time. People are going in there to be
I
like,
think I
Someone's
made the
yelling.
joke where like
Yeah.
because like she says like almost like 3 or 4 times a week I get
It's what? Do you want the quote?
Sure.
I wrote it down. She says, and this haunts me, and it's why I wrote it down. She says, we get accusations like this all the time, 1 or 2 a week. I'm sorry, I don't remember your friend Nina.
Yeah, and then
And that in itself is so damning.
but the thing that I liked is that like when that line was said, I was like, that is some like horrifying reverberating bullshit that probably exists. And then when it
Yeah,
cut to
It does.
but when it cut to her screaming about her own daughter, and like the receptionist is like and like doesn't do anything, I'm like, yeah, there's probably people screaming in that office all the time if parents are
1
coming
to
in
2 times a week,
and
probably.
their daughters are being like raped by fucking lacrosse players or whatever. Like what the
Yeah.
like she's probably so used to people just screaming in that office like all the time.
Yeah, she doesn't even clock it that it's the dean herself.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, it's somebody screaming about something. Okay. And that's also complacency and complicity. Yeah.
I think I think the Dean
Absolutely.
sequence in this movie is the crowning achievement of this movie, in my opinion.
It's the nail in the coffin for all of it.
Satisfying scene, and it's brilliant. It's the real twist. Like I think this is the twistiest twisted in this
Yeah.
movie.
I think
what my
that
favorite part-
when I was
sorry.
watching it, like I absolutely knew for a fact that she would never do anything to that girl because that girl didn't do anything, right? So she's not
No.
going to do anything to her. So in my brain, I'm like, she is fine, but I love how much she is like grabbing the Dean by her ankles and just twisting her feet behind her legs and shit. And then she's like,
To make her
like,
see.
yeah, it's so
Like if that was your
satisfying.
daughter, what you would do.
Yeah. Just to
My
watch somebody
favorite.
who's like complicit about sexual assault just witness the idea of her own daughter having to witness or go through it is just like,
Her
I think
immediate
that-
mama bear instincts, just like, wait, what?
yeah. Yeah.
So good.
I appreciate that scene the most as well because that's the schools, like, and the structure there, not
Mhm.
having a way to just doing this thing, and never having to own up to anything and constantly apologizing for that behavior and yada yada yada.
They have
Super
money and
prevalent.
legal teams to deal with it. They don't have to take.
It's also one of those
So-
things though, where you look at it and you're like, you watch the Dean and you can see her face like melt into fear, right? But you also know that like this Dean has probably gone through like 30 years of getting to where she is and like has had to be complicit like tons
It
and tons
takes
of things
her
based on like other people paying her off or like, you know, like saying like we're gonna shut down this wing or
I have a question.
It takes her a little bit to even make the face like she's been found out too, because she has that shield up so hard.
it's not really that she's been found out so much as that she's feeling a genuine human emotion and
Yeah.
not a platitude that
But she hasn't had to
Directly-
feel in years and years and years.
Yeah, but I
Directly
mean,
connected.
she's also a woman in a position of power, so she's had to probably shut herself off to emotions and feelings and criticism and all of that. But my
Yeah.
main question is, if you like, what university do you go and have a sit down with the dean? Like that's very difficult. If you
It
want to
seemed
get
like-
back,
It does happen. I've actually
Yeah,
had a few friends who have had to have that sit down. It
For
does
me-
happen. You have to go
What-
through hoops and counselors to get to that point. But
no, but that's what like she just walks in and says like I want to like.
she probably
clearly
said she was someone's mom or something to be like, oh, I'm
No,
talking
but
about
she-
something.
But the dean was saying like, oh, you
No.
want to restart your studies.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well,
That's just-
she also used a fake name, so I'm wondering who that. Maybe she found a person
That
who
was
was
like-
of like great renowned or something, like a person who was like supposed to be a promising young
So
woman.
sorry,
Like top of class or something.
what I'm trying to say is the fact that she gets to sit down with the dean at all is also like a she's smart.
Yeah.
and she managed to blah blah
Okay,
blah.
yeah.
That's fair.
Because that's
Yeah.
just like I
I think it's a
try to
good
see
scene. though,
anybody
so,
in a
you know, like,
university
who-
other than like your basic counselor or a robot. Like
I went
I
through
have
all
that
of
thing.
university and I never
That
once
thing.
saw the dean. I don't even know what the
That.
dean looked like when I was at university. I don't
it's not even signed by the dean.
I will say like one thing
No,
I've heard
I
about
gotta
this.
tell you, I got a great signature. They've been lending those out to me, and I do like for $2 a pop. I sign with the dean's fake signatures. So that might
Bless.
be signed
Dean
by
doesn't
me.
sign. Let me go
Oh.
check who signed it.
So that means it's not official. Noel doesn't have a fucking.
Not the critical thinking award.
We should go to
Wait, can I say really quickly?
yeah,
Two very quick points on the scene, and then we can move on because I want to move on because there's so much to talk about. One, I wrote this down in my notes as industrialized apathy, and that is exactly what this Dean is doing. The other thing that I love about this scene is when Cassie is done her torment, her psychological torment, she leaves the scene by taking a piece of gum out of her mouth, classic punk college kid, puts it under the desk, and just walks out and is like, you can pick her up here, and just leaves it. And I'm like, it's so beautifully crafted. Like she has thought about this so hard, and it feels like an art piece in itself that could be in reality. And I love it.
It was signed by the chancellor and the vice chancellor.
It's not the dean.
No, because the
Oh.
dean doesn't do
You know,
that.
I-
That's not their role.
Well, they could if they wanted to.
No, the chancellor and vice chancellor are for the like entire university, not for this. Anyway, whatever.
Fair. That's fair.
and we should note that this whole time she's basically doing a thing that is like I've kidnapped your daughter She might be over there with those boys, those boys like a young girl.
I told you where she was. She was in the room that Nina was in. You don't remember?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Maybe think about it harder. You'll find your daughter.
And then at the very end,
Brilliant.
she's like, I don't fucking know. I left her at a diner. She's probably just there. I have her phone. They do the whole phone thing.
Yeah,
where
she's like,
she tries
also
to
call
her
the
daughter,
diner.
Pulls up the phone. Yeah.
Now that it's done, call her. She's safe. I'm not going to do that to you because that's gross. And that's what you did to me and my friend.
Now, when she meets up with Madison, we get the 1 on the screen. This was the 2 on the screen. So she's going through these series of things. The third one is confronting Jordan Green, played by Alfred Molina. She goes over to the lawyer's house, and the lawyer destroyed Nina's case by being the kind of fucking ambulance chasing nonsense nightmare man who just gets like rapists off, basically. And he's now fully guilt-ridden.
Lawyer who gets paid to do a job.
Yeah. And the great thing about this is the color palette of the whole movie changes for a brief time. They sit down
I love
together.
the color palette in this.
They're both framed in the center of the shot. Behind him is his like bar, and behind her are 2 dying plants. The dying plants sort of exemplify the whole feeling of the scene that we're in, because we think that she's going over there to see more men being shitty, and he seems shitty at first, but he basically says as much as, I can't sleep. I can only, see her face every time that I close my eyes, and I need redemption. And she goes, do you want me to hurt you? And he's like, maybe.
Yeah.
So basically, the only time we see any redemption from a man in this whole movie is in this sequence. When I watched this the first time, I was like, this guy sucks so bad. But watching it the second time, I actually saw the remorse.
I love that they got a full theater actor to do this scene.
Exactly.
It's so heightened.
I don't think that it would have been. They had to find an Alfred Molina to do this.
Yeah.
It had to have that sort of gravitas of like the door opening and it being a recognizable face, someone that you're like, I've seen this man in many movies. Even if you're not familiar with Alfred Molina, like a young teenage girl opening the door should be able to recognize this as like, this is a man from a million movies I've seen.
Yeah.
Because, and that's kind of like a shitty thing to say, but like at the same time, it is important that you have someone like Alfred Molina playing that role. It can't just be a random old man actor. It has to be someone like that.
It has to be somebody who talked to Peter Parker and tried to teach him the good in the world and then became a villain.
But it holds the power of the sun in his hand.
Yeah.
But it also has to be a man who then takes her into his house and everything is like this brutalist sort of interior design where everything's black and angular and super ordered, where, when she sits down and he sits down, there's a perfect symmetry to everything in the room, where, this man is supposed to be very divisive and calculated in everything that he does. And that's supposed to be the exact reason that he feels the way he feels. Like he's not just scared of his like afterlife. He's not worried about it.
Oh, he's ready to go.
He's worried about everything that he did in the past because it's made him so sad. And like when he kneels down and is like essentially begging for her forgiveness, he's not begging forgiveness from the person that he essentially signed a death warrant to. He's asking her friend, like, please forgive me. Like, I know that what I did killed your friend, and I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for every single time that might have happened beyond this. But
I just very quickly like to thank you to Tala for subscribing with Prime. Thank you very much.
Tala, great. We love you.
I have 3 quick notes about this scene, and then I will let the discussion just play out. But because we were talking about color palette, the fact that this entire room, it's not all gray. There are the dead plants behind Kathy as she's framed. The way it's framed also is like it gives a lot of space above a head, which means like we're having kind of it feels horror-esque, like we're watching from above, almost like a weirdly angelic thing. Film is cool. But there's dead plants. Everything is gray, but there are pops of color in this scene. And the way that like I did my best to try to describe it was like a stagnant guilt that like this person like clearly does have emotions and does have a lot of things, but it's just died over years and years of doing this job. The other thing that I will point out is that while this performance is amazing and it is theatrical and it is genuine and remorseful, and
He literally forgives him.
but she is also, like I said before, we had that frustrating thoughts and emotional well. This is a woman also going through something and willing to go through like basically calling a hitman on this guy in a second.
Yeah.
And she makes the choice to open up an emotional well for a man that is just starting to understand. And that in itself also has a cost. Like that was a huge move for her to do, because her emotional well is probably like, it's a little pond. And she had to go, okay, whoa, actually, I do see you, and I will allow you this. That is a gift from Cassie in that moment, and also a gift to herself to be able to open up enough. But that takes energy.
I think the real gift though is because like she still had to walk back to the car, right? Where we focus on her as she's walking back to the car, and like that moment could have been anything from discomfort to I didn't expect this to whatever you want to categorize it as.
Yeah, I think she didn't expect it for sure.
The time that you know that it is pure forgiveness is whatever that fucking bald guy was gonna do has no longer. She's like, you'll still get paid, but you don't have to do what you're gonna do. Like, what do you guys think he was gonna do? I don't know, like burn the house down inside it. Like, who knows?
That's the first moment where again it like does that thing of like, was Cassie gonna do it or not? Was she going to actually like have Madison be put in a really bad situation? Was she going to kill Adam Brody in the first scene? Was that guy actually a hitman? I don't know. And that's the like whole idea of what she's set up as, is what is she capable of? Because I think personally, seeing it, I have no context really other than that guy was like, I get paid. I thought that man was going to go kill that guy. I don't know.
I think that at this point, though, like when we're seeing, I think this is also the movie trying to show us like how much more planned out she actually is. Where when she goes into these situations, it's not just her going to a club.
No,
she does have contingencies in plan for. That's just so that the ending of the movie also like makes sense, right? Like where when she goes into a room with somebody that she knows it might go wrong, she has a thing there just in case. So like she could have just paid that guy, so if he hears like a kerfuffle inside the house, that guy could come in and just beat up Alfred Molina to get him off.
I think he was gonna break his legs.
Something. It was gonna be bad.
Okay.
Well, I don't think the plan was murder. I think the plan was like,
I didn't say that though. What I said is that if she went in there and Alfred Molina started beating her up,
I agree.
She has
I heard
safety.
all of what
he
you're saying.
hears
I'm just
it
saying,
and
I
he
think
jumps
you guys
in
were
there.
asking
The frog
what the
man.
what
That
the
guy
plan
looked like
was.
a frog a little bit, right? I'm just saying.
He's a frog man. He was mostly frog, less
He
man,
breaks
more
through the
frog.
window and he's like, "Wah!" And then he's like, frog man, we haven't fought in a long time.
The other thought that I had weirdly, and it was only on like my the only other thought I had was the way that this guy was dressed. I was like, either you're a hitman or you were like portraying a dad of one of these girls and like going in immediately after to like mess with this guy. It was just like the way that, and I know that they paid a lot of attention to like costuming and the way that this is aesthetically looking, that I was like, maybe that's possibly a stretch. But I don't know. That would have also really hit hard too. Weirdly, like men, like father figures talking to each other means more than other things. Society.
I just want to just point out that we glossed over in between these scenes. There was the sequence where she breaks the guy's windows in the truck, which was a great scene. But we don't need to talk about that. But also, the scene happens where she goes back to the bar and Bo Burnham sees her with Sam Richardson, and she's dressed like to the nines to go out and do that again.
I kind of
do her
like
thing
touched on
again.
it a little bit,
We
but
talked about
not
it.
fully.
That's why we don't need to dwell on it. I just want to say that we glossed over that, which is fine. But the next thing that happens is she goes to Nina's house
I will say
and
the
meets Molly Shannon.
Tala, the person that's been talking for a lot of the episode, that part where she breaks every piece of that guy's truck and that guy folds immediitely and drives away. That's
I
exactly.
have felt that rage. I have been that woman.
Tala like lost their mind the other night. I was like, this is great. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He folded that quickly. Where he's like, okay, I gotta go.
Okay, I gotta go.
No, I didn't know
I'll
you
fucking
to...
get you, bitch. And then she pulls out a tire iron, and it's like, oh fuck, and it starts smashing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great sequence. If you haven't seen this movie, go watch this movie. But the
Please.
next sequence we have to go through is when we kind of learn who Cassie and Nina were to each other, which we've gotten hints of through this whole movie. But here it's like Cassie was a fixture in this home growing up with Nina. But Nina's mom herself is like, you gotta let this go. I think there's a bit of a hint that Nina's mom knows what Cassie's been doing. Is what I kind of drew from.
I think maybe she just at least sees how hurt she is and how unwilling she is to let go. As like a mother who like, sorry, Jason, I fully interrupted you. Go ahead.
You know, I was done talking. The only other thing that I really wanted to point out is like, she's drinking a juice box. She gives Cassie a juice box, and also Molly Shannon, literally one of the most heralded comedic actors in the history of the sport, is playing the most serious fucking mom who lost a daughter I've seen in film, I think, ever. Like probably like should have won some sort of award. I know
Everybody should have won an award in this.
I know they don't give awards to like a ninth string actor, but it's incredible how this movie really sets up these comedic actors to thrive in this film.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I haven't seen anything like this before or after. You really don't see this like ever. Can you guys think of another movie where they populate the serious roles with comedians or comedians like this
and keep it serious?
Yeah. Like there's no Molly Shannon doesn't make a joke a single time outside of like familiarity with the person she's talking to, which is incredible.
Not an entire cast. I've seen like comedians do incredible drama work, like, but not the entire cast of basically comedians, or like maybe a couple like sprinkled like just seasoned actors who do more drama. But a lot of this cast is comedian actors. Yeah. This seems to be a first for me, from my perspective.
I don't think it's a first, but I can't give you an example. But at the same time, I've made the point that I've made throughout, which is like it subverts expectations when it comes to what you're seeing, where you see three comedians on screen and they're all doing dry drama, and it for some reason hits heavier because your expectations in your gut is to laugh, but you're not, and there's nothing funny there.
No. But also they know how to play with that timing. Yeah, go.
About the mom. I mean, Molly Shannon is also an extremely tortured person. But
it also might have to do with like what you were saying, Noel, earlier, where it's like every single person that read the screenplay was like, this speaks to me in a way that I don't think that I
was Cassie.
Oh, sorry.
So the brain.
I mean, at least you're not taking credit.
With the I wouldn't.
I'm not a man.
with the mom character, like I think that what Cassie's doing is actually hurting her more. That's what I kind of took from that scene. Of it's like she's trying to move on. It was her daughter, and see this person coming back and bringing it up, and like this, it's not that she's past it or she's trying to give Cass, like she's the only person who gives Cassie some actual advice, just like move on.
Yeah.
But even then, it's a very much like I'm hurting. This is my story, and you need to stop doing this because it's not helping. And my daughter is still dead.
For sure.
And nothing you do is going to change that fact, and I have to deal with it in my own way without you doing this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we talked about this in like a weird way where it's like she gave her like a juice box. Like she's drinking from a juice box. Like clearly that's like them when they
So
were
like the little kid that she saw on her porch with Nina, like that's still also kind of her baby.
That
And I
also-
think like the duality of like leave this alone because it hurts me whenever you bring it up. Yes. But I also think she sees that little kid in Cassie being like, I don't want you to hurt anymore either. I think there's a lot.
absolutely
in
there,
that.
but like that also means that she has in her fridge a stocked
Juice
fridge of
boxes.
juice boxes still. Like she's still
You only do that as a mom.
she hasn't even stopped buying the
I have
stuff
juice
for her kid.
boxes. That's
All
not
right.
a good
I
Well, we all know
love
that you have
that.
Xbox and shit. I'm just
I
saying.
should start buying juice boxes again. What am I doing with my life?
I
Juice
love
boxes are
junior
sick.
I have
They're-
adult money.
I think that what the point that I was trying to make is that like that's like a thing that like you're not past it. You've got juice boxes ready to go for when your
didn't
your
Cassie
daughter
bring
who
the
died.
juice box?
No.
I'm so sorry.
She comes out of the mom comes out of her home and like passes it to her. And it's
That
like,
must
"Here you
have
go."
been when I was in the stationary aisle.
You're almost gonna get like 10 trucks.
It just
Yeah.
it makes me think about like so like I was talking to Jason and Cass, like sometimes my mom like will just like buy me groceries every once in a while as like a gift.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
got
ask you about
groceries coming to you, and I'm like, oh, that's so nice.
Ooh,
And then but
groceries are expensive.
yeah, exactly.
Here's 8 apple juices, little boy.
But, like she
Yeah.
will absolutely load it up with like stuff that I liked when I was a kid. Where I'm like, okay, thanks, Bob. Like
Like Lunchables
fruit
and like
cups
a Kool-Aid
like,
jammer.
You'll get like a pack of Twinkies, and you're like, wow, Twinkies. Haven't seen
Yeah.
these in a while.
Twinkies. Does she say it with a Scottish accent though?
Yeah, my mom has a Scottish accent.
Yeah.
I love that. I wish I had a Scottish accent.
He says,
They're
"All
beautiful.
right, I sent you some fucking groceries."
Thank you. Thank you.
Fuck.
I was trying to tee you up for that.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
There's a great moment too, like shortly after she goes home and she's sitting in that weird front room that like everything's like gold molded, and it's like that front room you're not supposed to sit on any of the furniture.
It's the
And
pink
she
room, and she's in blue.
Yeah, she opens the book. She opens her cross-off book and throws it in. She eats it into the garbage, and then immediately goes to talk to Ryan. And when she goes to see Ryan, Ryan is understandably pissed. He just saw her with some guy in a
And
fedora.
also a guy that clearly can't be trusted also too.
Yeah.
Like gross. Which
But-
my perspective from the first time I watched it was like, ew, also like, what are you doing with that guy?
Yeah.
Thought he was a good guy.
But they have a sort of a reconnection, and then we get a montage of them sort of reconvening. We get that really great scene where she's in front of the embedded blue art piece where she's framed perfectly, and he kind of comes in and they kiss. And I thought that was a huge moment. She's wearing a red sweater or a pink sweater at this point. There's the blue in the background. He's wearing a blue shirt. It's great color theory, as Cass
Jason, I will
said.
say you are going way back, but I appreciate that you're talking about this because it is important.
We already talked about this, but yes.
No, we talked about it, but I'm in sequence of the movie.
happening now,
They go to bed together and they're being cute, and then the pharmacy sequence happens. This is
Yeah.
now where we're at with the
Even though
pharmacy.
it's
Where they throw
that's
ramen
crazy.
at each other and spam cans at each other, and
Yeah.
my favorite part of this whole moment is all the
The pharmacy work.
background are like looking at them like,
They're
what
like,
the fuck are you doing? Like, they all look really
ew,
it's very
And
funny.
also
please stop.
the ridiculous ad stuff happening, the product placement in this.
Spam?
Well,
It's not even
spam.
that bad though. It just seems like they filled it up with shit, and they probably called those brands.
Yeah.
Can we use it in this? Like, it didn't seem like
Like
placement.
Ziploc, I think, or Zippo
Was
was one of
Zippos?
them that I
Yeah.
pointed out. I was like, "What the fuck? What a weird thing." But they have a
Ziploc
great-
also my nickname in high school.
Hey.
But they have a great
It's a good
dating
one.
sequence, and then she takes him to meet the parents, and he kind of does that thing where he makes some like whatever jokes, and
He says,
you
"Oh,
know-
I am a doctor, but my parents like wanted me to be a DJ."
Yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah.
that's so corny and
And
charming. The
Clancy
dad
Brown is
gets
like,
it. Mom doesn't get it.
Mom doesn't get it. Dad eventually gets it. Like it takes him a while, and he's like, "Oh, because the
Oh, you're
DJ
funny, and he's funny. Cassie, you didn't tell me he was funny.
DJ's stupid. That's a dumb thing.
Yeah.
To be.
Yeah.
All right. So what else did you want to be?
Yeah.
That's my Tom Clancy impression. Sorry,
Pretty good.
what did I say? Tom Clancy,
Yeah, it's Tom Clancy.
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown. Tom Clancy Brown. But after all that, they're back in the freaking
SpongeBob.
playground. And Alison Brie comes back in, and she's basically like, "I'm so relieved
Freaking
that
out.
you didn't send the guy to rape me."
Yeah.
But it's kind of bittersweet because the reveal is like there's a bachelor party coming up, and I don't know. Maybe
I also think like
maybe
if
Ryan was
Cassie
part of
hadn't-
that group of friends.
if Ryan hadn't come over for that dinner, if Cassie hadn't have let him in, and then Madison showed up at her doorstep, she would have been hostile. She would have not said, "I'm so sorry, you were actually safe." But because she was on weirdly a growth moment, a journey, she had a realization of, I shouldn't maybe be doing this anymore. And because she said that, if this is a weird way that life works, and it's complicated and zany. But if Cassie hadn't have gone through this moment with Ryan coming over, having parent moments, actually making a connection, and then Madison came over, Madison wouldn't have then given her that video. She would have been like, "How dare you treat me like that?" And like, "Why are you giving me the cold shoulder?" But because Cassie said, "I am so sorry I did that to you. You were safe. These are all the facts," then it gave Madison as a character to say, "Okay, thank you for telling me, and also I have something to tell you too." Like, these are how like everything can divert from.
Can I throw a butt in this?
Yes, throw a button.
So my butt here
Work it out.
is that you're
Nice
right.
butt.
Everything.
Nice butt. Mr. Squidward, I should kick you in the fucking eyes.
But yeah, in the butt is that she is like, I don't know how much more this person has
This is
on me.
Noel's been waiting for this
I
moment
think Tala is in love with you, Noel.
for months and months and years and years. I think that I don't think Noel has been as seen as she
Noel's
feels,
got a
as they
great
feel
fan.
right
What do
now.
you're eating your Polly Pockets? Is that what's going on over there? You're like,
I'm so
eating
sorry.
Polly
My
Pockets.
screen is so small. I feel like I also can't see what's going on. So that's my bad, guys.
So
It's it's Cher and Dion in their car.
oh, Clueless Polly Pockets.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh,
We
that's
did
vintage.
Clueless last year on this.
We did.
this
Yeah.
We did Clueless last year. Part of the
And
grade 8.
episode.
on their set, you can actually, so it also has Ty, but you can drive it around and knock over the tree by hitting the tree with the
Blast.
car.
With
And
the
then
car.
there's tire marks.
Violent.
Oh,
Hiya, Mark.
then
Hiya,
it-
the
Mark.
game.
Also-
The game tempts you to. It has to be with the car. It can't be any other thing.
Fire, Mark.
Fire. I can't believe you did.
Listen. Basement
I
yard, buddy.
also
I've lost my track
listed
of
all
mind.
of
I don't remember
Alfred
what
Sorry.
Molina's filmography.
I was gonna make a very poignant piece of discussion for this podcast. I can't remember what it was now.
For Madison, I was talking about the duality of like, could this have gone either way? And then Madison's still giving her the tape. I don't know if
I
that
think
helps.
that I don't think this was my point, but my point was like somewhere along the lines of like she was still scared, so she went in to talk to her to be like, I'm going to give you this last piece of evidence, and it will
Yeah.
absolutely let you leave me alone for the rest of my
Yeah.
fucking
She's
life.
like, never
also that is-
contact me again. Yeah.
Fair.
But
Fair
also,
enough.
if
Yeah.
she never does that, if she never goes over to her house, credits.
Yeah. We don't get that. We don't get that piece.
We don't get the great ending to this movie, which is fucking good. Should we just
Yeah.
jump to the ending because we're
No,
kind of
We're about
wait.
there. So what happened? What were you gonna say, Cass?
There's a couple things I want to touch on before we get to the like
Absolutely.
kind of end.
You also have
because
so
it's
many
only about-
questions you wanted to ask us.
I do. I have a lot of discussion points. How dare I? But I actually kind of asked a bit while we go. We get the tape. Cassie hears the tape. It is horrible. Also, color theory. We have her in a pink room wearing a blue dress. Interesting how the turntables.
Also, wait, before you're done with that
yes.
room, we see that room all the time in the background, just
Mhm.
constantly, just floating in the background. No
We're
one's
never
Called
in
Mad
it.
Max or Mighty Max, I think. Tala. Sorry to interrupt both of you, but
Mighty
called
Bean.
I used to have a
Pocket
similar
and
Polly
Mad
Pocket,
Max.
but it was horror
Just-
and monsters.
but
That's Mighty Max.
Also, Tala's from Germany, so it might be different. So just
Yeah.
before
Don't say what I'm gonna see here in my head.
Jason calls his parents horror and monsters. That's what he calls both of them.
It's called Elimination
It's
Chamber.
the Clithonian thing. It's the Eldritch Millennial.
The
Sorry, go ahead. I had to call it back. Sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
I forgot that we called him that earlier.
It's
I don't
beautiful.
know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that
Pink room. We haven't seen it, or we've seen it in the background
so
a bunch
we
before.
constantly see their sort of gaudy house all the time.
Yeah.
And even when they buy her a suitcase to leave, it's like a super pink, kind of like
Pastel,
gross.
beautiful
Yeah.
macaroons.
But you're like, is that her thing? I don't really know. We don't know until we see her, because we don't ever really see her in her own environment except her little girl room that she still lives inside of.
And still wears all the florals and whatever, yeah.
But in this moment, she invites this lady into her house, her parents' house. And the room that she brings her into is the room that we've only seen sort of like passed by camera movements. No one's ever been inside of it, but both of you guys said the same thing, which was like, oh, that's the room no one ever goes in.
That's the room that nobody
that's the
can
room-
sit in.
That's the room you're not allowed to sit in that room.
The
Yeah.
front
Yeah.
room.
The dirty teenagers are not allowed to sit in this room.
Also, the adults aren't either. You just look at it, and it's beautiful, and it's covered in plastic.
So
We'll have cake in there once a year.
Yeah.
When you guys were saying that, I was like, I didn't really have that room in my house, but I had like an area of the house that like we just didn't sit in it until it was like nice and like guests were over or whatever.
Mhm.
So
Adam's family shit.
the way I looked at it was
Bugsy.
like you guys looking at it as the room that nobody ever goes in, and she takes her into that room instead of going somewhere else that's like more intimate to her.
She
or,
didn't
like,
take her into her
private.
bedroom that was like her space, her safe
But she
space.
takes her into the room that no one's allowed to go into, and
Cool.
that's where the revelation happens. So I'm like,
Storytelling.
yeah, this is her. She is like, I am an adult and I can understand adult things, and I'm gonna see something that might actually crack me from being a kid into an adult, and that's how I was like sort of looking at this.
Is that
I'm
also
an
not
adult.
kind of rebellion in itself? I'm sitting in that front room. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Tala's in love.
Only
I can't get this
crushing.
open.
Only crushing
I
a
have
little
to
to the
plug my
max.
phone in before it dies. 1 second.
Sorry, I feel like I went into a fugue state.
Yeah.
and
What, you didn't
Yeah.
listen to anything I just said? I was
Pretty
saying
much.
such good
It
things.
was all valid. It was all very good. Steven has been on a run.
No, I'm loving it. I just have nothing to add.
Are you Mick loving it?
I certainly am not.
Look, I'm going to
That's
take this
awesome.
opportunity to move to the fact that Cassie brings the tape directly to Ryan, and when she shows it to him, he goes, "Oh well, I wasn't there."
This was the
and
only
then you
part,
hear
this was the
his
part of the
voice.
movie where I actually was like, oh no.
It
Like when the
felt so
audio starts
bad.
playing, I was like, oh no. Because then I was like,
Steve, I feel like even you for a minute, I went through this watching Scream 4 today, literally, where I was lulled into a sense of comfort by being like, oh, I'm wrong. And I know that you were right. I know that you knew that you were right. But up until this point, you go, how do you turn this clear, nice guy, actual nice guy, into a villain? And all it took was hearing his voice on the tape being like, oh my goodness.
Such
or
an
whatever.
iconic voice too. Like, sorry, my mic changed. I don't know if you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we can still hear you. Yeah. You sound great.
No, but Bo's voice is so recognizable, and just him even just starting a word. You were like,
Yeah.
hurt.
I
Yeah.
as soon as it happened, I was like, "Oh, it's his voice." And I was like, "Did he?" There was even a part of me that I'm like, "Did he film it?" Like I was like, "Did he film it? Was he filming it?" Like that's fucked up.
He may have filmed
That's even
it.
more fucked up than I
Even
thought.
the fact that he was just in the room, like filming it, also bad, but also being in the room and laughing about it, also bad. That's all equal.
No,
Like,
but the
you're
guy
all
who did
part of
film it ran into the woods,
Yeah,
even though he helped burn her body.
it's
It's like,
it's
Oh, right, that was the guy. The guy
Yeah.
at the end is the guy
Yeah.
that filmed it. Yeah.
Matt
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Schmidt.
Schmidt.
Joe.
Schmidt from New Girl.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I've
basically
never
he
even
gets
seen New Girl, but I know his name's Schmidt because you guys kept saying Schmidt over and
It's
over.
all everyone knows his name is Matt.
Not me.
I've never watched New Girl because I would never subject myself to that.
it's a great show.
Okay. But Gilmore
It's an
Girls,
all-time sitcom.
there it is.
It's an
I would
all-time
subject
sitcom.
myself to that. I don't like
Um,
Zooey Deschanel very much. I don't know why.
Well, listen,
Let's
has
explore
that
the depth of
experience.
it in the video.
he gets very defensive. She calls him out on that, and then she leaves when he literally like shows his whole ass to her. Basically, all men are bad. Choose the bear every single time, and then she gears up for part 4, and that's going to the bachelor.
So
party
I
that
looked
we
up what
were
those
talking
things are
about.
called because I didn't know what I would.
They're
usually,
called Roman numerals, Steven.
They're not because that's not a Roman numeral. You fucking dumbass. It's called a 5-point fence. That's what you call it.
That's sick. I like that.
It's a fence.
And
it's
it also
5
connects back to her crossing off the things in the book too, right?
Yeah. I thought it was going to be Roman numerals until it got to 4, and I was like, "Wait a minute, that's not how
Well,
it the 4
how much
looks
higher
like."
can we go?
Yeah, there was a point throughout the movie where I kept making a joke, being is like, "Is that I or 1?" And then I was like,
Yeah.
"Is that 2 or
It's I?"
And then I realized it wasn't Roman numerals when it got to 4, which made me like it kind of blew my mind a minute. I was like, "Wait, what? It's not Roman numerals?"
I didn't even think about it. I just thought she was doing the tick off things.
You thought that? Okay, so
Yeah.
I didn't. I thought it was like
No, that's where I was
Because
too.
they
yeah.
kept going back to her
Well, they also
notebook
show
with
at the
that.
beginning, so you guys are smarter than me. I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
No. Definitely not true. And he's gone now. We insulted him so hard. Jason, you and I
You
are the
insulted
worst.
me so
Well, I'm
hard
gonna-
that I can't show my face anymore.
He
'cause
can't
I'm a
even
fool.
hear you either.
I'm a
I want to read what Tal is saying. The contrast about portraying somebody
Hello?
as so good and then having him
You wanna
speak
be on
on
the show
such a
too?
video
Okay.
is a perfect display of moral depravity with minimal effort. That's you haven't seen this movie? Like, wow. I've
No,
never
but-
had somebody come and talk in the chat during
Tala
the
is
show.
a very good sort of like analytical viewer of things.
I think
Yeah,
smart
like they
person-
read a synopsis. She read a synopsis of the film and has kind of been following along with what we're talking about and has gotten it at every fucking turn. Like,
You know what?
just
That's my
gotten it.
favorite kind of person and favorite kind of viewer. And like, that just very analytical.
Imagine
You're my
Tala and Tim
favorite.
in a room together. That'd be crazy.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be such a
Cass's phone died, just as a heads up.
Okay.
She'll be back soon.
Oh, so what part
So-
of the movie are we?
What kind of movie are we watching? So we're at the end of the movie almost, because this is where she discovers that Bo is afraid of getting
Oh!
he's afraid of getting his whole career as a pediatrician or whatever the fuck he is. No, he's a child surgeon.
A
right?
child, yeah.
Oh my god, the killing babies line.
Yes, that was funny. How many babies have you killed? Yeah. None. It's like, well, how many babies have died while you were operating on them? He's like, I don't know, like a couple.
Well, I guess some
You lose
babies will
patience,
die
so you kill
sometimes.
babies. Stop asking him. if
Well,
he
I'll
kills
stop
babies.
asking him when he stops
When
killing
he stops
babies.
killing babies.
That's
That-
so good.
So, and we haven't really touched on like just how funny and dark like this movie can be, and that's one of the like those moments where there's nothing going on there except for funny. It's not.
I think that me
stressful,
and
it's not
Jason have been a little bit
strained.
sort of like standoffish on the stuff that made us laugh a lot because we're like, but it's very serious. But at the same time, I think I've been maybe a little bit open about it.
Yeah,
I don't know
no,
if I've been
absolutely. But
standoffish.
that line was super funny.
No, not Tim.
I promise you, Tim will be a great person to bounce ideas off of.
Tim is
Tim's
not
fabulous.
evil. He's a good movie person. He has the same sort of like almost the cadence of your thoughts are the same as his.
Do you know what? No. Keep that in your head. Don't say it out loud. Okay.
Oh no. No, you need to stop doing that. Creating crazy things in your head that no one wants to hear. All right. So the end of this movie is basically she figures out that there's going to be a bachelor party and she realizes this is like her last stand that she can make against this fucking guy that essentially made her best friend in medical school kill herself. The person who was.
Do we know that she's killed herself?
We don't.
I don't remember.
I don't even know if that's true. I assume it. I assume it from the movie, but I don't know if that's how she died.
That was my assumption too, but I don't know if maybe.
There's a world where she just got really drunk and crashed her car. There's a world where there's so many options for what her death is, but the fact is clear
she
that
is dead,
she's dead.
and it is a result of this.
Yeah.
Let me set the actual scene. She dresses up like Harley Quinn, basically. She dresses up with like a cool wig that's very multicolored. She dresses like a nurse. And what's interesting about that is this whole time, I don't know if you guys noticed it throughout the movie. She has the same colors in her hair the whole time. They just get more and more intense. It's like that's the infantilization that she's sort of put herself through to like be able to get through to these men.
I don't know if that's how I don't think I agree with what you're saying there about the infantilization. I think that's just she puts like it's all sort of like representational of everything that she's gone through. I don't think that it's meant to be.
I do agree with what you're saying, but I think that she purposely infantilizes herself because she knows men want.
Well, she learns a blowjob video lips.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we didn't talk about that. She like puts on blowjob lips, but I think that was even
that's the director, right? That's like blowjob lips. Yeah. Okay.
And she also is putting on like bad eyeliner too. But for this sequence, she fully puts on the wig, like a short hair, asymmetrical bob style wig, not symmetrical bob style wig. She puts on the nurse uniform. She shows up to the house, and when we go into the house, we see like every actor from 2018 you've ever seen, and it's the guy from Glow and Schmidt specifically who are like the main characters of the sequence. And Al is the shitty guy, and the I think, and the guy that she's going to Al is the guy she's going to torture. But they also keep talking about the Schmidt character, who is known for
he's the guy who filmed the video. So
yes.
Okay, he filmed the video, yeah. And everybody in there is just they're already drunk basically, but when they open the door they're like, oh, look who it is, it's our hooker that we ordered or whatever,
and they assume it was Joe because he's a lot of laughs, that guy, right? He's always up to no good.
The crazy thing is that when I watched it, I just assumed they did hire like a sex worker to come, right? And I thought that maybe she like intercepted the call, and I'm like, did she fully Batman? And then I'm like, oh, I guess maybe she just showed up, and because they're so stupid and gross that they just assume. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, either could work.
She could have showed up, and there could have already been one, and be like, you double booked, and then she could have got the other sex worker to like be on her side, maybe. like, come on, we're gonna fuck these guys up.
I didn't recognize a single man in that room.
Me neither. I don't watch TV a lot, so like most of them were TV actors.
They're TV. Most of this is TV actors too, which is great. She lines them all up. She gives them shots.
People on earth.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're all a bunch of frat boy bro.
My favorite part though is when she pours all the shit into their mouth, and then she takes them up, and then when she's like, they're probably all asleep by now. Like I was like, that is some schmee. Oh, sorry. That is some like evil ass, like you poison them all when they're at the at the teat, basically. Like they're drunk downstairs.
That was the only. So there are two things that made me really uncomfortable. Like two scenes that like I could just barely sit through. The first one was the Adam Brody underwear scene at the beginning, and the second was them kneeling and her pouring the alcohol. There was just something. There's like those. It was so vile. Like there was something about that scene that was just so vile. Like it was very uncomfortable. I had to look away. Like after the I couldn't keep watching her pouring the shot.
I think like a man's mouth like open and waiting is weird. It is weird.
On their knees. It's just so, I don't know what it's.
Was it in slow motion?
The part where they're on their knees wasn't slow motion.
When like their mouths there wasn't like close. There wasn't like a Zack Snyder like.
There weren't some close-ups, but there was a weird
grossness.
scene where there was like close-ups of the eyes and her pouring, and the close-up of her eyes while she's pouring, which is that's horror shit. Like, I forgot from watching it the first time, and then didn't realize the second time that they were drugged, and she takes them upstairs, or she takes him upstairs. And as he's like confused about everything, she's like, lay down on the bed. I'm just going to put these braces on your wrists.
Oh, I think I know why it's so gross. It reminds me of, it's like the vulnerability of a woman in that position.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. Oh, sorry.
The girl and the one man, like, versus, and it was just these men are so disgusting.
So yeah, like usually it would be like a bunch of men and one woman down in that position, right? And like the idea that it's one woman and a bunch of men down there is like it's like emasculating to them. It's empowering to her, which like some people will just find disgusting. Just the switch of that. No.
Yes, some people might, but like there's just something so gross about that I can't quite. That doesn't like.
Well, I think because this is what I was thinking as well. Like as it was like going down their throats, I was like, all I could think about is like these are men. These are men that exist. Like these people exist in real life, and there are real people who actually will derive some sort of this. And it was like making me like feel like I wanted to punch Jason and hug Cass instead of like, what do I do here? What am I supposed to do? And I didn't know.
I was huddled in the Coco.
I know,
Melon
Jason, you're
section.
not like one of those creeps, and I know Cass is not like a
no, I
vulnerable
inexplicably wanted to punch you and hug Cass. Nope, that's what you just said. So,
right. I mean, I was in the middle of you guys, so I was like, I felt like I had to like be like,
I'm
get
so
away from
glad-
each other.
I'm so glad I watched this on my own. Can't imagine.
You should have came and watched it with us. It would have been fun.
I think I would have had a real bad time.
Yeah.
I know,
Me
but
and
also
Jason
on
would be
top
dead
of
and
that,
Cass and Noel would be the
you would have
kings
put
of
us
the
all
planet
in
Earth.
various chokeholds. But it was also insane because, like, I don't think, like, we've watched a bunch of movies that we were going to cover with Cass, and we have never been that quiet. Like, we weren't riffing the whole time. We were like watching the movie.
Even our riffs were whispered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a fucked up experience to watch this movie with other people because I had only watched it by myself. And
there
whole
was also like a
sequence-
part of me that like as soon as that moment ended where she takes him upstairs and the door closes, like my heart kind of like sank and I'm like, God damn, I know this is gonna end poorly because she's in.
You can only you yourself can only predict so much. I think that you had a crisis of faith almost with how much you're able to predict versus what happens in this movie.
Yes,
and it was
well, if you
really
let me
interesting.
finish what I was
see.
going to say is that
Well, I just wanted to preface it with that.
The idea of the fact that she is in like a wolf's den in my head where like she is now here. Like when she said I poisoned all of them and they're going to be asleep, I had this sense of relief, but at the same time I'm like, but I don't know, like there's like a part of me that doesn't know if this is going to work out for her. Like I'm really scared, but I really hope that she makes this guy understand the error of his ways. because we know that she doesn't kill people up to this point, but you expect her to maybe at the end of this movie have some sort of like, is she going to burn this whole cabin down? Is she going to, like, you know, with all of them asleep in it? Like, I don't know what it's going to be. I'm expecting the Ari Aster ending that you hate, Noel, but at the same time, I'm watching it hoping for something more. I did not expect her to die, and the fact that she did die made my brain like tick to this next level. I'm like, she is Batman, because I'm like, she's gonna have some. There's still like 20 minutes left. There's something that's gonna happen as soon as she dies. I'm like, there's gonna be something else.
Talis says from what I hear, it's also so vile because you look at this from the position of potential victim, and it's all of this as well backed by this whole incel and woman-hating culture going on for so many years, and that is what this ending sequence feels like.
I mean, this part's disturbing, but there are things that I really enjoy about this. Like when he starts, so she chains him up, and hello.
Can you hear me? Oh wait, my volume is off. One sec.
I'm reading your palms right now.
Sorry, you see my full hand. There we go.
That was a good one, Jason. I'm reading your palms right now.
I missed so much. I'm so sorry. My phone literally got to 1%, even though it's plugged in, and it just broke out. So.
Well, I'm sorry, Cass, but we kind of jumped ahead, and we're at the end, and we're talking about it, and it's, you know, I gave my sort of like 2 cents on it, and Noel's now, you know, saying
we're like full final end.
No. We're talking about the end of the movie, and Noel is making some good points that are both supporting and counteracting what I just said. Sorry, Noel, go ahead.
I don't remember what I was going to say.
Oh God.
Sorry.
It's okay, Cass. You know, Cass, you're a promising young woman at the end of the day.
They always had to put me on my report card. And then I was a troublemaker and a punk at my heart.
No,
my report card, they used to say I twirled too much.
What were you
saying? Just the setup that when he's being put into the thing, like we're now, we're getting a sort of, he's a changed man. Like he didn't want a stripper because he cares about his wife. Like
I don't want you to fuck me. So
blah, blah, blah.
Fuck me, yeah.
So, and then when he's put into that vulnerable space and she starts telling him who she is, and that whole scene where she's like, my name's Nina Fisher, and she starts to like carve the name and say, and he starts crying, and she's like, don't cry. Like the way that she delivers the line of like, no, really don't cry. Like, no, but really, like,
don't do it.
Stop crying.
I'm sure that you've seen this before, and it's not going to go.
There was something so powerful about that. Just that.
Flare. Like,
sorry,
she was in full flare. Like, just like I am in control, and you are not, and it's beautiful.
It's just the lack, like. The idea of crying is a way to get out of a scenario because it inspires pathos in the other person, right? So women are constantly being told that we cry in order to get out of situations, and that's a vulnerability that we show. And there's a huge double standard in crying, right? Yeah. So watching a guy cry should have a different response, should trigger a different response when we see that. But because of the situation that we're in here, this guy is crying to get out of the scenario. Like it's about, like I'm feeling bad now, so I'm going to do this, when this whole thing. Yes, Stephen?
I want to say that's exactly what I meant between regret and remorse. That was like the thing that I mean to say.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It's just the way that they're illustrating this through the crying shows that that
he's regretful, he's not remorseful. Yeah,
exactly. And the way that he's crying and the way that she responds to it, like, really drives this point home. You have the right to cry. yeah anyway, sorry that.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and that was.
Sorry, I'm having a really, really hard time keeping my thoughts.
I mean,
when there's
I
people
absolutely
talking.
think that, like,
So I just, that's kind of why I was like silent for a while there, because like I can't remember if I'm being like, if something else is being said, like my brain just hit
no,
that
I
point.
think that everything you just said is like so succinct and absolutely perfect for the end of this movie, because it's like, if somebody is remorseful versus regretful, like they're gonna cry about being about regret, but like remorse is something that like is gonna bring you down to a point that you're on your knees and you have to beg somebody for forgiveness, versus I'm going to just start weeping in front of you to initially like to initiate empathy,
a response in you.
Yeah, I want you
like,
to feel bad for me right now because I'm sad and I'm crying, but I'm crying because I'm scared. It's like being scared is not the same thing as having this horrifying thing that's haunted your life for a long time.
Yep,
I agree.
It's like it's absolutely brilliant way to showcase this.
I wonder like how many people actually like see the end of the movie that way though, because like, you know, he is crying and the actor does a very good job of like being super scared and like you can tell that he's upset, but like how many people are empathizing with him in just that moment, and how many people are analyzing him and being like, I want to also put my knee on his throat because he's like a piece of shit, you know?
So
I would love to put my knee on his throat.
Yeah.
So he cries with her, and then he smothers her with a pillow, screaming, stop moving,
yeah,
over and over again as he until she
kills her. Yeah,
and then he's sitting there crying, and the conversation that happens between him and Joe, where he's like, no, it's like not your fault, and he's like, it kind of seems like it is.
It kind of seems like it is, man. Yeah,
but then like Joe just keeps saying like, no, it's fine, you're fine. And it's just like in these couple of moments, it's like the microcosm of what has happened throughout the whole life of like, it's okay, boy, we can fix it. This was clearly a mistake, and don't worry, we'll burn her body, it'll be fine. Don't worry. Like it's a he said, she said, it'll be fine. Don't worry, it's just a laughing thing and it'll be fine. And it's all just encapsulated in this little moment where he's literally committed murder. Did he mean to kill her? I mean,
by the end of that, he could have stopped. He could have took his leg off long ago.
So manslaughter or murder, right? Like, did he mean to kill her? Was it an emotional reaction? Like, so to smother someone to death.
The absolute terrifying thing about this story is that there is a version of the court tale where he says like, she came in and she handcuffed me and she had syringes and he's gonna, you know, like she was gonna kill me. Yeah.
He drank too much and then I have an out. He handcuffed me, I have an out.
But that's exactly what it is. And then what Ryan says,
he pushes his own
about
knee
her
into the pillow.
Sorry,
Jason, you need to not do that.
Do what? Just talking.
Noel was talking.
Sorry, Noel.
I agree with everything that Noel was saying, and I disagree with Jason interrupting. No, just kidding, Jason. I don't know what you even said. I couldn't hear it.
No, I said he pushes his knee into her.
I think that's maybe why. I think that's why Noel got upset, is because we already talked about the knee. So you just like came in and just repeated.
I know, but like I was agreeing. I'm sorry, Noel. Please come back.
Noel's gonna come back in a full.
I just have to pee, guys.
Okay. All right, go pee.
Kala says, "This is something I already wanted to say earlier." When it was
about hinted but not named things. It sounds like a movie is also a test to the audience. Yes.
Yeah.
Watching it and seeing somebody defending it, talking, it's small, sympathizing, etc. Yeah. So the point that like this wraps into the point that I was trying to make about the court case, right? That you were saying, Stephen, like you could, like there is a world where she's just crazy. And then what Ryan does is he gives the police the information of, she was totally unhinged, which would corroborate that. I don't know where she went. Doesn't say, like, so there's a world where we piece this together if they hadn't murdered her that way. And the part that G.I. Janed my brain was like, she kind of is unhinged. She kind of did assault him. But like,
she did assault him. That's the only time that she actually assaulted anybody.
Exactly.
Was the end of that movie, yeah.
And then when she does that, she gets murdered. Like, if she had assaulted anyone before this,
she
like,
just scared everybody.
End of her life, right? That's what happens.
Oh God, I didn't realize, Cass, I didn't realize your hand was up. But
sorry.
A while, okay. I just felt like I missed a bunch of things because my phone was dead.
I know.
Because I have
anyway, that was my last point there.
So. No, I want to talk about the scene because it's really important, and I want to get your takes on this, Noah, as well. And I agree with everything that you're saying so far. If you have to pee, also go pee. But I wanted to just very quickly go back because I think it's important, and I don't know if it was touched on because my phone was dead. With the whole Ryan and Cassie actual confrontation about the video. It was a extra hit for me after the initial gut punch of like Ryan being involved, but something that really hit with me in the scene where like she's literally in his doctor's office showing him the video, and he goes immediately into this like scripted fawn response of being like, no, but I love you and I'm sorry, and like, you have to forgive me, please forgive me, like on his knees, until Cassie just looks at him and is like, oh. And then the turntables, and he's like, oh, so you're so perfect. So you never did anything wrong in your life. And it just solidified again of like exactly what happened at the beginning of the movie of those construction workers catcalling and not getting the response that they want, and then calling her name. And that's gross. And that the theme of that being so sincere throughout this entire movie is amazing. But also
he calls her a failure in that scene as well.
Like
that was the part where I was like, oh man.
It's so gross. And then on top of that, you're right, like him telling the cops like, oh, well, maybe she was unhinged and maybe she was this, like adding to that storyline that is not hers and is not truthful. And it's gross.
I think that as soon as he started saying that stuff, it broke down, because there was like, I already had like all these like, he's gonna be a bad guy, but then when he started saying that stuff, I'm like, you're just digging a hole for yourself, bad guy. Oh, now you're even eviler. Oh, you're worse. You're worse. You're worse.
The most evil thing he does is not tell the police where she was, because he knows.
Because it would have gotten him into trouble. That's self-preservation.
Well, at that point, she doesn't know that she's been murdered, right? He just thinks that she's disappeared. Yeah. And they would have found her body a lot faster if he had said, oh, she's... So it's not even like I don't think it's even a self-preservation thing at that point. I think it's just cruelly erasing her from his life. Like, I'm not going to help you find her at all. Yeah. Fuck her. Yeah, it's kind of what I got from that.
Also, she has blackmail on me of like this video that she's willing to send out to like all of my coworkers and all the people I know. I'm not messing with that.
But that's also sort of like the whole
wrong
kind of like the idea.
But it could be released anyway, whether he says anything or not, right? So this is just more of a like, I'm not going to go out of my way to do anything for this crazy bitch.
Can I say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Of course.
That's sort of exactly what happened to Nina, right? Like that's the idea of Nina is that people will forget if we don't talk about it. And like, that's sort of like we shift towards this point where she's dead now. And they could say absolutely anything that will bring Nina's story to a head and we'll be able to understand the promising young women. But no, like all the men are just going to not say it because it will affect them in a negative way. So as long as we don't talk about her,
It's almost like if you put a whole bunch of hockey players on the stand and they've all grown up together and they all work for the same thing, and then they kind of just like corroborate for each other. Oh no, it's okay. We saw her leave. Yeah, all of you saw her leave, and that's okay. Like Joe is saying to Al, like if anyone asked any of us, she left, and that was it. And then no one else says anything. So like, yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, even if it needs effort. Yeah.
I also know that, sorry, I was gone for a bit. I just want to add some like anecdotes for the bachelor party very quickly. Cassie, I don't know if you talked about this. Cassie dressing up as a nurse. Incredible. Yeah. I feel like that was a breadcrumb to Alan of being like, recognize me before I have to tell you. And he still doesn't. The way that whole scene was shot of like her feeding vodka, it was so like grotesque and beautiful at the same time. The one thing I wanted to note on Cassie's death, kind of two things. One is that after watching it a couple times, my first reaction was, I hate that this happened, and I hate that this is the ending that she has. My next reaction was, actually, that kind of makes the most sense. And then obviously we have the epilogue that was not originally written. It was supposed to end with the fire, and that was supposed to be it. And then people were like, that's too sad, we can't do that. And then third was the actual scene of Cassie's death is very, very potent. And the only actual violence we get in this film, and Emerald did a interview where she was talking about why it is the way that it is. First of all, the actors did an amazing job. Stunting, that kind of thing, is very difficult to do. When you have actors that could be put in a situation that's really dangerous, and if they're acting really well, you can't really tell if they're actually not okay. But thankfully, everybody dealt with it in a very respectful and safe way. But her father also, I know Schuler, but also worked with law enforcement. And Emerald had asked their father how long it would take to suffocate someone with a pillow. And he said 2.5 minutes. So that whole scene is 2.5 minutes. And we have to sit through that. That is our, like, almost like Jennifer's Body, or like a, not Hilton Body.
Another gross Adam Brody being gross movie, Jennifer's Body.
Yes. But that idea of like, that's the violence we actually get to see. And it
is the most violent moment of the whole movie.
Emerald made the choice to make that as real as possible. As uncomfortable as it is, as
it's also so long. Like
it's 2.5 minutes. That's how long it takes for somebody to suffocate someone with a pillow.
That's very similar to what George Lucas does in the prequels, where things happen in real time, like the pod racing thing. They're like, this will take about this amount of time, and then it does. And then, sorry.
No, I like that. Hey, what are you saying about the pod race? I like the pod racing scene.
The Star Wars guy.
It's my favorite scene.
I have thoughts. I have thoughts about the suffocating scene. By that point, I knew she was gonna die.
Yeah.
And I had really avoided this because I did not want to see that. I thought it would be gut wrenching, and I was actually like, at that point, for some reason, at that point, there had been so much pain and so much awfulness and so much just like, it doesn't matter how the colors were. Like, I was just like kind of a dead husk on the inside, because there's never ever going to be any like, there's never going to be any justice for so many people, that when she died, I was like, yup.
Yeah. And that's why Emerald wanted to have that ending in the first place.
Yeah, that's how I felt too. Because like, even the song.
Stephen, you and I are the smartest. Clearly.
Sorry, no, we're not. But what it felt like to me was like the song that plays at the end. It felt like a fist, like a zombie coming up from the dirt, being like, like when everything starts to happen around them. I'm like, this is actually the best scenario, because like imagine she did not die, and then we'd have to go through a whole court scenario where no one believes what the fuck she's saying, but like because she tells the police where her corpse is and has other people like the Alfred Molina's character is the one that's telling on everyone, and it's like she's so fucking smart. Like she sets it up perfectly for, if I die, do this.
Exactly. And because of that extra scene, like it doesn't soften her death. Like that's not what I'm saying, but it just makes it like, oh,
I would argue that it makes her death even more intense. Like it's so much better. Like it's like so cool.
It's like she made that. It's like she made that Jesus sacrifice in order to save. Like
I think that every single one of us want to see her like her like in France or whatever, where she's like no longer having to worry about it. But
and she has a espresso and Alfred's on the other side, and he's like, and she's like.
Yeah, it makes her death more dedicated, but it also like it makes her so fucking cool. She's already so cool. Like the whole movie is just about her being cool as hell.
It almost feels like she meant to die, and I think there's something that about her like autonomy or her agency in this that somehow isn't lost. Like this is normally the point where everyone's agency goes away, but hers doesn't. And there's something really good for her satisfying about that. And that's sort of what this genre is. But I want to say that the other thing that prepared me for it was that really wrenching rendition of Toxic.
I was literally just going to say that. No, absolutely.
She's going into a cabin. Like this is the second location. Like if this is some final girl shit that's happening here. Like this is...
Yeah.
Like this,
I feel like I already knew about this rendition of Toxic, but as I heard like ding, 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 I'm like, all right.
No, but my whole thing was when I was listening to it, and you were like, Toxic's coming up. Let's explore it in the depths of the video. I was like, what are you guys talking about? But you guys know it from like D&D. Like I didn't. And even when they get to the part where you know that it's toxic, I was like, this is pulled from the sample, I think.
It's
maybe.
so
Not
beautiful.
even.
Cass, at what point in your friendship with Jason did you realize that it's going to be toxic? I'm just kidding.
No, I love that cover of Toxic. We do use it in D&D, but I love also the fact that it's like a cello bass, which is like such a deep string instrument to use. Right. But I think that like using that with a cello bass, walking up to the house, the first time I watched this, I also realized, oh no, this is the end. Like and that's again storytelling of like.
So I didn't
realize.
I didn't even consider that. That's
even the second
in her hand, she's ready to go. If that's
even the second time I watched it, I didn't realize. I forgot that she dies.
Yeah.
And I'm even watching it. I was like, how does she come back again from the dead? Is she? And then they're burning her, and I'm like, oh, is she gonna do one hand? But the one hand moment was like the shittiest thing I've ever seen, where Schmidt kicks the hand into the fire, a burnt hand already. What a visceral, disgusting moment. But I love it because that's horror as hell.
There was one moment at the end that made me feel like, does this movie think I'm an absolute idiot? Which is when they showed the two signs of the heart necklace. I'm like, yes, you don't need to show the names on it, you stupid movie. I know what's going on here.
I kind of appreciate like a bit of stupid storytelling in a very smart film to be like, hey, if you weren't getting it, now you are.
Yeah. That's Knowles. Did you hear the movie said this thing about you earlier? It said you're stupid.
This movie is so well crafted. It's like I can show it to somebody who doesn't get it, and by the end, they will at least think about it and be like, no, like it is so well crafted in that way that it is translatable, almost like cave drawings that you can see on a wall and make a story out of and understand it. Like there is still purpose.
I think that's like what Noel was saying at the beginning is like, do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? And the ending is also being like, do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it?
Do you get it?
Yeah, but I will give the movie credit in the middle it doesn't do that a lot in the middle. Like
it's very intentional that you get it
Yeah.
at the beginning and that you get it at the end.
Yeah.
Because I know some people don't get it. But do you guys remember what the video for Toxic
do
was
you guys
about?
get it? Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
She's like a
She's
secret
on an
agent
airplane. She's a
person,
stewardess
and she's
slash secret agent.
But also like on
yeah,
a
and she poisons a guy, and she go like, I don't know. I find that to be very fitting for this.
Yeah.
Because she's
Very
dressed in her little like subterfuge outfit. The other thing with the nurse, costume is doctors versus nurses, like lady
I also think
profession, not respected, yada
I
yada.
think they're also supposed to be. They're all doctors, right? And then
That's
why
what I
we-
mean.
it's
Like,
the not that she didn't finish school. I feel like that it should have been a breadcrumb to Ellen of being like, again, like what I said earlier, like call it
It's
out.
also,
I just,
like,
No,
I just
why-
thought it was like a gender dynamics thing. Like you have a room full of doctors, and the one woman is going to be a nurse. Like that's just like the
I
historically.
gotta say though, like,
How it would have been, because I
Yep.
think the first woman to graduate from medical school in Canada was like in 1902 or something, and then there wasn't another one in the like for anyway. Anyway,
Jeez Louise.
women be nurses. Historically.
Women be nurses forever. You know, they take
Historically.
a lot of time to do it, but they get paid a lot less.
My favorite line from Community is when white former lawyer guy says to the nurse, like, have fun doing twice the amount of work and half the pay of a doctor. And it's the complisalt, where he complimented insults.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the episode with Geordie LaForge in it, right? Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, where it's they're all waiting for him to die, and he's
They're-
like he's dying. Yeah, that is a
They're
good episode.
bequeathing
You're right.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's a
He's
great
bequeathing,
episode.
I give you this tiara. It's like she's like, I don't want the tiara.
So the ending of this movie is a wedding that
For
goes awry.
classic, baby, the epilogue that was not originally there in the script.
And basically gets arrested.
Jesus Christ, Cass, did you befuddle Jason for a second? What the heck?
Maybe it might have been
constantly
split.
befuddled.
I'm not on like headphones, so maybe.
Yeah, your voice is
Is it?
Out of this world.
I need more water.
But yeah,
Well, let's,
the epilogue, number 5, the wedding.
I think that we covered it. You know, let's
Did we?
get on
Yeah, I
with it.
mean, the
Wedding?
end of the movie is the last scene
Wedding.
is the wedding is happening, and we get the Batman contingency moment where she basically gets Alfred Molina to send all of this shit to everybody across the universe, being like, they killed me, and they also killed her, and they killed everybody, and like you
Yeah.
need
The
to.
package.
And also, they admitted to everything on tape.
Yeah.
But the package like has the phone, so Nina's story can still be told. So he is being arrested for Cassie's murder, but like,
Absolutely.
Mr. Policeman, you have all the clues now.
I think this is an interesting thing. Like, obviously, there's a lot of tiny parts, but I think the fact that Cassie chose to forgive in a moment of vulnerability and remorse, like genuine remorse, tying back to that guy who could help her get to the point of actual resolution. I feel like the wedding scene is very funny and very cathartic, but I think it's artistically right, but institutionally wrong. I don't. I feel like this is almost. This is a very nitpicky problem with the ending of the film because it still feels right to me, the right way to end it. It feels a bit like the ending of Grease, riding off in a car into the clouds, because I don't believe that the cop would have acted on that fast, even if there was a dead body of a woman right there, and even if they didn't have the evidence. I don't believe it. Does it make me feel good that they showed that? Yes. Does it make me feel good that I got to witness it? Yes. But I don't believe it. And that stuff. And that
I do.
part sits with me.
I
Because
like it though. Like
I also like it.
yeah, like it's like having somebody's wedding interrupted as they're like, I do, and then like, and then being like, what the heck is going? Like that's great.
And the other guy
That's
running
so
into
good.
the woods. But so this is believable because she gave the evidence to a man. So like now it's not just relying on the
And not
woman.
just a man, Dr. Octopus himself.
Exactly.
Got his claws on the hand. His
I still think it's artistic fantasy in a way. Do I love it? Absolutely. But I don't know. It's my little like farm moment.
I bought into the ending because this whole movie exists in a realm of magical realism where she is like the plot hinges on her arm being strong enough to hold the helicopter to the building.
No, I know what you're saying. No, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, the helicopter is like her boss, who's like the coolest fucking woman who ever existed.
Exactly.
Finding like the thing underneath the cash register or whatever. You're like, yeah.
But then also her not being harmed by the men that we see, and to continue to be able to do that. Things just falling into place. That lady actually getting drunk enough instead of getting a call saying like, "Oh, your kid needs to be picked up from school." Like there's so many things that just end up so perfectly for her. That the whole it's a power fantasy. Like she's Batman. Like that's
she is Batman. And the thing is, like, we keep saying that it almost feels like we're being sort of detrimental to the story, but we're not.
No.
Like we're saying that like you can connect this story to Batman in so many ways that you like Batman for very specific reasons, and you can like this story exactly for the same reasons that you can like Batman. Like Batman is good, and we have known that it's good for 1 billion years, and you can like this story for the same reasons you like Batman. It's good.
Batman is a universal, like it's the only thing we can generally agree on, that everyone likes Batman. But I think the reason that Batman like fits this is because of the like dead parents imprint on Psyche, and then what he does afterwards, which is just like deeply healthy revenge,
like
that's super unhealthy at the same time.
And
but
then deeply healthy revenge.
Yeah, I know that Batman is like one of the worst sort of heroes that exists in terms of what they do, but like in terms of like what he does,
no, but that's what I mean.
Frame for frame to this,
it's satisfying for us to know that there are very few consequences for Batman because of the world that he lives in, because he's rich, because he's all this, because Batman's not going to lose, and he can just beat the shit out of evil people, and we like that. And so that's the thing with Cassie, is like she's going to like teach everybody a lesson, and it all keeps working out for her, which is a satisfying thing. And then she dies, and then
because she works at a coffee shop and she's just like, nobody tell anybody my secret, I'm Batman. She's just like gut punching perverts right in the dick.
Well been there. So should we go into
Sorry, Noel's was better than mine, but I do like it.
Should we go into our Home Alone of it all?
Do you guys want to go to the Home Alone of it all?
Yeah, we can do it. I'm just evilly petting my cat like I'm the villain.
Both of my animals have abandoned me.
That says kitty content.
What do you think the Home Alone is the Home Alone of it all? Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone of it all? I really gotta know. When is the Home Alone of it all? What is the Home Alone of it all? Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
Now, all of our guests today are legends here on the show. Oh, a couple of black cats showing up on the show. It wouldn't be the first time. I need to explain this because of Noel. The Home Alone of it all sort of exemplifies the idea that in the movie Home Alone, when Harry and Marv show up to Kevin McAllister's house, they're trying to break in real bad, and what we want to see is them be destroyed and destructed.
What?
Destructivity. We want to go to the town of Destructivity.
So Kevin McAllister, he makes a plan to booby trap his whole house, and he puts a plan down. He rolls it across the table, and he's like, these are the traps that I've made. And that's exactly why people went to go see that movie in 1991.
Yeah,
2?
1991 or 2. What we decided though over the years is that like
That
everybody
long
has
ago?
that moment that they glom onto. Everybody has that moment that they want to go to the movie to see.
The
And I think
moment when
that-
you see the thing roll out on the table, the plan, everyone's gonna come here and get Home Alone. Is there a
Of it
moment
all.
in this movie that you think?
But we've also determined that a lot of movies have that instance. So in the films that we're watching over the years,
I mean, I haven't said that, but he does.
when does that happen?
Multiple.
But it's basically your favorite part of the movie, or it could be the third act. But also, what's your favorite part of the movie? What's your final thought for the movie? And a rating, I guess. And
Are we doing
cast.
what worked, what didn't?
Pardon me.
Are we doing the what worked, what didn't? They do have notes.
What went well, even better, is an old adage that we used to say,
Oh,
and it is part of it.
Back. I'll take it
It is
right.
part of it. That's back when you first came on the show. I think that Cass, you were in the before times. So why don't you go first and give us your Home Alone of it all, your final thought, and your rating of this film. Could be out of 5, it could be out of 10, or just make some shit up.
Sick. I actually have notes. I prepared. Okay, so Home Alone of it all, I have multiple, as I always do. So I am going to pick one that maybe I don't think others did. My Home Alone of it all was the moment that Kathy started to open up to Ryan for the first time in the coffee shop after the moment with Gail, where she was like, okay, lovebirds, do your thing. And she had Ryan tell her that he knew Al, that Al was having a bachelor party. And I saw the wheels turning behind Kathy's eyes of saying, okay, I'm locked in now. And it's kind of about you, but mostly about me and Nina. I think that's when the actual plan of this really started to take way. Final take? Yes?
Final thought, yeah.
Okay, my final thought. I did write it because I didn't want to get this wrong because I do love this movie a lot and I wanted to have it written down. But my final thoughts are that this movie is a decadent chocolate cake topped with pop rock. Beautiful, poetic, volatile, and morbidly hilarious. It's a thriller, dark comedy, rom-com, horror, all wrapped up in a pink bow. I personally would love a copy of the script on my bookshelf and to read it on a rainy day. I think it's amazing. It's both painting and punchline with a monster of a soundtrack. And I think this movie is very important, not only when it was released in 2020, but also now. And I, final take, I personally recommend this film for a first date. And I think everybody should watch this for a first date movie night, and you will immediately get every single green or red flag that you need from a person in an hour and 53 minutes. I think it's connecting, and if it doesn't connect, okay.
Hold on. Cass and give her rating.
My rating, I would rate this movie 10 punches to the gut, followed by 10 kisses on the nose.
Oh, hold on. Wait.
Yeah. Even more important after people saying on TV, your body, my choice.
True, bro. Yeah.
Noel, I'm not going to explain it again. So you're just going to have to use your brain.
Okay.
Use your knoll hole.
Use your knoll
boy.
hole.
Is that where that is?
Thank you, Cass. Yeah, use your knoll hole.
So, this movie does not have a Home Alone of it all for me because I wanted to watch and looked forward to no part of this movie. But I think that's the point. This is a tough movie that I'm not going to go in and be like, yeah, yeah, we're gonna watch him hit some guys with some paint cans. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good, man. So yeah, I agree. Yeah.
A good boot.
Rory.
It's a ghost of a man behind you.
Jesus Christ, Jason, you can't.
And Jason,
stop
stop astral projecting your ghosts behind me.
So yeah, so it's really difficult for me to like, where is the third act? I don't know. This whole movie is just meant to be to say it's not to be watched. It's trying to experience you. So yes, exactly. Force Phantom behind me. So no Home Alone of it all. So my final thoughts, it just doesn't. My final thoughts on this movie, I'm really glad I watched it. I understand why past Noel had so much trepidation about it. It is a funny movie. It's a beautifully shot movie. It's like absolutely a masterclass in how to make a movie. It manages to have like a very, very important message and somehow not make it heavy-handed. It doesn't make it doesn't make it more palatable. Like, it doesn't make light of the things that are hard about it, but it also, like we were saying, like the movie saying, do you get it? Do you get it? But every single movie is saying, do you get it? That's just what movies are. Like, you have to show the audience, hey, do you get this?
Yeah, that's storytelling, baby.
That's a movie.
Don't tell, show.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a certain amount of spoon feeding it has to give you. And I'm curious how it hits people. Like, I don't know anybody who sucks as hard as to not watch this movie and think like, yeah, that's fine, or like, she's a liar. Like, I just don't associate with people who don't have brains as a general rule. This is a really tough movie, and I think that what this whole conversation that we had about it over the course of the past 12 hours doesn't even begin to scratch the surface, and this is a very like a very surface level conversation. And if we wanted to get into numbers, facts, details about specific cases, about like just fact-based information about what this movie is trying to tell you, it would be a long, grueling, terrible, horrible like process to live through, which is why I think this movie, you're not really watching it, it's watching you.
Yeah.
So who watches The Watchmen? I don't know. So yeah, I feel like I'm gonna walk away from this feeling pretty crummy, because there's no way that I can do proper service to this message in the amount of time that we have, with the words that I have, with the it's very late and I'm tired that I have, with the day that I've had, and ultimately what we see constantly in the real life is time and time again, victims not being listened to, people commodifying that pain, using it for capitalist gains. Like, you see it in true crime, you see it in all of that crap in those podcasts, and just creating a world where now there's just another court case that just happened, which just gives fuel to people who already don't want to believe victims, who already believe they're above the law and that it's always a he said, she said, now have even more, oh, well, she's lying, because people have been acquitted of. And that's really tough. That's really, really difficult to reconcile with the world where the burden of proof falls on the person who can't prove what's happened to them. And that's one of the many flaws in our justice system, many flaws in our justice system. And I can't, like, I want to go into law, and it's very difficult for me to reconcile how those words on these papers that create our constitutions and like the precedent that we use to judge people based on that, how we can turn those words and actually somehow protect young boys, young girls, like women of all ages, people who just cannot tell their truth because they're not telling the truth, and how we can get hung up on a little word and say that's you're not valid. The instances, it starts with the inherent belief that people are going to be lying to you. So women are told, like, you're just lying about this, and oh, what if she is lying about this? And I was just thinking about this while I was brushing my teeth yesterday. The amount of times that a woman is lying about being assaulted is definitely less than the amount of times that men are assaulting women. So, like, that's when you work in a coffee shop, one of the things that they tell you is the person who comes in and says, I like, give me a free coffee. I got this like ticket or whatever, and I lost it and whatever. The amount of times that somebody is going to be lying to you to try and get something out of you is far less than the amount of times that people are going to be telling you the truth. And it's true. And we live in this society where everyone is just looking out for themselves and jockeying for position. And we're living in like the darkest late stage capitalism possible.
Yeah.
And it's all extremely broken, and I don't know how to fix it. And that's also my rating for this movie is I don't know how to fix it. On a movie scale, this is a 5 out of 5. There's no funny thing that I can say for this. It's really, really shitty that this is the reality a lot of people have to live through, and that we have nothing that we can offer them. The best we've got is a movie where she manages to get the guy arrested by
dying,
sacrificing herself.
Yeah.
Community moment between the walls before I know the boys have opinions on final thoughts. I just wanted to say I completely agree with you. And the feeling of not knowing what to do and not knowing how to help in this, it's a lot. And the only thing personally that I've found to do is to build community, to talk to you and Stephen and Jason and people I work with who don't know me personally. Build those spaces. That's all we can. That's it.
We're all here for each other, guys. What are we gonna do about it? Probably nothing.
We talk about crazy things that are heavy, and we give space. Right?
I just feel like I have to find something to do with my life that has meaning, and I haven't found it yet, but I will.
I killed the fly.
We all do somehow.
Should I go next?
You should go next. You should go next.
This movie is a thing that I have been meaning to watch for a very long time, and something that people like you, Cass, and you, Noel, have told me to watch, even though Noel never told me to watch it, but Cass did. And other people did as well. And I was like, I will watch it, but I need to find it. Like, I don't want to like pull it off the internet. I don't want to watch it just on my own. I want to watch it with people. And it never came up as something that I would watch. But I always knew that when I did, it would be probably something that I needed to watch intensely. And I did. I watched it pretty intensely with you guys. And I have to tell you that, like, I appreciate this movie's impact that it had on me way more than probably like the last like 10 movies I've watched that I have paid attention to. I need more of this type of movie. A movie that is dictating itself not because it needs to, but because it exists and shows me what it's meant to be. Where I'm like, I'll follow along right now. Tell me exactly where I need to go. And by the end of the movie, I understand what it was doing and what it was trying to do. And like that doesn't happen that often anymore. You know, listen to that little guy. He knows exactly what this movie was about.
That little man dog.
It's a girl.
I've misgendered your dog, and I apologize. Sorry, Steven.
I think that during our watch through, I think that it was probably better for the fact that both of you were there, because I had this sort of like back and forth that I could have with you. But at the same time, like, you know, like I have gotten to know Noel over the last like year and a half of my life, and I understand Noel's brain. And while I was watching this, I was thinking about Noel quite a bit, because I was like, I know Noel's not going to like this, but I know Noel will really like this part. But then I was also thinking about Cass. Like, I know you, like, I've known you for like years as well. And I'm like, Cass is just like digging this shit too. So like, you know, and I don't know what I'm supposed to like as, you know, like a shrimpy little guy in between you guys and what you want to experience from something like this. But I know what I want to experience from something like this, which is she needs to absolutely make me feel like I'm on her side the entire time. And there's nothing in this movie that ever made me feel like I was on anyone other's side than hers.
Yeah.
She is the master of this movie. And, you know, every single boy that shows up, no, I don't care about them at all. I only care about her. And that's sort of like the masterclass of this movie, is like they specifically drop boys in to make you feel like, well, maybe he's a good boy. I'm like, no, he's not a good boy until she says he's a good boy. just in case anybody else needs to know, he's a bad boy until she says he's a good boy, and she never says anyone's a good boy.
Guilty until proven innocent?
Yes, in the terms of men, yes, that's exactly what it is. They are floppy, jiggly, gross boys until a woman says otherwise. And in this movie, no one is ever proven to be a nice boy, ever. You're waiting for it. The whole time you're waiting for it, and you never actually get it. The moment you think you're about to get it, it's ripped away. And you're like, oh, boys are bad boys. So my rating for this movie, or sorry, my Home Alone of it all, is I also don't have one, because there isn't one. There's literally not a Home Alone of it all in this movie. Like, I guess you could say the part where they're in the pharmacy where Bo Burnham is being like and you're like, okay, this is evil manipulation. I don't like this. Okay, I don't like any of this. And then at the end, when my favorite part is when she so my favorite part is when she dies, and it's not because she dies. It's because I know that this ain't over, baby. Like, as soon as she dies, I'm like, this is not over. And then when the other guy comes in, I'm like, you guys are so fucked. Like, I was thinking that the whole time, being like, these guys are so fucked. Like, she done some crazy Batman shit right now. I know that they're fucked. And they were, and they got fucked, and their whole life got fucked, and I was happy about it.
No gadgets, just like psychological warfare. Yeah. That's Cassie's Batman.
That's my Home Alone of it all.
Did you want to rate it?
Oh, rating. Yeah. I'm going to give it 1 out of
Good.
I think that deserves another applause. That's a pretty good one. So I'm going to read my original rating from 2023, and it's very different. My Home Alone of it all this week, I agree with everybody. There isn't a real cut and dry Home Alone, but I think that for me, it's going to be the the sequence from when she puts on. Speaking of kind of putting on the costume of the nurse and going into the house. I guess that would be like traditionally the Home Alone of it all, but I don't think there is a real cut and dry Home Alone at all for this movie. But this is my original rating. Promising Young Woman from 2020, watched on November 9th, 2023. Extremely
Jason,
good.
Hold on. We have to prepare everybody. This is Jason's review from before he became a man who understood.
Yeah, I used to be not a man, I guess.
They love and like, this is cool. Okay, I love it. Time capsule me.
Extremely good. Extremely thought-provoking. Carey Mulligan is a new favorite actor now. She's so charming and good at acting. I thought having several recognizable actors as the quote-unquote men was clever. And Bo Burnham is actually a pretty good actor as well. The trailers made it look like it was going to be a horror, but the horror isn't what you were expecting. 4 out of 5. I think this film was important and a must-see.
The only edit I would make to that is like, but the horror is being a man at the end of the day. Oopsies.
That's true.
Well, I'm glad that you said that, because the horror is just being a man. Watching it on the second pass, it's one of my favorite movies now, not just because of how well made it is.
And you're a feminist now, Jason. You actually finally became one.
Welcome to the feminist side.
I fucking hate women.
What? Jason, don't say that.
Whoa. Just kidding. That's a joke. I love women. But what I will say is, like, watching it the second time, I gathered so much new information that I didn't like absorb, unfortunately. You know,
I think the second time you did, though, I think that when we were watching it all together, Jason, I was feeling this energy from you that I was like, this guy is getting it this time. And like,
that's exactly what I'm
doing. This, like, you kept going, and then you're like, oh, like, yeah. I could feel it in you being like, I think I'm being a toxic man even by talking right now.
I didn't talk tonight so many times because of not wanting to be a toxic male. I didn't want to mansplain.
Though, you're not a toxic male, but like, if you talk in the wrong moment, you will be. So like,
yes.
Just to figure out when to talk and when not to talk.
So while I am talking, what I will say is this is one of my favorite movies, and I think it's so comically important that people witness a movie like this. Cass sent me a very good video today, where it was two male therapists, having a woman therapist sort of underline what they were saying and helping them out, and giving them all giving a lot of good feedback towards this film. I'm not going to sit here and sort of try to like regurgitate what I saw on this YouTube video, but I was influenced heavily talking about it from this therapist point of view, because this is an interesting study and an interesting dial down, like an interesting deep dive into why men are so the way they are and so fucked up.
Why are men?
But also it really
can answer the question.
But really it also opens up a lot of doors and ideas about why women
rule.
have this preconceived notion of how horrible men can be.
Oh,
and
no.
This movie,
Wait, no, I think that okay, no, never mind. We don't.
This movie exemplifies, and this conversation exemplifies. Thank you, Clark Griswold from the Vacation series is in the chat right now and telling me to be careful. What I really mean is, if I was to give this a rating, I would give it a 5 out of 5. And also, as a generally cis white male, it's important that we watch and listen to women. And I was being extra. I've been being extra careful for no reason at all. I think that women's places are in the kitchen, and we should go back to the patriarchy, double down. I'm fully kidding. That's a joke.
I'm fight you immediately.
Yeah, fight me.
I will. I know where you live.
Jason, you need to take a step back.
No, at the end of the day, I love this movie. It's a 5 out of 5, and we need to listen to women's voices. And I'm really just in awe of how a film like this could be so pervasive and get through the noise and the filter that is typically patriarchal. And I'm so glad that there
Jason,
are.
I hope you realize that you've become patriarchal just in this really long ass outro that you've been doing.
Oh, I have a question.
You understand? You must stop.
Is this like kind of did we get to this whole point dealing with crazy things and like deep talks, and then somehow this movie was still entertaining?
Hold on. I think I found there's something down here. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is a giant plug. Should I unplug it?
Okay. That's
all right. Let me just plug this in right here and
and your hair still looks great.
No, what do you have to plug this week?
That was crazy.
Nothing. Watch this podcast. Have a good time. Hug your relatives and listen to your community. It's the only way that we can, whatever tyranny, go read the book, buy it. It's like $10 or something. Or you know what? Steal it. I don't know. Do whatever you want. There's a book on tyranny. Read it. Do what it says. That's what I'm going to plug.
Okay.
What? Books?
I electrocuted my tummy.
So I just saw Beetlejuice. I think that I would have plugged that, but it's gone now. But it's a fantastic musical, and 2 people die in it.
Story about that.
That's not very good.
2 people die in the Beetlejuice?
Yeah, on stage they actually bring 2 people on and murder them.
Yeah, they murder them. It's super bloody.
No, sorry, plugs. Yes.
Jason, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad.
Well, you cut me off pretty bad.
But I mean, you were going on forever. I had to tell you to stop.
I wasn't
went
going
on for
forever.
longer. I went on for way longer.
Exactly. I was making a joke, and then I was coming back around, and I just really wanted to like show some respect, but now I look super disrespectful, and I just.
All right, let's start it again.
all right. Let me just plug this in right here and
Jason, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought you were taking way too long to do it.
What? I don't know how you could think that, because this is our time to have our final thoughts, but it's okay. I know that my ideas seem mixed up, but I thought I was being poignant in being the worst, and then also telling you how I feel about this movie. So, Noel, thank you for telling me your plugs. If you want to continue on your plugs, I would love that.
Okay, I want to plug Jason here for a moment here.
That's what Jason says to me every time I'm over at his house. And I'm like, Jason, I'm not going to plug you. I can't.
I
Your
think
wife
that-
doesn't allow it.
Jason, I think you're being too hard on yourself. This
you're so
episode and this whole month. One of the things that I'm taking from your final thoughts is that this movie is just a very, just like JJ, it's a very complicated movie. It brings a lot of feelings up to the surface. It's really hard to parse through them, and it's really hard to put it in like a succinct way at the end of a podcast where we've all been here for the past 72 years.
72 years.
And it's late and we all have full-time jobs. So like speak your truth. No, like just don't you're fine. Like, I know why you're being hard on yourself, and I think that's just a sign that there's growth and that you want to see things and that you want the world to change, and I really appreciate that. And I don't let them dim your light, Jason.
Thank you. Cass, what do you have to plug this week?
Nothing. Other than I am offended by every fluorescent light that I see in my life. And I think they should stop. But other than that, nothing specific creatively. I have a couple 48-hour short films coming out that I'm working on kind of behind the scenes. But other than that, I'm going to sound so hippy-dippy. But I want to plug this community. The world is hard right now, and it's crazy. And I'm really happy to have a space like this to talk about hard things. And also still come out of it, understanding people more. So do that more in your life, I guess. That's my plug. Find your people, communicate, have hard conversations, and be okay with it not going the way you planned. And yeah, that's it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been a very good show. Steven, what do you got cooking on the back burner, buddy?
Well,
don't pull your dick out or sit on your balls. Either of those things are bad.
You're bad, Steven.
You sat on your balls on purpose. You stood up to sit on them.
I'm Stephen Waters. My name is Stephen Waters, and that's my name. But I've also come here in front of all of you on this podcast to tell you exactly what I am supposed to do, which is this. Tell you about the fact that I'm the narrator on Darth Theorist, also the Three-Eyed Theorist. And I also have a new show coming out at the end of this month called Stanland. And I'm not the main character, but I am a character. So you guys might like that too. And then I also am going to be in a Tinyverse video game series that's coming out quite soon. That's pretty interesting. Jason, can I play the thing or should I not play the thing?
Play it.
Okay.
From WSUS Raleigh, I'm Milo Goddard, and do I have a story for you? In the fall of 2022, a podcaster by the name of Melanie Hughes went missing. A few weeks later, by the side of a road in Poolesville, Maryland, a digital recorder belonging to Melanie was found.
The wardrobe is a portal?
Yeah, though technically the portal was there first. Mom built an IKEA wardrobe around it. It's the Flordan Flula model. Some of these changes, wow, not sitting good with me. Everything's a little too modern.
So let me understand, Zangia was a simpler place, but in the past 12 years, it's become Myrtle Beach?
I am Azran, king of Zangia, hence retired. Now I rule nothing. I forgot to introduce you to my guest.
Bobby? Look, I'm bringing this dump into modern times, and you morons are gonna help me.
We're stuck here as his servants unless we find some other way out.
I suggest you head to the dreaded dungeons of Chiorotha.
He's called the Dark One for a reason. dread spreads across the land upon his growing shadow, or something.
Hello, guests. Greetings. Come in. Come in.
Get me home. Open the portal. Get us both home. Me and Melanie. I'm done.
You're not going anywhere.
Stanland is a 5-part audio fiction series featuring Bobby Moynihan, Ray Seahorn, Steve Little, Tim Sharp, John Hamm, John Waters, and more.
You're not going to want to miss Stanland. Available this summer on the Sonar Network and wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe now.
Oh, they're gone. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Are you back? So yeah, that's my newest thing. I'm the one who says "huh" at the end. You know, the voice at the end. Also, Darth Theorist and Three-Eyed Theorist. It's good. They're all good on
That's
YouTube.
incredible. I'm very excited to watch that series. I think that the animation is incredible, and it's very well drawn. Also, the voices are good. It is. For me, look, I want to promote this podcast. We go live each and every week right here on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find all of our shows on demand. I'd also like to let everybody know that we crossed 500 subscriptions. So next week, I'm going to put up, I'll talk about it in a second, who it actually is, but the carpal tunnel syndrome drawing. Before we get to that, I'd like to let everybody know that tomorrow night, right here in Toronto, I am the voice, I am the announcer for Super Kicked Professional Wrestling. We have a show tomorrow night, July 25th. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to say the names of the wrestlers as loud as I possibly can. I'm going to say things like, hey, the following contest.
Did you see this one?
Hey, did you see this one? Sometimes I do. Who knows? Look, Ozzy Osbourne is dead, World Mind.
No. So is Hulk Hogan. Yay!
Boo,
Fuck that guy.
boo for him being alive in the first place. But we do have T-shirts that you can buy. We have the Grim poster, as you've seen it before.
I
You can get
drew
this on a
that.
T-shirt. Steven drew it. Steven also drew Kill Aid. You can get that on a T-shirt. You can
drew
get
that.
Twinkerbell.
I drew
Twinkerbell is our best seller, I think. Zardos. You can get that on a T-shirt. Also, the Howie Mandela Effect. This is also a bestseller. And I'll tell you what. Here's the thing: you can find the Carpal Tunnel Syndrome T-shirt on Tuesday of next week. We're gonna put it up. You're gonna be able to buy it. You're gonna be able to get it on the t-shirt.
He's telling you this. This is
I am telling you. I told you that once we hit 500 subscribers on YouTube, I would release this, and we've surpassed that by 20 people. 520 people now have to watch this every
Look at his
week.
bloody claws. Do you see that?
They're so bloody. Are they claws or are they?
They're shovel
diggers.
fingers. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
shovel fingers. Yeah, it's got little shovel claws.
So before we get out of here, I'm glad to see World Mind at Super Kick tomorrow night. Ark Scott. Roddy Piper died like a decade ago, but he will be missed and is missed every day of my life. Noel dancing to her own beat. Hell yeah, brother. So here's the thing. Here's how we end the show each and every week here on Hey Did You See This One, the weekly podcast that goes live each and every week at 8 p.m. We have to have the two guests. Sometimes there's one guest, sometimes there's two. But this week there are two guests. So at the same time, I need you guys to ask the question that needs to be asked each and every week. And I think you guys know what the question is. So I'm going to count you in from a 3, 2, 1. I'm going to say 3, 2, 1.
Hey, did you see this one?
I'm blinking twice. I'm in a hostage situation.
I think we kind of nailed that, though. I tried to catch up with you as best as I could, Noel.
I have so many regrets.
Why?
And
All right.
remorse.
If you have 3 regrets, blink 4 times.
The camera's off. It doesn't count.
Blank.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. Tune in to X-Rated, the X-Men animated review show. Artistic interviews with graphic histories. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And movie reviews with Hold Up, a movie podcast. And while you're at it, spin a few records with Eamon on Track. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
What are you doing, man? I'm storming in. I was storming in. What are you, man, Cheetah? Yeah. Cool. You like it? Yes.